Greetings, hello, and let's get back to some League of Legends, shall we? I'm going to do that thing where I get myself a coffee, and then we'll get back to some League of Legends.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣。在这里，我们首先请到了 EDG 的中单选手 Angel， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
好，大家好，是 EDG 的中单 Angel。
好的，欢迎 Angel。那今天对于 EDG 来说也是非常关键的一战了嘛，因为目前看起来啊，涅槃组的积分大家都咬得非常的紧，你追我赶的。那所以说，对于你们来讲的话，相比之前连胜的时候，心情会不会稍微有一点什么样的变化？
因为我们最近上网比赛我们输掉了嘛，但我们之后回去立马总结了我们上网比赛的一些问题，然后我们这场比赛也是打出了干劲，然后一定要拿下今天的这把比赛。好，
我们从 Angel 的这个状态看起来就是非常的有拼劲啊。那今天你们将要面对的是3连胜的老干爹，那对于他们，你们觉得要注意些什么？
我觉得今天主要还是得注意我们的团战方面的一些问题，这种选择上面，然后选择更适合我们的阵容。
好的，我们也谢谢 Angel。同样，我们也请到了 LGD 的辅助选手殷吹雪。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是老干爹的辅助殷吹雪。
好的，欢迎殷吹雪。那目前呢，老干爹是唯一一个涅槃组保持全胜之姿的队伍。那今天这个第4分有信心拿下吗？面对 EDG， 你觉得有哪些地方是要格外小心注意的？
当然还是比较有信心的嘛。然后打 EDG 就注意他们野辅联动嘛。
那经过涅槃组前面的3场比赛之后，你觉得现在老干爹整体有些什么样的变化和提升呢？
就是对线跟打野的，就是野区支援跟对线的那个，就是选择性变得比以前顺畅了嘛。
好的，那也期待你们今天的精彩的对决。
Forgot to set my microphone. Hello, welcome back. I'm back from a bit of a break. Had a couple of days off for illness and for burnout. And I'm ready to cast some League of Legends. What about you guys? Are you ready to listen to them? Yeah, we're back. So, welcome if you're watching, whether that's on Onivia or whether that's on my little corner of the world as well. Either one, of course, very appreciate that you're here spending your time watching some gosh darn League of Legends with me. Gotta make sure I'm not running over my phone charger cable with my chair. And yeah, EDG LGD. So both these two teams doing yeah, these are two teams doing quite well actually in Group Nirvana right now. Like they're in a decent spot. Just slide this way. That helps. Because I can sense my camera a little bit better. And the football meme, I'll be there no matter what. Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, I did manage to get some rest. I feel a lot better. I was quite ill for a little while, folks. I was quite ill. Oh, should I ping? Should I ping that I'm back? What's the plan? I don't really like pinging everyone because people get annoyed that way. But yeah, so let me think about what's the crack with these teams. Oh, I changed some volume settings around, by the way, so hopefully game sound can technically get a bit louder today. When yeah, I don't know whether I picked up a bug or whatever, if it was food poisoning or something, but I wasn't feeling well for a little while. But yeah, I managed to recover a couple of days ago. Took it easy because I had LEC yesterday, and now I'm back. And it's Weibo versus BLG today. It's Weibo versus BLG. So yeah, that one's kind of big given that BLG are slumping hard right now. Apparently their rumored jungle swap fell through. They were looking at Beitron. They were looking at Baytran apparently. Apparently that's fallen 3 now. So the rumors go. So that's no longer a thing. God, it would have killed TT actually, I think. Baytran's so important to the way that team works, and trying to figure that out mid-split when you've already lost so many games is a big problem. Ugh. What happened here? Wait, what is happening with... Why are some of the BLG why are some of like the LPL accounts like tweeting at like some stuff about BLG? What's happening with BLG? Ah, anyway. But yeah, right. Time to see how badly viewership's gonna suck today after taking like half a week off midway through the split. It'll tend to kill things, won't it? Time for Pilt Gaming? Of course it's time for Pilt Gaming. When is it not time for Pilt Gaming? It's yeah, so EDG LGD. What's the crack there? Who am I looking up? What are the teams I'm at? What are the players I'm actually excited to talk about here? LGD be a great football club logo? I kind of miss the old LGD one though. The one they had like the horizontal one. But yes, they do that shield thing. The LGD logo. Kinda cool. What happened with EDG last time I saw them? Because I thought they weren't looking fantastic last time. But they... Oh yeah, they lost to Ultra Prime. Yes, they lost to Ultra Prime. So they're what, 2-1 now? They're 2-1, right. LGD is 3-0, they are currently our best team within the group.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com 虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。 全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服，买33数码就上京东，国补叠加以旧换新5折起。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。 全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP，TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占码。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开。 保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的各位斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200 HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，六边形战士来袭。
Hey Angie. Oh yeah, when I put a hoodie on and I don't flick my hair out, it kind of gives me like a weird bob look. Thanks for the follow as well, Sam. Insane, please don't be all, like, coming in your first messages all being all caps. It's just, like, a little aggressive, I find. Like, in terms of this first matchup, I guess you say LGD, but it's not. I mean, anything in Group Nirvana is pretty hard to predict.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请
I'm feeling better, Dark World.
双方战队
Feeling better.
登场。
No longer ill. Pretty well rested. Yeah, I'm feeling alright. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Yeah. It's you guys too. And yeah, sadly now Sam is not feeling great, and he's also over in the UK.
Gaming 上单 ZDZ 打野小号中单 Angel
ZDZ definitely a player which I think has struggled again. He's been up and down. He had some incredible games. Well, say incredible. He's had some good games. Had some pretty awful ones. I don't think Xiao has been consistent enough to carry. I think that On's had issues. I think that Angel's had issues. Wink's been pulling the trigger a little bit too fast and loose.
LGD Gaming 上单 Sassy
They have to wait 2 weeks for the rest of Nevada to play it out. So there's like, what? Didn't even realize that.
下路少爷辅助樱吹雪 LPL 第2赛段组内赛第5周
That is a
第
good
2
hair
日
day.
第1场
That
比
is a
赛
good hair day.
EDG 对阵老干爹
Damn,
即将开
the
始
hair envy.
LPL 无畏进巅峰
The Rumble stage ends in a month, but Nirvana finishes on May the 11th? Jesus Christ! We're gonna have like over half a year with 2 teams gone. What the shit? For those of you that missed the context in other chats, and Ferguson, it's probably the most tapped in person to the LPL scene in my community. The group Nirvana games will end on like, wait, God, when's the last game? It's like May the 11th or something like that. So it finishes technically on the last day of week 6. There's another like week and a half after that where the rest of the games go on, and the bottom 2 teams from Nirvana, which I'm going to assume are RG OMG. Oh my God, OMG's year could end not even. Oh my God, it could end on May the 4th. We could actually end on Star Wars Day. Are you kidding me? And RNG could end on the 10th. So like OMG we could be watching the last week of OMG in esports. That's kind of crazy to think about. Okay, let's get into our 1v1 for side selects. Right. Okay, Merman. Lots of melee champions, by the way, because it's ZDZ versus XQW. So mid laner versus top laner. Gwen is available if CDZ wants to go towards that. No, they choose not to. Varus versus Orianna. Now I don't know if I've seen this matchup in the 1v1 yet. Alright, well, this is for the 1v1 side select. You know the drill now at this point, folks. You know the drill. Get back into it. Let's get into it. Let me know what volume's like, by the way. I've changed my headphone volume, which means that it technically changes the volume which you hear as well. So if the game sounds are a little loud, you let me know. Although I like having lag down sounds. That's good. I think it's a good thing. That's a very loud voice line, though. Varus wins against Oriana, no? It really depends on... Hang on a second, those are some delayed audio sounds, I think. Yeah, those are delayed audio sounds. I'm gonna have to go restart that real quick. Good trade there from ZDZ. Give me 1 second, folks. I gotta go see if I can sort that. We'll have to maybe see whether the first blood comes down first. Ooh, QW nasty damage there coming from Oriana. Yeah, let me just do this thing where I quickly pop that off and on, and then hopefully that will refresh the sound as it goes through like that. There we go, much better. Cool. Hey Ali, good to see you. So, flash barrier from ZDZ. Eats another QW, but the poke is being won by Varus, and if you're trading auto attacks, yes, I know you have Clockwork Wind-Up, it's still better for Varus. Pops another stack of that Blighted Quiver. Of course, when the ball is not on you, you also have less resists too. So you get some resist scaling with E level. Cleanse from SQW, doesn't want to get hit by that Varus ultimate, or rather, doesn't want to get affected by the stacks on it. ZDZ, good wave control. The XQW kind of missing on that front. XQW instead choosing to trade into the health bar instead. Picking up the wave of turret. Ooh. Doesn't cast a W. Gets the E on target there. Maybe didn't have the mana for the QW. Ooh, tries to flash the arrow and still gets hit by it anyway. Now you're not going to have that flash for level 6. Is that likely ZDZ can get the first kill of the round with his ultimate timing. Also saying, I mean, ZDZ is low HP, but now XQW can't follow up with a flash Q shockwave anyway. One of the easier ways to kill the Varus. Am I a free agent? Yeah, I am. Ooh. Shockwave on ZDZ, gets good damage down. Yeah, I'm a freelancer. I'm, yes, I do cast on the LEC. I've been casting on the LEC this year, so if you've been enjoying my work over there, well, I'm glad. But yeah, I do this on my own stream as well, because I enjoy the LEC, I join the LPL. I enjoy both, obviously. Cast over 1,000 LPL games now. XCW. Ooh, another good QW. Those QWs really hit like a truck, man. XCW is doing quite well to trade back, given the nature of the matchup. Losing farm, but picking up some really good damage at least. Force a recall. Not like completely blow it out. But W played IG and TT back to back and then had a day off. Weibo played FPX and then played Weibo and FPX back to back. God damn, that's a nasty schedule. LGD 2-0 easy. Oh, I'm beyond. I'm beyond calling things easy in the LPL now. Cannon miss by SQW. And there's a huge wage crashing in. SQW, I mean, that's a huge loss though. It's a huge loss. You lose like 200 gold for that, missing a cannon. XQW means little green frog, right? I think, was it Dark World that was saying that before? I think it was. It was a good combo there, but... ZDZ going towards the Blade the Rune King gets a little bit of sustain. Will likely want to flash over the Shockwave at some point and then get into auto attack range to keep doing horrific damage. Tries to chip out the wave a little bit. And does. I need to think of more fun facts, folks. I had a lot of fun facts yesterday. And I need to think of more of them. Not the ones that you'd normally hear. The funnest of facts. Only the funnest of facts. QW, checking that voice some more. Good QWs again, living up to the name. Someone said in chat. Kiwi said that in chat. Oh, I missed a minion onto tower, how could you? There's a famous country song called... Oh no, another cannon minion missed. There's 2 cannons missed. There's a famous country song called "I Miss My Wife, but my aim is getting better." I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Great damage though from SQW. I mean, thing is, next time the recall comes through, you are going to be 2 cannons down effectively. The Grasshopper fun fact yesterday was funny. It's great. Hey, Peanut. Welcome back. Thanks for the resub. We're getting the band back together? Hell yeah. Gotta get the band back together. Anyone seen Blues Brothers here? Oh, hang on. Does he want to... no, it's not enough to kill the whole tower. We're getting towards the point where it will be a Ring of Fire kill now. All summoners available, all ults available. Hex Drinker in from ZDZ. Seraph's for SQW. I mean, it's a good item, but obviously it sucks when you can't complete these stacks. There's a chain of restaurants out, or did I say bars, restaurants in the US called is it just called the Blues Club actually? Yeah, it's just called the Blues Club, I think. Ooh, really good damage, but oh, cleanse forced out by the ult now. I don't know. I mean, you had to throw it at some point. I wonder whether that should have been thrown out earlier to get rid of that cleanse, so it'd be on a better timing. Now you have no ult. I actually think SQW potentially wins this now. Well, I say that. There is a Hex Drinker. Oh, these 1v1s do get pretty close, don't they? No cleanse for SQW. Doesn't matter. The only thing you really want to cleanse is that ultimate anyway. Poke lens. That's important. You can see that immediately. ZDZ says, alright, let's get some poke down. No, I'm going for a recall. Can't now at this point. The music starts. You know the music, time to dance. Wave getting pushed in. SQW. Let's try and get as much random poke down himself too. At least to somehow avoid some of these arrows coming through. Each of those arrows does so much damage now at max rank. ZDZ might want to do that thing where he kills a minion, gets the increased attack speed, and then goes towards some stack kind of popping. Damage from SQW before he can do that though. Playing the range well. No Varus ult now. He has a lot of... Hang on a second, just kill the tower. He can just kill the tower. Oh, XQW. Misses 2 cannons, but kills the tower. Who gives a damn? Well, there you go. It's one way to win a 1v1. Oh, you saw an Insta that I got, oh, you saw my Instagram story? I'll talk about that just before we get into draft, I guess. Yeah, so I was on the train over towards the central station in Berlin, and like about a dozen, 15 maybe, like right-wing types with like flags with like iron crosses on them and stuff jumped on the train and started screaming and chanting things. So that was a little bit spooky. I left the train carriage and I got into another one, like, when they started directing comments towards me, just a couple. They were, like, yeah, but, yeah, didn't really think that would be happening in Berlin, Germany in this day and age, so, you know. So, that was not, yeah, it was a little spooky, you know, a bunch of people with, like, skull balaclavas and car keys and, like, nationalist symbols. The thing is that normally doesn't happen in Berlin. You say it's Berlin moment. Typically it's, I mean, there is a little bit of it around there, but it doesn't particularly happen there. Isn't that legal? I mean, technically it should be, kind of, but there are some things that I don't actually know the extent of the general law for that. Anyway, that's what happened to me on Saturday. So yeah, that's an aside. Back towards gameplay now. I need to run a 1-minute ad break, just so we get a bit of an extension on our pre-roll being off. Run the ads, damn you. Yeah, that's nasty. Who even has them around here? I've never even seen one around here. Oh, okay, I guess police have them. Alright, let's get ourselves into drafts. Varus ban, Nico bans, who are the more lane dominant bot laners. Nico support, of course, been kind of in the highlight this split. Saw Niski completely into game, hit one very good ult, kind of carried the... Well, he carried that game, he did win them the game technically. Carried it in both directions for a little while. Victor gone as well. Angel, a player that's been doing really well on that. I think Angel is a player with a very high upper ceiling. I think for this level of team, Angel is an incredible carry. And Gwen, by the way, too. So we have Rumble, we have Jace. Sassy has been happy to play Jackson to Gwen before, but the Gwen is obviously gone. So that one's not relevant. Angel, a big Azir player, so this would be a takeaway. Plus XQW, big player of the champion too. Rumble first pick looking likely. There it is. So, ZDZ, does he play towards the Gallia? He played a game with that before. I think the Jace is also very, very popular too. Could technically go towards Angel. Angel a good player with that too. You saw the crazy ending in LEC? I absolutely saw that too. It was the Fnatic MKOI one. Insane series. Had to try and live up to IGJDG. Xiaohao locked in that Xin Chao for Xiaohao. So no Jace picked up. That'll be available for the next draft if neither of the mid laners want to try their hand at it too. Skarner with the Rumble allows you to CC into it. Skarner been falling off a lot in Prior recently. Double AP solo laners now. Skarner got a lot of power to set up for his solo laners, like a lot. Tiller into Azir looks pretty good. It was Camillu that was talking about this matchup on the LEC yesterday, actually, saying basically your front to back's good, but also you still have a global and you have better combinations with your team a lot of the time. So often if you play Azir into Talia, you can test shove. You're still decent in the front to back, and in my opinion as well, I think you stop Azir having most of his ability for fun plays. So there's a lot of cool stuff from this matchup. I also really like the fact that if Azir starts to stand still to auto-attack, you can hit easier shoves onto him. So you can wait for him to wind up an auto-attack, especially in early levels, but applies at all stages of the game. You can kind of like mind game where the auto-attack is going to come through, fire a shove at him. It's, yeah. It was so funny, Paulini. So funny. You won game one? This is game one. This is game one. 80 carry bans coming into the second round. No bot lane is picked up just yet. LGD's getting away with murder with this draft. These are some S-tier picks for sure. Hang on, Lucian. I looked away, and I probably should have reacted to that one a little harder. Lucian. Been picking up a lot of steam. We saw it from Gimiyushi. We saw it from... Heck, who did we see it from versus BLG? We saw it from FPX as well, picking that one up. So that leaves you with the options of something like Lucian Braum, Lucian Nami. Caitlyn now locked in. Caitlyn versus Lucian, interesting lane matchup, where the Lucian needs to kind of get some kind of all-in to stop the Caitlyn kind of getting the slow crush out. I mean, Caitlyn Karma? Why would you blind pick the Lucian into that? You knew there was a chance of like Ezreal Karma or Caitlyn Karma or something like that. The Lucian, I mean, I don't even think Lucian Nami's that... I mean, Lucian Nami's pretty good versus Skarner, I'll say. And actually, it's not bad versus Azir, because when Azir wants to start standing on auto-attacking, a tidal wave comes at him and he has to reposition very quickly. It's okay versus Rumble, because you get the ability to speed up your teammates and enchant them out of the Equalizer, but then I guess the Nami dies the Equalizer too, you get some fried fish. I don't get the Lucian Nami. Folks, I don't get it. I think LGD come away with a pushing top lane, a pushing bot lane, a Skarner that pairs up very well with all of the lanes. LGD do rely on the Skarner to set up. And that can be quite worrying when Xin Zhao could body block, use the ultimate. And you are against the global of Talia. I think EDG must survive the early lanes. They must get a good trade with Lucian Nami early on, otherwise things get nasty. Get very nasty there, and they can kind of fall out in terms of CS and pressure early on. I think that on the whole, I think LGD come away with the easier to play side of this equation. EDG, yeah, no, they won't. LGD come away with the easier to side of the equation to play. Oh, what the hell was that audio? Ooh, that was crispy. Jesus. Sometimes when it goes into this bit of the music, it goes weird. That was some weird stuff happening there. Was that just on my headphones? That was some crisp. Another day, another Talia versus Zero mid lane. I hear you, brother. I say that, brother. I say that in a non-gendered sense, but you know. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into the game. Hey, good student. Thanks for the resub there, by the way. Appreciate it a lot. Potential level 1, spotted out, ward cleared. LGD stacked up a lot of people to clear that ward. They did have a defensive ward. I guess they assumed that... Wait, he's not even playing for EDG anymore. He did play a sweat for them. Sion comes over, has a strong level 1. Lucian Army also... is the Electrocute Lucian worth noting? So they do have a strong level 1 there. The JDG chant guy has competition with the EDG chant person. I mean, they were really pushing the vocal cords there a little bit. So, good invade going on towards Raptors and Red buff. That's kind of important. Because it means that the Caitlyn Karma don't really want to play lane dominant. ZDZ's doing some weird stuff. Gonna head towards... Surely you don't do anything crazy here. They have barrier and heal. You're not finishing this off. Best you're getting is camp steals, of course. A lot of damage coming down. Q doesn't hit onto the Crows. Does hit onto both members. ZDZ's going very low. Does he have to flash out? I mean... level 3 from the Shin... Oh my god, Shin's out early level damage, by the way. Kind of insane. Teleport now coming in from the Rumble the bot side to stop the early dive. Sion will die under turret and will go into the passive form. Goes into zombie. Flash out from the Shin's out and the Caitlyn dies. Now, importantly, ZDZ has teleport, Sassy does not, and Xiaoye dies. So the AD carry is not getting farm. Sion can go back up towards the top side. And we have ourselves Caitlyn now going towards top lane. What the What? Right, we're gonna have Caitlyn solo lane for a little while, folks. You have to do this, otherwise someone is losing a ridiculous amount of farm. You have to do this. Otherwise someone's getting some big issues. Skada's now cleared through the top side. Gonna go up to, I guess, annoy the Sion. Can't do that much more than that though. CDZ got himself a refillable potion. Not gonna get more than that. Mid lane's not really interacting with anything just yet. So this is kind of a huge thing. EDG, they wanted to get out of the early laning phase. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, I think that hard TC really nasty. Barrier turned around. Sassy goes into the overheat, but loses so much HP. We'll have to back away from the turret. Xin Zhao can just beeline towards the bot side. Bean Zhao. Sassy has flash. Aggro taken by the Nami. Heals up and will live. Doesn't have the flash now, though. Xiaohao, I mean, he's just going to kill him. He's just going to kill him. How many tower shots do you take? Do you get the kill back? It's close, but no. Cigar smites a minion for health. I mean, I say for health. It doesn't even do that anymore. Oh, well. So, early game for EDG. Looking pretty good right now. Xiaohao has 2 kills in the early game as a Shinzao. I don't get why ZDZ returned... not ZDZ. I don't get why Sassy returns to the tower like that. Yeah, we're back, Ruby. We're back. We're back. Teleport back into the mid lane. Just be setting up that Q for a bit of a trade. We do have the Caitlyn still solo laning topside. Has the cult. Hang on a second. That's some really delayed audio. What the hell's happened there? Q hits. I might have to go refresh the audio again because hang on, what's happening? Was it just that observer? No, I'm gonna have to go refresh the audio again real quick. Maybe after we see what Sassy does towards Angel here. It does have the flash, might have to use it. I mean, that's so much damage. Angel flashes out as Sassy on the run. Both these top laners getting creative with things. Dragon's gonna get started. That'll go down fairly quickly. Now, what can Xiaohao do with this early kill lead? Push towards the top side. Dragon will go down just off screen. So are you guys streaming 3 days a week from now? No, this was just a special thing for this week. I say special thing. It's just because we were ill and burned out, basically. We'll see what happens afterwards. We might have to drop some days at some point just because the schedule's been ridiculous. But also, this is potentially something that we really want to put a lot of effort into. I'm just going to go refresh the media source just so we can do that thing where we have better audio. Because it was desynchronized. Again! So sorry for that. It's back now, though. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Didn't mean to frighten you. ZDZ has... I mean... It sounds pretty hard to kill. But, I mean, not when you get full comboed like that. It flashes and dies anyway. Well, that's your A to ZDZs of how to kill a Zion. God damn. That's, yeah. Good kill combo from the Caitlyn, who's got 2 kills now. Did get the kill on that first dive onto the Sion too. Okay, Karma, we don't see it that much, but when you have so many bot lane bans, it does have some options, doesn't it? That being said, worth noting that between both bot laners, it's not that much of a difference. Now it's going to head up towards the top side. Both teams rushing towards that first tower. Getting some bonus. How much auto resets has Lucian got left? I think it's just going to be won by Caitlyn because the headshots proc on towers too. Caitlyn Karma take the first tower. On the other side, that'll leave EDG a step behind in the feats of strength. They will still get the gold and the plates. There's no gold advantage towards getting the first turret of the game. What that actually means is that Nio is going to be taking a little bit more gold from the turret itself than Xiaohao is on the bot side, who missed out on that last plate. And the local kill got for the tower kill. Well on track for Ruinous Atakan? My thoughts exactly. Sion sometimes just ints for the better Atakan, you know? We won't get that in a couple of weeks when they get the patch change through, whenever it comes through. Caitlyn returning towards the bot side of the map now. Only 8 minutes in. We'll get the cannon. Dragon for grubs have been traded, of course, too. I don't think I talked about the grubs before. I'm going towards Essence Reaver first. Means you never really have to worry about mana again. Angel. Ooh, does see him on vision there. If you push them too far to show it, things can go a bit pear-shaped. Really hope they didn't come across on the microphone. Oops. What do I think about the new Atakan? I think it's, it empowers the Paddles, and maybe we'll actually see Paddles be more respected that way. Blue buff, potentially look to be, well, looking for steal here for LGD. Angel has an angle, has the ult. Caitlyn's kind of separated off from the crowd right now. Then again, XQW's doing the same to On. Smite comes through from Nyam, so that'll come through. Blue buff still successful. I'm really curious. The LEC power ranking is on fire. Who are my top 3 LEC teams? Oh god, that's really hard to answer. I mean, G2 looked deeply unserious in a couple of series now, and they look quite bad when their jungle support doesn't get rolling early. Caps is on bad form. I mean, it really depends on what momentum comes out of Madrid too, right? So if MQuay play the way that they do, they're a team that you have to watch. And we were hoping they could be like this, but they didn't show up like that before. ZDZ does have ult now, so we can scream, Feigling! Where is the Feigling? Feigling! That's cowards in German. He screams that as he runs to his death. I feel like G2's not bad, but they don't know how to draft it. They are overcooking. The way that I put it is, you know, they've been in the kitchen, but there's smoke. There's even teams like, yeah, I mean, yeah, there are teams like Vitality, which can punch up pretty well too. I mean, they looked very weird at different points in the series yesterday. Game 1 was fantastic. The other 2 games, very much less so. It's hard to tell. I don't even know who I picked for my top teams within LPL right now. Obviously, Neon's Legend. Hang on a second. Neon jumping forwards. Has that first ult of the game. He wants to use it. Splitting damage across targets. Ult coming through from the Caitlyn. The Karma gets hit by the bubble. Goes for a quick waterboard. And this is where things get really dangerous. First item spike. Don't quite have that. Hang on a second. Xiaohao hopping over the wall. Does have that flash. Both smites come through. So the Corrupt goes the way of LGD. No smite to contest for the second one. An still has that ultimate available. Uses it now. Flick back. Flashed away from YCX. Rumble in a side lane. Has teleport if he wants to join. No smite from Nio. 6EW want to do some damage hit? Nah, just let him have it, I think. Smite comes up from Xiaohao. Is G2 at risk of elimination if they mess up their remaining series? Yeah, they are. They're currently in 6th place, but, you know. We'll see what the other teams do with that. On. A lot of damage coming onto him. Karma's early damage still brutal at this point. On taking a lot of damage, but does manage to successfully wave clear. 4 growths for Caitlyn means that chip damage onto turrets racks up a little quicker. It's very nasty. 1,000 gold lead in the top lane matchup, by the way. We did say that EDG had the harder composition to play. They came up with an early plan to try and avoid the Caitlyn, but you have given 4 grubs over. And Caitlyn is still a problem. How many series have they got to mess up? Well, they have 2 series left, and they're 3 and 3. If they... Wait, is it 2 and 3? I think maybe they have... No, sorry, they have 3 series left, I think. I think if they mess up 2 series, I think they're out. No, I think they're out of playoffs, yeah. I think if they mess up 2. Although it can get tie-broken still. Top esports, obviously, they just like to throw map, game 1, by the way, we don't say map 1. And win against any team. I mean, top esports are definitely up there, but they also have just such weird inconsistencies that it's hard to kind of pin them down to. It probably is top esports and anyone's legend, and the third and fourth team are just completely in the air for LPL right now. It's not BLG right now. IG also just consistently just weird. They dunk down on lower teams very easily. Top teams they coin flip against. Naya going towards a bit of a run forwards. Oh, catches that wink. Did have the flash. Needs to flash away from the Impale instead. Does so. Loses a bit of HP. Don't know if he expected to get driven around into the wall like that from that angle. Jump force from Xiaohao. Equalizer comes down, but I think all it is going to be doing is equalizing by 0. Actually, that gives you infinite. The other way around. Yeah. It's more of a multiplying by 0. HP goes down there. XQW using those 4 grubs on a side lane. Doesn't have the Nash's Tooth, has the Leandries instead, but still, the AP ratio on towers will help him cut that down a little bit more. EDG kind of behind on the map state right now. They do get the kill. They didn't have the tower push to answer what was happening on this bot side of the map. You're going to get any kind of response towards top side. No, Skarner's not heading up towards that. Demolish from the silent. Take down 1 plate. Last 10 seconds before plates fall off. Los Platos. A glorious, wonderful thing. What happened to Climber? Climber got subbed out just before we came into Group Nirvana, I believe. Yeah, Nio came in. I think similar time to Shafan came in to LNG as well. Both of them have been doing very well for both their teams. Oof, turret and the silhouette of the tower. You can do that as Caitlyn. You hide a trap behind the tower itself, the model of it, and it's sometimes hard to make that out. Easy to step on. What's the next important things coming up? On Herald, 2 minutes on Dragon, 5 minutes on Atacon. Got item going on 2 items. Both AD carries feeling pretty happy about things because they've been funneled into the sideline plates. 1,000 gold towards Azir because he got more plates than Angel. He's not really been a part of that equation. Flash out of ICX as the ult came through in mid lane. Very powerful point. Did I say assume again? Did I say assume? Because I just keep remembering assume from EDG. Obviously, he's not here. He's now on FPX instead. And it's Arn. And I know that Arn's back. And I know it's Arn and Wing. I just flicked my eyes over and like, it's an A starting AD carry name. Did I say that? I know I've said it once this game. Whatever. You'll just have to come to use... Yep. You'll just have to come grin and bear it. On jumping forwards again. Barrier pop very, very quickly, but the bubble lands. That's pretty big. Means that the push will be blunted somewhat. Redemption used. Powerful item breakpoint. Of course, on the other side, though, the Imperial mandates for Wink. Huge, huge item spike for the Nami. It's one of the biggest reasons why Lucian Nami was so powerful for such a long time. That and also the stuff like the electrocute tech on Nami. You'd managed to proc it onto someone through your AD carry. And the Imperial Mandate. 30 seconds till Dragon now. The mid lane tug and pull. Push and pull. That's the one. Tug of war. The tug and pull. Very important to allow you to get towards objectives. Going towards the Herald first, as that spawned before the Dragon. No flash onto YCX could be a problem. No flash on Wink, I guess similarly. And a lot of damage there at an important moment. He now pulls the barrier. And that's an equalizer for Poke. Takes him down to a low half HP. Ult's going to come across. Wall comes across to you. And here comes the Scion. That's a well-coordinated engagement. Will it lead to that much damage? Arn needs to be doing a lot more than he currently is. Angel gets some value there too. The follow-up damage, not that potent. And LGD will walk out losing flashes, but no lives. Herald now spawned, well, summoned now again in mid lane. Very quickly brought out of the eye and back into the mortal realm. Mid lane turret, lots of damage. Demolish goes onto the tower, but has he overstayed for that flash away? Overstayed a little bit for the Demolish, but it does get them the tower. I think EDG will take that. EDG can still recall. Redemption's come back off a cooldown. Fun item, that. Morning, Rosiri. Morning. And thanks to the follows and stuff that have been happening while I've been live. I know it's been a little while since I've been live. I took about 4 days off, I think. Did stream 160 hours this month, though. On. Wave clearing again. Healed up a little bit from the Nami. Has the rapid fire cannon, very big with the Lucian Nami, of course. Allows you to get that hop forwards into that first auto attack. There's so much random poke chip damage and everything on top of it. Dragon now spawned. No equalizer still. Tidal wave coming up soon. I don't know if that's the target you want to be choosing. That Skarner does not take damage from the Lucian. And that will be a problem. There's no Black Cleaver on your team either yet. Shaohan might need to go for that, actually. I think he has to. I think you have to go for the Black Cleaver to help Arn kill that target. SQW on the other side. No problems with DPS himself. Get down Shaman. Jumping forwards. It's been a while since we've seen that Lucian Nami here in the LPL, or at least I've seen it in the LPL. I know it's been around a little bit. Oh no, we did see it the other day. We saw Lucian Braum. Ult comes through from the Lucian again. A lot of it goes into that Scorpion's hide. Carapace. Chitin soaking the blows well enough. Now he goes forwards again. Has to peel away from that Scion Q. Half HP. Smite fight coming through. Wall. Wave. It's like a sea defense all over again. The equalizer's back up and it's roasting. But it doesn't matter. The Skarner's down. Maybe losing your AD carry matters a little bit more. What about the Dragon? What about the Dragon itself? 2,000 HP. Rumble's down now and there's only one smite. He'll come through and the Scion goes in for an engage afterwards. SQW. Out of the play, Xiaoyu going forward to more damage. The Caitlyn does not like being out in the front line on her own, though. The Scion passive doing so much damage, and the Angel's still alive. The healing from Xiaohao. Sundered Sky is a hell of an item. EDG get the dragon and get the fight.
Red team has scored an ace.
So what happened here? This is after, no, this is after like the pusher pull comes through. The wave, the wall, separation of everyone, the equalizer hits a load of on Arn ease to the side, and then Sassy sees the angle. It's a good angle from Sassy. Like, you take down the Lucian, you're happy to trade that after you've already used the equalizer. The problem is the Skarner gets absolutely obliterated. Scion splits the team. Now what happens with Xiaoyu here? Walks forwards, tries to kill Wink. Has to step forwards onto the... well, out of the Nami Q. The Xiaohao gets to completely eviscerate. Sundered Sky. 300 HP a pop. Gets out alive. Azir saving ult for the next game. It's hard for Azir to get a good shuffle there, I think. Yeah, it's quite hard to get a good shuffle there. Shuffling into... I guess when the Nova tidal wave is easier, but doing into Scion who can body block you. Into the Talir E. It's all a bit problematic, really. I think Xiaoyu should have targeted Shinzao instead of Zombie Scion. In that situation, yeah, I guess. But the Scion does a lot of damage at that point with the auto attacks. Maybe thought he would die if he didn't target the Scion, but he thought that he'd be able to kill both. Jumping forwards again. Fire Cannon, Imperial Mandate. Looking for the attribute course when he can. Good Q back from the Karma. I don't mind seeing this kind of bot lane, folks. I know it's been a while since we saw the Lucian Nami. Really. But I did enjoy watching it, because I think players learned how to play it well. Here in the LPL, they really did. Lucian Nami in the LPL was a very fun lane to watch. It wasn't the same as in LEC or in LCS, where it felt like it didn't really do that much. 0 damage Caitlyn. Well, the intel does... Yeah, the intel picks up a little bit. But yeah, having the Fire Cannon in mid-game doesn't help you the most with it. What Fire Cannon does, and this is why both AD carries have gone for it, is it allows you to get the first auto attack while you're both auto attacking mid lane onto the enemy champions. So you keep auto attacking the minions that come up, and then you use your Fire Cannon proc onto the enemy champion a lot easier that way. If you have a Fire Cannon and they don't, you get to get that free poke while you're both push and pulling on the mid wave, and that's a huge difference. That's the way we have it right now. Does mean that your team fight damage will be lower, but if they didn't have the Fire Cannon, we would be seeing a very different state of affairs through from the mid lane push and pull. Teleport into the mid lane. Angel has that second tier ultimate, has 2 items now. Full... why are we all in this brush? Why is this the place to be? Why is this the place to be? ZDZ ults in, there's a wave coming in through. Zombie Scion will be brought up, but I don't really think there's much to be done about this. Well, welcome to the bush party. Scion's invited. Atacon now started. EDG. They don't have that ultimate from Angel anymore. Do they just let this go down? I guess they do. No big ultimates are used by LGD, and they don't have the Scion anymore. Azir turret was pushing out that bot turret, technically. That being said, EDG will start towards that mid lane instead. We'll push him towards the mid lane in a turret. LGD, though, they do get themselves the Atacon. They'll get themselves the flowers on top of it. Infinity Edge on the way from Xiaoyu now. 1,000 gold behind Arn, though, who has the Infinity Edge already. This is a huge item spike for Arn. Doesn't go for the Flicker Blades, goes for the... I guess the one-tap build for squishies anyway. Doesn't want to be hitting the Skarner, but if he hits anyone else, God, it's a lot of damage. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Fire Cannon. Jumps forwards, gets the Electrocute. Gets the Imperial Mandate from Wink as well. Someone pops. Does it matter who last hits the flowers? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You can see at the top of your screen, just a little towards the center, if you look underneath each of the team names and go inwards a little bit, you'll see that number with the flowers. That's the amount of flowers that each team has, and it applies to each member the same across the team. Dragon started up. Man Dragon is obviously very valuable for both teams. The Skarner and the San both getting good value out of that. On push that mid lane. I want to see how much this Lucian can do. And maybe we finally will see a sweep. Very disruptive team fights with the Karma. A lot of damage onto Angel at the start. Okay, San goes in. The Equalizer comes in too. Angel, a lot of damage. It's still burning down. Redemption, and it's the Skarner completely zoned out on that front line. Does get the smite, though, and this time lives long enough to seal the objective. Sankyu around the corner. Does not catch YCX. XQW. Potential chance for a shuffle forwards. Chooses not to. LGD, much better this time. Great damage coming in onto Angel at the start of that play. Made it harder for Angel to teamfight the way that the Slayer normally does in that front to back. Right, so obviously a number of minutes now till Dragon's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Baron's available though. Not sure there's a similar song for that. Sassy 2 items has the tank killing build with the Leandries and the Riftmaker. Makes it much easier to kill tanks in side lanes. Now, having a pleasure cruise towards the Raptor Pit. What's one of those memes? Like, imagine drunk driving this thing, and it's just like a random vehicle from a sci-fi thing. Sassy caught out on a side lane. No one's coming to help him. Xiaohu comes through, gets the knockup, and while he has himself the anti-tank killing build, he doesn't have an anti-Shinzao survival system. 3,000 gold up in the jungle, by the way. How the hell am I not talking about more about this guy? Xiaohu, 2 items, has that Black Cleaver. Disgusting damage from that Shinzao. Incredible game from Xiaohu. He was the beneficiary of the early game. Largely done very well in all of the fights so far. 6-0-3. Sion looks like an Eminem fam. They're quite a different bunch of looking people, aren't they? Is there one particular look? Has it changed over the years? Would Sion have starred in 8 Mile? These are the real questions. The things which I'm interested in League of Legends. 140 again. Look at the damage. Shield, well, you know what? Considering it's a 3-level advantage, and is the squishy support, not as much damage as I would have thought. On probably does need to go towards, ooh, the Q-tap through the wave. It's getting a lot of good damage here, actually. Push the L forwards again. Now, again, not under that much threat from the Lucian. Fire cannon strike back. Here comes the Equalizer. No, does he want to go for an ultimate? No, and there's a flood. There's a pause. There's a pause. I don't know what it's for, but we got a pause. I'm gonna have to go zoom back because I'm not exactly sure what that came in for. EDG paused. Now why is that? Now why is that? It's an crucial point. The Equalizer just went down. I'm gonna zoom back on my own stream and see what happened actually. What happens here then? I'm just watching it back. You can zoom back on YouTube as well if you want to. No, the Sion ult. No, the Caitlyn ult was blocked. I don't see an obvious bug. Might be a communication issue. KR was blocked by Nami. It was. Yeah, there's no bug there. I don't see an obvious bug. Is there any minion blocking going on? I don't see a reason. I don't see a reason currently. Someone has to pee. Yeah, that'll be it. Yeah, see, it's the toilet break, folks. I missed watching your stream. I missed being here to stream for you. It's time to Screw the rules. I have money. Namiel made people want to go to the toilet. The thing is, I actually find, like, I know that, so Mythbusters did an episode on this in terms of if you think about water, running water, or like you have like your hand in water or you hear it, does it change your likelihood to go to the toilet? And it does to an extent. It does to an extent. But I actually find just like the sound of like a running stream like very like I need some white noise to sleep sometimes, especially on airplanes. I do. Yeah, and when it's like completely silent because I have bad tinnitus. So I've never had an issue with that. Chinese stream is saying Wink has reported an issue with his equipment, so it's a peripheral issue for Wink. Now, did that lead to him misclicking and taking more damage than he wanted to? Because he did block the Nami ult, and that might get him killed. He has flash. I don't think there's another way for him to walk there. Wink quoted that he can't flash. Now that's different. That is different. If Wink quoted he couldn't flash, that's a huge difference. So, as it stands, we might have to chrono break, folks. We might have to get into some funky pause content. Okay, so let's get, I think we get settled in for the long haul, folks. Well, so you say that's a difficult investigation. So they do have like a shadow play thing where they record all of the inputs from your computer so they can go back and see exactly what your inputs were and what was recorded on the screen. Can they rewind time or something? Yes, they can chrono break, which will likely happen. But as that happens, I'm gonna have to start thinking of ways to entertain you in the pause, folks. What I might do, I might hold a trivia competition for League of Legends. Yeah, let's do that. Or we could do LOL. Words on stream? I haven't done that in a while. One of my favorite speedrunners plays words on stream. I can sing. I might need to save my voice a little more than that, maybe. I reckon we're in for the long haul, folks. I reckon we're in for the long haul. So, so what happened? Wink is reporting that he could not flash, and he's just taken a lot of damage. He hasn't died in live, but he wasn't able to flash, and it might change the outcome of the fight which is happening. Equalizes his drop time. Who paused? EDG paused. EDG have paused. Thoughts on how Group Nirvana is playing out? Anything you're surprised by? I'm surprised that LNG recovered as well as they did. I'm surprised that OMG put up so little of a fight, especially with subbing Lin Feng out for Charlotte. Just didn't expect that at all. Yeah, maybe we do some. Maybe hang on, I need to think of some League of Legends trivia. I need to think of some trivia. We could do some LPL trivia. Okay, I'm gonna go. Yeah, so we're in a pause. We're in a pause. Let's start writing some stuff on the screen. Where's my epic pen? I'm done. I haven't actually used my epic pen for a bit. Yep, you see at the bottom of the screen that Wink has reported that he can't flash. Guys, we're going to be in for a long haul, so that means we got to do some weird stuff. I'll try and entertain you as best I can. Okay. Okay, so let's just make sure. Okay, so we'll leave this up here. Leave this up here. It's actually not a very helpful color, is it? Can I change color of it? Okay, that's fine. Whatever, that's okay. Cool. Let's play some trivia, folks. Let's play some trivia. What's the easiest color to use? Is this better? That's actually not easy to use. The problem is it keeps it's annoying sec. Still easy to use the yellow thing. While they pause, it's on the screen there. It's written on the screen for you, Tien. So, let me think. Okay. Let's do some trivia. These ones are the easy ones. Okay, folks. I give points. Let's play some trivia. Let's play some trivia while we're doing through things. Maybe hang on, maybe I'll do it in different texting. What's the text here? Okay, I'll use this text instead. Because that's just better. Just better. Because this is the wrong thing. Use that. Can I duplicate this? Can I rename this? Can I change this? Or is this gonna just do the same thing? Is this gonna do the same thing for both? That's annoying. Okay, I can't do that then. Because I want to use that same font anyway, whatever. We could be some end in this for the long run. Well, if he was pressing the wrong key, they'll figure that out very quickly, folks. Hey, Alexandra. How's it going? Okay, so let's play a game, shall we? Let's play a game. Where'd it go? Let me set things up here. Okay, we'll work with this. We'll play some pause trivia, folks. Play some pause trivia. Play along in chat if you'd like to. Okay, first trivia. Which team... Wait, let me just make this wider, I guess. Which LPL team has the... Yeah, that's gonna be really annoying, actually. I'll put it down here, put it down here. Which LPL team has the longest winning streak in history? And how long was it? Let me know in chat. I'll give you a little while. You just let me know what your own score is. I can do a couple of things. So this is the longest match winning streak. The longest match winning streak. And this one is between multiple splits. I will say it's between multiple splits. This is just for LPL. This is just for LPL. So you let me know in terms of individual games. So this is in terms of games. This is in terms of games. Okay, you ready for that one? The answer to this question, this is the longest match winning, the longest game winning streak between multiple splits. Invictus Gaming 2018 with 22 games. They also have the longest match win streak as well in the same split. That was 18 matches. Okay, here's your next one then. So this is the longest winning streak across multiple splits. Now this is the same answer to both as well. Which LPL has the longest winning streak in a single split? Because it's not Invictus Gaming. Which LPL team has the longest winning streak in a single split? So remember, the longest between multiple splits was Invictus Gaming. At 22 games or 18 matches. Now, which LPL team has the longest winning streak in a single split? So only one split. Oh, hang on, wait. No, hang on, no, I'm wrong. God damn it. Sorry, I misread. I misread. Okay, it is actually still IG. God damn it, I've actually just completely misled you. I misread it. I'm gonna turn this around. Which team has the longest losing streak in the LPL history? Sorry, my bad. I misread. I'm reading off of web page. I'm trying to find some stuff to keep things entertaining. Which LPL team has the longest losing streak? Because it would still be IG, by the way. It would still be IG. My bad. It would still be IG for that one. Which LPL team has the longest losing streak? My bad. Oopsies. And this is either single split or multiple splits. It is the same answer. It is the same answer. Yeah, I think some people have already got it in chat. The longest losing streak in LPL history was by Victory 5 in 2020. It was 23 games or 16 matches. Now, this one is going to be different. Which global team has the longest losing streak? Because this one has a very fun bit of trivia. This one I don't expect many people to know. What is the longest losing streak within World League of Legends history at the top level of play? And I'll give you a hint. It's not from a major region, because you're not going to get it otherwise. It's not from a major region. This is also including minor regions. No, it's not SK Gaming, not Dignitas, not CLG. It's not Garm Esports either, actually. It's not Rogue Warriors. Not West Point. The longest loss streak within League of Legends global history is not V5, it's V3. V3 in LJL 2022 had something like a 35 match loss streak. It was absolutely catastrophically awful. I was casting the LGL at that point. Now, I need to find out the exact number of it, because I've forgotten it over the eons. But it was absolutely catastrophic. No, it wasn't even Vayvictus. They beat Vayvictus' loss record. It was absolutely god-awful. It would have been in, between LJL, 2022 spring, and 2022 summer. Victory 5 went 0-21 in LGL 22 spring. Actually, after their 0-3 in playoffs, they actually had another 3 on there. So they were 0-24 by the end of LGL spring. And they ended up getting even more than that going into LGL summer 22. Absolutely insane. What was Vayvictus' losing record? Something like 0-18. Also, one of my favorite bits of esports trivia. One of my, it was 39 losses in a row. Thank you. 39. That's the one, Mira-san. 39. So, Vayvictus, the thing about that was that effectively it was a marketing ploy gone wrong. Don't read into that too much. My favorite, one of my favorite bits of esports trivia, and I'll turn the camera on for this one. When V5 were the best team in the world, in, you know, midway through, however it was, V3 went on their winning loss streak. When V3 made Worlds in 2020, V5 had their loss streak. Victory 5 and V3 Esports, the V teams, weirdly were connected for reasons which I don't know. One of them could had to succeed. Okay, let's find ourselves another bit of trivia. 39 loss streak. What the hell? Let's have a think. Oh, I have a good one. There's a very fun record somewhere. I need to find exactly what this is. Where's the trivia? Okay. This one's going to be really weird, folks. Where is everything at the top level here? Come on, where are you? How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6. Hang on. This is a good trivia bit, folks. There are 6 players across all time. I gotta hang on. There are 6 players across all time who have won a tier 1 game with all of the kills on the winning team. Who are they? I love you too, Charles. This one's gonna be hard. And I will let you know, 1, 2, 3 of them are from the... No, 4 of them are from the LCK. 4 of them are from the LCK. 3 of them are from 2018. Is Uzi one of them? No. Uzi is not one of them. And I will let you in on a hint. The latest one to happen was in the LPL. But no, Uzi is not one of them. Okay, I'll give you some hint. I'll give you a hint. No, it's 4 times. I'll give you a hint. Where's this one? Yeah. Okay, you try and guess it from that. These are the 6 players which have won with all the kills on a winning team. Pays, Nugri, no. Faker? No, it's not Faker either. Remember, it's in a winning game. Nope, not Kanavi, not Peanut. Not Elk either. We have our first right answer. One of the 2018 LCK games was by Aiming. Yes, Aiming is one of them. Aiming did it with 5 kills with a Freak of Freaks versus BBQ Olivers in 2018 summer on Varus. Nope, not Peanut. It's not Chovy, Rookie, or the Shy. It's not Bjergsen, it's not Faker, it's not Spirit. Love that guy though. Not Derby, not Peanut. And I gotta check that last one. No, and it's not, weirdly, it's not Teddy either. Demolition him gets one of the other correct ones. Caps is another one too. I'll write these on stream. So we have Aiming. We have Aiming. Aiming's one of them. Caps is another. Yep, correct. Caps did it in 2018 as Fnatic versus Schalke 04. Oh, that's a one there too. Ruler is not there. Sorry, no, Ruler is not there. Ruler is not there. Bin? No, it's not Bin. Not Photic, not Deft. Not the Shy. It's not Blank. Jackulov? Nope, not Jackulov. Okay, I'll give you a hint for the LPL one in 2024. It was a mid laner. It was a mid laner. Yankos? No, not Yankos. Nope, not BDD. Hang on, there's an update at the bottom of the screen. Can anyone translate that? Nope, not Yago. Viper has to be in there? Viper is in them. He was in 2019. Yep. The 2019 one was Viper. Yeah, can anyone translate that at the bottom of the screen, by the way? Wait, let me just hide this other thing. Nope, not Scout. Not Cream. Not UCal. Not Shanks. It's not Knight. It's not Jet. Nope. Nope, it's not Knight. They're looking to see if they gained an advantage. Right. Doggo? Rich Tomatoes got it for the LPL one. The player in LPL that got it was Fofo. Fofo is the most recent player to get this award. And did it in 2024 playoffs with 7 kills on Tristana. Okay, there are 2 players left from LCK at 2018. I don't think you're going to get the rest of them. So we got the LPL one. The LCK ones were... The other ones were Kramer and Pilots. Kramer and Pilots. We're back in game? Oh, I think we're back in game. Oh, did we make it through the pause? Well, thank you everyone for letting me do some trivia for you. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that. And it looks like we are back into game. Did we actually chrono break? We did. We chrono break. So we're back into it. Thank you everyone for joining me for trivia. That was fun. We should do that again sometime. I hope you enjoyed it. That's a good way to, yeah. That's a good way to do that. Kramer, I haven't heard that name for a long time either. You know, another fun fact, LPL champion Loken went over to the LGL to play for a bit. So I used to cast Loken over there, over on Sengoku Gaming. Okay, so, we don't have the ultimates and stuff coming through into mid lane. EDG back off, and LGD lose their attempts at walking forwards. Oh, my pre-rolls are back on. I'm so sorry, pre-rolls going to be back on for a bit. I don't want to... I should have ran some adverts in that pool show. No, I don't, because the advert, the trivia was fun. And if you have any fun trivia you'd like to tell me, you let me know that too. And if you'd like to drop any trivia in chat, you can also drop it in the Discord too, so I can save for another point. Here come the ultimate straight out of the pause. Azir turret falls down. A fantastic impale though onto 3. Doesn't reach on. And maybe it's less fantastic than I thought. Teleport comes in from Azir, who's too late to the party. Skarner goes down. Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's up. And we come back to a bit of an acceleration from the pause. Great damage back from SQW though. God damn, it's a fed Azir. We don't have the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen up just yet. There we go. Items are back. Nice. So we did have a Corona break. We're back into it. Hey, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the trivia. Always nice to learn a little bit more. I've always got some extra bits to learn as well. Redemption used... That was the enemy redemption to do some damage and check for vision. SQW has to flash out of the shove, but does manage to get some damage back, but doesn't have enough to survive the culling. Arn takes down the Azir. The bird goes down. However, the Baron has been stopped, and both summoners were used by Arn. So LGD stopped that objective going down. Dragon is now available, and maybe they fancy themselves an opportunity at this dragon. That trivia is the only thing we're taking away from this game? Yeah. In LCS, an EU LCS for the old Fnatic roster, so has played a ton of support games and made Yellowstar go top on Shen. We also saw Xpeke take Ziggs top lane as well. They role swapped a lot back then in Season 3 particularly. Some in Season 4 too. I've got some fun trivia about the old days. So LGD don't go towards the dragon. I was wondering whether they could find something with Equalizer coming back up on no summoners. Maybe there's an option. Ult onto Angel. Of course, he has no sustain. The one person that... Well, I say that. Nami does, though. Do I know about TSM? Yes, I know about TSM. Rumor was that... Oh, bloody hell, it's a good crit headshot onto Wink. Shai comes through. Angel, not able to get on top of him, but Shai's now out of the fight. Great Crescent Guard. YCS goes down. Impale does come through, but they can't return the favor. One for none. Support goes down. Once again, EDG finding great ways to split the entire team fight. Angel, a very notable Taliyah player over his career. Good wall again from him. And EDG looking quite comfortable playing around the Lucian. Nami, Arn, and Wink were a bot lane, I believe, on IG when this bot lane was last kind of popular. They've done their time on this across the LPL. You know, I've seen TSM play live, in fact, I have. I've seen them play, because it was 2015 I saw them in London. Trying to remember. I'd love a question, like, who are the one-time champions of the LPL? Ooh, yeah, that'll be a long list, though, is the thing. I can give you some other trivia while we're going through the game. What other trivia have I got? No, I already talk about Lagandia too much. I don't know, which Dota winning organizations have played in the LPL? Because you got Newbie and LGD. Wait, did LGD ever win that? Not sure. BLG playing 2 back-to-back? Looks like. Weird flex? Yeah, a little bit. I also saw the very first Origen team in EU Masters play. So that was obviously after they did their time in LEC. But they brought, that was, I've seen, let's see, it was Expect, Insect, Froggen, Forgiven Jezzes playing in 2018 EMEA Masters. I saw them play. That was very fun event. Tier 2 League of Legends has always been something which I've always been very invested in. You know, I cast the NLC for a while. I've always been a big fan of the Masters. I'm always a big fan of when leagues can bring stuff to a local audience, you know? I think that's what's happened. We've seen with the Roadshow for LEC. We've seen that with Karmi Core in the ERLs. Koi as well, of course, amongst other teams. Baron now a threat here from EDG, around the corner. Threat of the Taliyah setting up a wall or flicking someone back into the team. What did I think of the IG Weibo Game 3 draft? There have been some very bad LPL drafts recently, which have upset me quite a lot. Not as bad as G2. G2, hang on, the wall comes across. What is Angel doing? He has a Seekers, has to use it there. There is an Impale. The Equalizer is still going to be dropped on his head. And once again, Nio has just been put into the dirt. This Skarner has not been a good front line. EDG, I think they've been using the Lucian Nami very well to say, look, you are going to just have a tidal wave thrown at your backline. And think about it like this, folks. Like, think about it like this. If the tidal wave, like, flings its way into the backline, everyone has to scatter. They can't go and protect the Skarner. The Skarner gets locked in place at that point. And then the Skarner dies very quickly. Baron now started from EDG. CDZ teleporting into the pit so we can get past the enemy team. If Azir gets good DPS, maybe LGD can do something. If he gets a good shuffle, maybe he can do something. Hard to do that against this kind of team, but it's very easy to get damage like that onto Angel. Are we getting a flip? Nope, no smite, of course. Flash out of the flip. EDG, get the Baron, lose no one. Wait, as far as I can tell, Nio is just Nio for Chinese casters, and Cream is Sha Nio. Are you kidding me? Little Nio? Really? What? That's weird. How is LGD losing this game? Because Skarner has been cut down in the front line a million times. Is 4,000 gold down, and he's the only engage for the team. Skarner is 1 engage, and EDG just check him every single fight. Arn now has Lord Dominus Regards. Nio just doesn't get to play the game. Look at this, look at this. He's not going to be able to play the game. Like, he tries to go for the engage. He's the only engage. Gets completely shut down. Once again, the Skarner's died. Couldn't have described it better. Ults come through. SQW does get hit by the damage. Is Angel going to be able to get any more damage over? No. SQW gets out, does have teleport, can make his way back into the play. No jungler, no smite for Dragon. Hey, Sam, how's it going? We just had a really long pause and a chrono break. Am I dumb, or did that exact sequence of events happen literally 3 minutes ago? It's happened multiple times this game, and now Xiaohao has a 4,000 gold lead, is 7-0 and 5, and the jungle diff is strong with this one. Man, it's the worst Skarner I've seen since Cacao Skarner at 2015 Worlds for Invictus Gaming. Juggernaut Patch Skarner was not strong enough to save that team. Never seen Kadavi play Skarner. He's played it once or twice. Nami R makes it so his team can't follow. Exactly, Halo. Exactly. So what happens is, right? One of the most powerful things we learned about Nami is that if Nami puts a wave down, I did do the diagram before, but if Nami puts a wave down and someone's stuck in the middle of it, you have 2 choices. You either sit there and you get knocked up and slowed, or you scatter, or you go back. One thing you can't do is run forwards. You can't do that, which means that the person who's hit with the tidal wave in the front, there's a moment of time where you can just gun them down when no one else can really stop them. So you need to make sure that you're approaching from multiple angles, much like when you're playing against Renata. Renata's another player like that, another champion like that. Did I not see Junja Skarner at Worlds? That was also really bad. However, Cacao lost on like the 97% ban rate Skarner at Worlds 2015. It was pretty bad. It was very, very bad. Arn now has a QSS. He's full build. He has the Mercurial Scimitar. Arn is so fed, man. They have the Man Soul as well. Don't talk about Cacao like that. I hope you're feeling better, by the way, Sam. And yes, Sam. Oh, bloody hell, a lot of damage. Sam turned 30 on Sunday. So happy birthday to Sam, my wonderful brother. I do actually have a trophy coming for him for surviving 30 years of life on planet Earth. Xiaoya caught out. Has to flash, has to 90 caliber net. Tower goes down. Shove forwards onto the Skarner. Does get an impale and manages to reach onto only the Shinzao. Shuffle comes back and he gets a Revenant Shuffle. That is the first Revenant Shuffle I have ever seen in pro play. It gets them a couple of kills. I don't think it's going to get them more than that. But fancy mechanics from XQW. If you have never seen this, if you're not an Azir player, that is what is known as the Revenant Shuffle. You dash towards a soldier, you dash back out of the play, and you bring someone back out with you. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. It's not going to matter that much. We might see the game ending here anyway. The wave clear quite low now from LGD. They do have the equalizer, so the game should go on for a little longer. The little frog coming out with some big plays. Now it goes forwards. Angel has to get himself into his Zhonya's. A good Q from the sign. Opens up a bit of peel, and that'll allow Angel to turn things back around. Is he going to die anyway? Yes, he is. And LGD, they lose 1 for the attempt, but they will stop the base from falling. SQW saving as well for what? See, I mean, he hit a great one here. Folks, this is what is known as a Revenant Shuffle. We'll see the initial play coming through, and the tower going down. Xiaoya ends up escaping by flashing and then using the 90 caliber net. This is so cool. Azir pops into the play after the minefield is down, and he ends up popping someone back in. I have never seen this in pro play. It takes a very specific set of button presses to do. You have to hammer your R key as you're pressing E in front of you, then Q behind you, and you'll just about get it off mid-flight. That's the only way you play this off. That is the only Revenant shuffle I've ever seen in pro play. Fantastic. Actually, I say that I saw it once in tier 2 play, tier 3 even, from Kusai, playing it in the UKEL. That's the only time I've seen it in the LPL. Very, very cool. Yeah, for those of you who've never seen that, I can maybe, you know what? Maybe I can show it to you in practice tool while we're between games. Maybe I can show you that. I can pull it off. Like I know the button presses. Need to make sure you don't want body blocked here. The Sun going forwards again. ZDZ has 1 million HP, 1,000 stacks on the passive. Not that tanky, I suppose, compared to all of them, but tanky enough, and certainly tankier than the Skarner, who once again discovers how mortal they are. That's not the best place to be going golden. Goes in for a shuffle, but caught by a bubble. Glub glub. The king is dead. And the Emperor's got no clothes. They've been burned off him. EDG takes him a little while, 40 minutes and a pause, but they do end up closing out the game and taking the series to 1-0. Going down into the GA. Towers will go down soon after. EDG, a well-earned victory. Xiaohao, Angel on all incredible standout performances. As LGD, get a bit blown off the park. Had one engage factor in that Skarner, which did very little, sadly. How quite gonna? Oh, it does go low. Well, that's first game. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Did his flash work? No, the flash didn't work, and they did Chrono Break. Is LPL fearless? Yes, it is. Yes, it is fearless. Okay, let me see if I can show you this Revenant shuffle. Maybe let me see if I can show you this Revenant shuffle. I can show it in the break, maybe. Hey, GG, good to see you. I need to put some adverts on right now, by the way, folks, just otherwise we're gonna get pre-roll. So I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna run them now just so we don't get them later. Why is it called the Revenant Shuffle? Because the person that made it named it that. I can't remember if it's an NA player. I should really look into some speed, what's it called? Stream Elements sponsorships at some point. I will get hydrated. I've got a coffee here. I need to get another one as well. Was it Red Mercy? Damn. So the bonus of doing a Revenant Shuffle is it allows you to go into a fight, get a shuffle, but then also return to your safe spot as a carry. Most of the time when you're shuffling, you leave yourself out of position at the end of the shuffle. Revenant Shuffle means you don't do that. However, you need to make sure that you are not body blocked on your shuffle in, which is a big problem. Yes, I did say Revenant Shuffle. Revenant. What did I get for Sam? I chipped into a camera for him. And also there's another thing which is arriving soon. Like, yeah. Alright, let me see if I can get this thing up. We'll see the highlights coming through as well. I'll show it in the break. Remnant Shovel would make sense. Hey, it would make sense, I suppose, because the remnant of the team fight or whatever. The remnant of, I don't know, maybe it does. You could probably make that work. Oh, because it casts from where you would land, but you're already back out of range. This is a ghost ult location. That's cool. I like that. Ghost Shuffle would be more descriptive, but that's so cool. Do we know what's going on with the BLG jungle situation? So the leakers are now saying that Beichuan was the target of the trade, and they couldn't reach an agreement, so it's fallen through. So the legend goes. Also just seen that Weibo just picked up Despair as a coach, so we don't know what's happening with Nofe and Weibo. So that'll be a thing later today. Alright, get into some highlights. Beichuan would have been interesting. Yeah, I mean, it would have been. I think Wei is looking so boomed right now. He's looking so boomed. I was happy we got to do some trivia. I should do more of that. I just don't always have the energy for it when I'm deep into the streaming, really. Hair care stream when? I'm not gonna lie, are you shitting me? One of the Fnatic world's winning players, Shushays, died at 36. Shushays died? Oh my god. Is there any details on it? Not that we need to know, but... Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, that's so sad to hear. 36 is so young. Shushay, one of the Season 1 World Championship winners for Fnatic, Shushay. Oh, that's heartbreaking. The first ever World's MVP? His family confirmed it. His family's confirmed it, so yes. Yeah, he was the tournament MVP, the first ever World's MVP. Cancer. Fuck cancer, man. That's way too young. That's way too young. That's way too young, man. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. That, yeah. Damn. Way too young. That's just so sad. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that, man. Well, remember your favorite players fondly, folks. I mean, no one's around for forever, but 36 is so young. Chaho MVP, absolutely. The OG, where is Deficio these days? I'm not sure actually. Is he still at I don't know, he was at Misfits for a while, right? Or something like that. Don't know about nowadays. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a cat. I'm gonna get myself a coffee, folks. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a coffee. You guys get yourself hydrated as well. And, what? Huh? Wait, who's getting a cat, Sam? Why? What? Huh? Huh? What do you mean we're getting a cat? What? Huh? Sam, we're getting a cat? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did no one... Wait, why did no one what? Cat. Oh, I said that. Oh. Oh. Okay, let me get that cat coffee. The thing is, like, at some point, I will have a cat. I will, and I kind of look. I'm yeah. That's when life's good. Life is good when cat.
让远在天边，近在眼前。
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加以旧换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。
做客电竞之城，拼出胜局，开启夺冠之旅。
Oh yeah, I should try and do the Revenant Shuffle. I should try and show you the Revenant Shuffle while I can. Whatever this one. Okay, let me show you this. Let me show you this. Is that actually showing up properly? Is that actually working right now? Well, is this fine? Wait, can I go to this? Is this working? No, that's not working right now. Okay, let me show you this real quick. Let me show you this real quick. Where do I teleport to? Okay, let's just level up a load. Alright. So this is what the Revenant Shuffle is. For those that don't know, this is something that happened in the last game. So we have this. Okay. So normally the way that you shuffle is, you know, you do this. That's fine. However, that leaves you out of position. So what the Revenant Shuffle is you wait for someone to walk over your soldier. You E for E in front, Q behind you, and you spam your R mid animation. So you do that, and it brings them back. That's the Revenant Shuffle. Now, the bonus of that is that you are not out of position when you do this. So again, like you can't, if you position it wrong and you body block, you stop. It won't work that way. So you have to make sure you go past them. And I ran out of mana. Good stuff. Good job, Alex. Great stuff. So you make sure you go past them, and you bring them back with you. And that means that instead of being stuck over here, you're over here instead. It means you're in a lot better position. Anyway, that's the Revenant Shuffle. I thought I'd explain that because it's fun. And that's the Revenant Shuffle. There you go. Am I behind the game now? Let me just do that again. There we go. Thought I was behind it. Ari may explaining his ear mechanics. I know mechanics. I know mechanics. But that's the Revenant Shuffle. You don't see it much in pro play. It's quite hard to do because if you do angle it wrong with everyone moving, you can end up getting body blocks and your dash stops. Because your dash stops on the first enemy champion hit. You need to make sure that doesn't happen. So you need to make sure that doesn't happen. Some viewers affected during the power outage, including a Spanish YouTuber. Damn, that sucks. Pilky the cat? Oh, Pilky would be a cute name. It would be. Oh, I'm still so cut up about Shushay, man. Like, I have so many fond memories of early League from people like Shushay. Cancer just sucks, man. Was game 1 close? No, not really. I mean, it was fairly long, but basically they can never engage. Okay, anyway, back on stage. I need to get myself my coffee. We already have pre-roll done, so that's good. Yesterday, Niski Game 3 made BDS another throw. I was casting that game, by the way. If you enjoyed whatever the hell I was doing on cast. Okay, right, let me go get that coffee. Alright, well, there's a draft for you, folks. Nice to have one of them back again. Let me get rid of that one thingy there. I gotta get rid of that too. Sorry, folks, just selling some stuff out on OBS side. Just to make sure that I haven't left anything around, which I shouldn't have. Okay, so... Lilia, very popular LPL carry jungler, allows a lot of our junglers to kind of take things by the scruff of the neck. And let's be honest, last game, Nio couldn't do that much. Nefiri's gone. So in terms of your premier carry junglers, really feels like that Lilia is the top of the tree. Shout out how huge jungle diff in that first game. Am I going to take some rest? I took some rest for the days before this, so I'm good for that now. Jace was left up and available from that last one. Gwen also available too. Jace better versus the Lily, you can hold range. Well, is it? Yeah, I guess so. Gwen has to go into melee range of the Lily, and sometimes that can struggle. Angel's Rise, something that he kind of used to get towards a World Finals, by the way. Remember, he is a World Finalist from 2020 on Suning with Bin. Arguably, he was better than Bin on that team for Suning. He was incredibly potent on stuff like the Akali. Corki locked in for the side of LGD to get themselves some physical damage. Can now potentially look towards a Corki Rel bot lane if they feel like it. Can also stick it into the mid lane, which does fine versus the Rise. You have a good level, early set, a couple of levels. Thank you, Blade. Wukong locked in. Ooh, hang on. That means we have the Wukong top lane. Sorry, let's catch up with this. We have the Wukong top lane, likely going into, well, going into that Jace. Wukong top lane was pretty good into Jace in the past. And Viego locked in for Xiaohao. Viego, a very good pick for him. Remember, you can ult backwards from the Lilio and go unstoppable. Stops them the CC coming through. You're okay versus the Wukong as well. Both fights at similar item spikes. Viego set up more for his team, whereas Wukong sets up more for his team. You know, two different ends of the equation. And we get into our second round of bans. FNAF now. EDG, I guess they assume the Corki's going mid lane. Yeah, that's good. At least it's a good player of it, right? Not gonna deny that. With no Yone, it's one of the better picks with the Lilia left. No Nautilus for something like a Kai'Sa if you wanted to play towards that. EDG lacking a lot of frontline right now. Not that LGD are fantastic in the frontline level, but you get a ton of resist from Wukong passive. He can be surprisingly tanky. Alistair banned away. Still have Rel. I think Rel feels quite powerful right now in this kind of draft. The ability to hard force. Could also go towards something like a Rakan. I don't think you want Zyra in these drafts. Too long range. Too long range. Armor and LPL? Yes. The Wukong top lane for Armor. Oh, what a player of the champion. I think especially with the Poppy ban now, easy Rel lock-in. No Alistair and Poppy, which are two of the worst matchups for the Rel, it feels like right now. So, bot lane for Xiao and YCX, what are you feeling like? Is it a Draven angle for Xiao? He is a player of it. Draven with an engaged support. Leona can go with the MF. Xiao can go towards the MF. Very lane dominant if you go towards that. Alright, no, Jhin instead. Wanted to play towards a bit more of the standard setup from AD. Why I say standard? A bit more consistent setup from your AD carry. Yeah, Oscarina did not have the best performance on that old Wukong top the other day, did he? Leona locked in alongside the Jhin. So double CC bot lane helps the lower CC top side from LGD. Yes, you do have a Cyclone. Yes, you do have the ultimate from Lilia 2 and that Lilting Lullaby. But those are ultimates you'd have to commit. These ones have your basic ability CC. Arn thinking about the Kai'Sa anyway with the Rel. Arn is a very good historical Kai'Sa. However, they kind of entered their way down into Group Nirvana with some choice Kai'Sa play versus WE. Monkey got the better of him in that one. They will lock it in. So EDG, good snap engage from the Rel. Realm Warp can make things a bit creative too. And if you get a good kill from that Kai'Sa jumping in, Viego resets, and the game gets interesting. Very interesting. LGD on the other side. I think if they don't give up the first kill, they have better damage. They have better damage and easier ways to get that damage down. We'll see exactly how these teams interact when we get onto the Rift. Of course we bloody well, it's a nothing burger statement. But I really feel like these two teams are, again, not standard team comps. We don't see this stuff much. You've got the Wukong, you have Lilia, two champions you normally see in the jungle, but one of them put into a top lane. Both these teams doing quite well in Group Nirvana. Neither of them have that, you know, breath on the neck right now in terms of that threat of being eliminated for the rest of 2025. It's likely RNG and OMG in that kind of mark right now, but still a game or two for them to play to see if they can save their souls. One of them will be going down. Let's watch that match on Friday, folks. If you watch that match on Friday, one of RNG or OMG will be eliminated as one of the bottom two Group Nirvana. Got a couple of games to go first, though. Let's get into game 2 here. Oh, the crispy audio. Crispy. Breaking news. Anyone else watch SpongeBob? Yeah. Breaking news! RNG and OMG fight for survival! Okay, I'll shut up. Let's get into the Chios. Oh, God. Oh! God damn! That's some vocals right there. RNG used to be good. RNG used to be very good. They used to be very good at League of Legends. And then they weren't. And then they weren't. It's very bad. Anything happening at level 1? So one thing we do have is, let me highlight. I'm going to highlight it for you, aren't I? Great. I'm wonderful. Praise me. Water in the top lane brush, of course, very important when you have champions like the Jace, who likes to dip in and out of... Well, the way you fight the Jace is by dipping in and out of brushes. I just draw something off the side of the screen. That's not very good of me. Oopsies. I have 2 screens now. I need to remember that I have those. I never had 2 screens before. But yeah, that top lane brush can help you achieve lane dominance in range versus melee matchups, particularly. Angel starts with that Rune Prism, gets a little bit of damage in a slow. Doesn't allow a second auto attack to come through. And Lilia's favorite camp in the game is your Raptor camp. Frank loves personal space. Jimmy also loves Frank's personal space. I'm funny, you can laugh now. What a great joke you say. Level 1, going forwards from Sassy. Use that passive. If you want to see very good top lane Wukong play for level 1, go watch the VCS, the Vietnamese scene. Go back and watch some games from a guy called Coated back in 2021 and 2022. Fantastic at the champion. 2020 as well. Level 2 hit. Angel knew that there was going to be someone walking across the river there. So now it's going Raptors to Raptors. Viego has already... I say knew he was going Raptors to Raptors. Xiao has done the same thing though. Went his own blue buff over towards the enemy side of the jungle. Has double buffs now. Taken away the Raptors too. Hasn't taken away the Krubs. Is on vision now. And we'll go over the wall and take those. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Wink. We were just talking about that. It's an absolute tragedy. Way too young. Shaho in the lane. Oh, Rune Prism comes through into the Spectral Maw. And that Corgi butt hits the ground. I know they float in water. Let's see if it'll float him down the river Styx nicely. Body picked up by Xiaohao. Could actually Valkyrie over... Yeah, you can Valkyrie over the wall. He Valkyrie over the wall. Very nearly steals the buff there. Creative thinking from Xiaohao to use the Valkyrie in the early levels of the Corki. Now has all of his regular abilities again. Now, he needs to be careful here, actually. Double buff picked up. Now he's gone too far. Now you've gone too far. Sassy's not going to be here in time. He's just... Creative at first, but there is a thin line between creativity and madness, and ZDZ has just given himself over as a freebie to LGD. Oh, my word. ZDZ, you can't be doing that. The top jungle, which have stayed together through RNG, through Weibo, through what have you, come together to int gloriously on the fields of battle. I don't get it. Like, you just had a really good opening with that kill into mid lane. And then, that should have been a great capitalization from Xiao. I liked Valkyrie over the wall there. It was good. You do get to jump at the enemy champion. If you time things right, as the Viego, in early levels before you can get out of a stolen body with your ultimate, so you don't have your level 6, you can wait until the end of the 10-second marker, use all of your abilities, change back into Viego, and then use all of your regular Viego abilities. And you can basically get a form change like you would with a Jace. It's incredibly powerful. You don't see it that much. But right there, it could have been clutch. It could have been so crucial. But then it was a huge mistake after, of course. ZDZ not helping at all. And now 1-0-1 for the Viego, for the Wukong, for the Lilia. Thrown that lead right the way back up to LGD. CDZ. Good shot blast on target. Doing okay in the laning phase, I suppose, after giving over that dumb first kill. Warrior tricks the back. Doesn't exactly help out Sassy that much. Sassy has been a good individual laner on the whole. Angel's going to get hit by Gets hit by a Swell Seed. Special Morb, not going to hit. Topping even out the lane. Dragon up and available. Hang on a second. Realm Prison available. Rune Prison. I keep messing them up. Realm Prison? What do you mean? Not an ability. Stupid name. Who would name something a Realm Prison? Ugh. Shout heading up towards the Grub's first spawn. Cull picked up for Arn. Arn's Kaiser has been what would I name it? You know, I'd name it a Rune Warp. I think that'd be a much better name. Rune Warp. Ha, we'd call it a Realm Prison. Stupid. Shaohao going topside. Sassy going in. Has the Cyclone now and looks to disengage. On target, the Blade Throwing King. That's a lot of damage. The double Cyclone actually ripping through his EDG that. Sassy's first Cyclone of the game. Saves his life. Also, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the refollow, EDG Wink. Good to see you back. Didn't realize you'd unfollowed. Grub's taken by LGD as Shaohao went towards topside. Did I do something wrong? I'm pushing him well on the spot side. Cashing in that cull as we said before. Recalling the bush. Angel doing... Angel is getting to the point of the game where he's going to get pretty scary soon. It's going to get pretty scary. Because you're going to get that, not just the you know, the Rune Warp. Best name in the game, you know. You're also going to get the flash after that for the root in place. So even though you can maybe flash away from the initial ult itself and the rise, I don't think you can do that from the full follow. That's a big problem. Yeah, the Rune Flash. Yeah, the Rune Flash. That's a great name. Much better than a Realm Prison. Stupid, dumbass ability name. So, no trade towards the dragon right now. Decent gold lead for the time. Very good time. Gold lead for the timestamp for LGD. Of course, need to hold on to it and do something with it. Where is this game won and lost? What does a winning team fight look from LGD? Good sleep. I mean, Wink might go for the... He actually might go for the Mikhail's Rel again. He has done that before. Mikhail's Rel can be very powerful. It can be very important in games like this. You can shrug off a Jin W, Lilting Lullaby. I think it's easier for LGD to find fights. You need Rel Flash, I think, for EDG to feel confident. Hang on a second. SQW. No, the wave's too much. Wave's too much. Hang on. That was, Yeah, anyway. Enough of that. Ooh, jumping forwards. Now he goes into a Cyclone. This is the problem of playing against that Wukong. Get that Crushing Blow again. Remember, every tick of that Cyclone reduces the cooldown of the Crushing Blows. Dragon started. Cyclone down. Sassy can't really impact the game like that now. With that now, rather. Dragon goes over towards EDG. EDG. I think they have more creative options available to them as a team, though. LGD, I think they can start 5v5s a lot easier. You know, a good Rune Warp, you know. Many great things can change things. Is the W going to land? Nope. Doesn't choose to pull it. Resets came through from LGD. You can look down onto the minimap. Hightailing it towards the bot side of the map. All 5 members piling towards that bot side. Sassy will now teleport top after... Oh no, rather XQW do that instead. Collect the wave on top. Plate goes down towards Arn though, who also has that Cull cashing in. Is this the kind of game where a Kai'Sa can carry? I mean, there's no game where a Kai'Sa can't carry with the right build. See exactly what build he goes for in this this one. What's my favorite ability name? I used to like Mordekaiser's old ability names because they were named after classic rock songs. You had like Mace of Spades, Children of the Damned, or Children of the Grave. You know, stuff like that. I really liked Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. What else is cool? Mortal Steel for Yone is pretty cool. Spray and Pray is a good one, yeah. Sassy getting at Demolition Tower, get himself a plate back. That's nice. Get himself, again, just a little bit ahead of the curve. Wukong's top lane tends to go towards the Triforce. Triforce, very good dueling item. And he's going to spot XQW. Damn, Ryze do damage. Ryze does damage. What other ability names are really good? Death Sentence. That's a nice one to shout out. Xiaohao. Does he have the E? Ah, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god. Gonna pull out the null from Nymaera? No, remember you can go unstoppable with the ultimate from Viego. Could have disengaged with that. But still, chased out of the river. And you can see the danger of Viego walking up to a fight where he is not supported appropriately. Yes, Yorick used to have the Omens. The Omens is his all 4 abilities. So he used to have the Riders of the Apocalypse, that one. Yep, the 4 Horsemen. 6 grubs claimed from LGD. Now that's kind of big. That's kind of huge. If you start winning in a side lane now, you get to leapfrog off of that very, very impactfully. The Omen of War, the Omen of Pestilence. Famine. What's the last one? I can't remember the other one. Death, I suppose. Hold on, just heard again. Sassy recall stopped by a Shock Blast. I don't think Xiaohao can really force here though, especially without the flash. Quite hard to do much about that, especially with Cyclone up and available too. Also, these are the double AD threats. And Wukong gets a lot of armor from his passive. A lot. What else is called? Unstoppable Force, Unstoppable Onslaught. The thing is, I like a lot of the names which I can play with, because I like making my own twist on them. So like I like Silas being able to steal some big things. It's fun. So I can kind of change the names, the villain's entrance instead of the hero's entrance. You know, small things like that. Super Mega Death Rocket. Mega Infernum Bomb. They're good. Oh, there's the Neela ult as well. Apotheosis. That's cool as hell. That means to become a god. Apotheosis. To become divine. Plates taken. 6 grubs make it very easy to do this. The cross map is slow from EDG. They're losing plates for nothing right now. Wink has flash. I mean, Arn has cleanse. Hasn't cashed in his Cold just yet. Does have the Kraken Slayer. Doesn't have the Q evolve, importantly. Hang on. Flanking teleport onto SQW. He does have flash. He has Valkyrie too. Is that going to be enough? He can get over the wall. Hit back, though. And the Hammer Blow will make sure that neither of those can be used appropriately. LGD, though. A little bit quicker on the rotation. They move from bot lane up towards mid lane. Can they force onto mid lane turret? No. 30 seconds till Dragon. LGD, I thought they should be in a much better position for that. But a good flank teleport from ZDZ. Sees them into a good position. Arn can get himself his cull off of this wave. They can give up the dragon. They have the first one. They don't need the second one if they don't want to. Bullet time's fun too. General, oh, Supreme Display of Talent. Perfect one for sure. That's great. And of course, the worst ability name in League of Legends is, of course, still the Realm Prison. Who would name an ability like... Definitely someone named like that. Nio, caught up against the wall. Magnet Storm comes in, and that is a very, very dead deer. Oh, Bambi, close your eyes. Dragon started up afterwards. EDG will take that one nice and easily. 2 dragons for them as Nio way overstays. Realm Warp to check what's happening with Sassy, who does have flash. Alright, okay, guess they didn't think they were going to use that in the next minute or two, so they use it for a free play. Going towards bot lane anyway. Y6 on bot side, hang on. There is no Flash and Angel now. However, that knockback ends up putting him out of the soul effect. Won't end up mattering. We'll go down anyway. Triforce Spike from Wukong, incredibly powerful. So Angel misreads the map. Y6 gets a good assist there on towards Sassy's Wukong. Jason top lane. Hang on. DD's out of the Fog of War right now. Doesn't manage to jump onto XQW from the looks of it. Just a little bit of damage, but not into melee range. A lot of vision control from EDG on the bot side. Ah, what happened here? Wait, did he put the ward down? Wait, did he put the ward down but not in the brush? Oh no, it was his ward. Right. So it's showing that... Wait, AD carries can buy wards too? When did that happen? When did that happen? Huh. Crazy. Witchcraft, I tell you. Witchcraft. Triforce Wukong is very powerful. It is one of the strongest spikes in the game, actually, Triforce. Like, first item Wukong is disgustingly powerful. It's not quite the Sundered Sky of old, which was, oh, goddamn strong. Arn has now got himself Q upgrade. He's cashed in his cult. This Kai'Sa can do some pretty mad things. Still just about even in gold with Shaya. A little bit ahead. He's pretty much just a hold the cold gold, actually. Ahead the cold gold. Couple of assists spread between the team. And Naya, that's a problem. He does have flash. I don't think he'll get to use it, though. Center of that W, the watch out, Eve. The hammer blade comes through. Use the flash already. And the acceleration gate does some work. Shock blast also puts some damage down. Right, remember, Viego can get some resets. That is the big thing. Is Viego going to get a reset? He's on the wrong side of the fight. And Angel goes down again. The wing's torn off. Solar Flare pings onto Wink. And Jace goes down to Angel with a series of flubs. And EDG, no resets to speak of. Can't see the team fight out. 5 people strong for LGD on the top side. And a Zenith Blade catches onto Arn. You'll have to cleanse and ult away. Flash forward from the YCX. We'll force some defensive tools out of Arn. Use that 6 scrubs effectively to take down another tower. Take down a tower. It's the first tower of the game. Hey, thanks for saying. Hey, no, you see. I hope you enjoyed them. Well, you did enjoy them. You literally just said. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them. That's the way I phrased that. Herald now started up. Can you really look to do anything here? Wink's coming back onto the board. Nio has flash, has level 11. Level up on Xiao Hao. Just the extra stats are nice. Of course, doesn't have the ult, just used it. I need some more fun facts. What other fun facts do I have? You can tell the difference in how modern or ancient a spider species is by the type of pincers it has. If they're like pickaxes going up and down, they're ancient. If they're side to side, they're more modern. I mean, it's a good escape from ZDZ. Teleport location. Not great from Angel, man. I don't know, he just gets separated out very quickly. XQW pounces on the targets very well. Great Solar Flare. And ZDZ, I mean, completely shut down. Hey, Harry, good to see you. Soul Flare again. Realm Warp doing things, bits and pieces, and there's no reset again. The Ignite will take him down. Viego does get an assist, but it's a 1-for-1. Kill over to Angel. Nice golden pocket for him, I suppose, after a couple of failed plays in a row. Herald wasn't taken beforehand. LGD splitting the map a little bit too thinly. Will get themselves the Herald off the back of this, though, all the same. Wait. Maya, my cat is here. You better say hello to her. Hello, Maya the cat. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Maya. You were working with the fuzz. Okay, I hope that the fuzz were accommodating. Fox Overlord. Yeah, that's a hell of a spelling of your name. Okay, so what happened here in this bot side play? This is where the 1-for-1 came out. Good jump out for Xiao Hao. Does land the first two, and they just don't run into YCX again. YCX has been doing a hell of a lot of work just appearing where people don't expect him to. Multiple times now, he's jumped out in bot lane or into this bot side skirmish, and he's gotten some really good value. YCX might even be my player of the game so far. Great rotation off of the Fog of War. Dragon's now up. Herald used in mid lane. 6 scrubs, of course, to keep pushing 2. Xiao Hao has the Moss Stomp of the extra shield, which is why he does have the extra shield on his person. It's been helping him a little bit. They don't take down the mid lane turret, but they'll take a good chunk of it. And 6 scrubs means they can finish that off whenever they please, really. Well, whenever then there's a wave available. A full lethality gen coming through from Shaya. FYI. Dragon will go down to LGD. EDG not wanting to stick around for that. No cross map available for EDG. They've been slow on their cross maps of EDG. They've been quite slow on them. It's one of the reasons they're in Nirvana team and not up there in Ascend. Now, as we were saying before, one wave is all it takes. Ult comes through. YCX, another good engage from him, and Xiao Hao completely caught out. He has had a poor game, has Xiaohao, after a wonderful game one. Jin ult comes through in that lethality. Oh, yeah, it's lethal. Angel flashes out. LGD clean snowball from them in this game. Up 3,000 gold, going on 4,000. Cleaning up towers across the map. 6 scrubs being used. They haven't even fallen down to a sole point. And EDG seem bereft of options. You fixed their emails. Nice. Cool. I'm glad, Harold. Did you know when Leona hits Zyra, Zyra gets bigger? Yes, due to photosynthesis. I did know about that. Also, skins with sunglasses used to take 1 less damage from Leona's sunlight passive because they were wearing sunglasses against the sun. It was fun. Yeah, Lilia is a problem. Lilia is now at the big problem point where not only do they do way too much damage, they also have a Seeker, so it's hard to kill them. Sassy is caught out in a side lane, though. He is not the Lilia. He is not necessarily the problem. Loses the flash, loses the ultimate. Glad to get out with his life there, I suppose. Nice takeaway of a resource or two by EDG. Did you also know that there was the lore of ninjas applied to League of Legends? It's from old TV shows and kung fu movies. If you face a single ninja on the screen, it's a very powerful ninja. If you face 100 ninjas, then they're not very powerful. So if you had multiple ninjas on the same team, they would do less damage. But if you had one ninja on the team, they'd be stronger slightly in terms of like plus 1 AD or minus 1 AD. Great pick from YCX again. YCX has been fantastic. I think this guy has been everywhere he needs to be, hitting the right engages. Yes, dies in this fight, but he does everything he needs to. Oh, just close on the skill shots. Good side steps at least. Fight on the top side, Sassy. No flash, no ultimate. And he goes down very quickly. Didn't even need to use the ult. And now, well, that's a teleport into somewhere. Teleport flash. The SQW comes out. Now, the deer might be a problem. And so could the Jin, the serial killer. Sets them in their sights. Can they get the cancel on the realm? Well, they can! Oh, it's another shield of daybreak. YCX cuts off the escape route by stopping the Rise Realm Warp. EDG. Good play initially in the top side. Can't lead it through to anything, though. And it's looking more increasingly likely that LGD will walk away into a game 3. Atacon comes down, given the GA. Bit early to take this, actually. Can they delay it a little bit? I'd like to see it so it overlaps more cleanly with the Baron and the next Dragon spawn. So it doesn't last that long. I suppose it's 2.5 minutes, but they'd have to take these things now on spawn time. I think they could have waited maybe another 10 seconds or so. Didn't really feel like they needed to have everyone there to take it either. Could have burst it down, take it to low HP, wait around a little bit, smite to finish off later. Oh no. Did he just hit a swirl seed onto someone else to get that Riftmaker proc? Huge. If you had Surge and Shen and Nurse Akali, oh, hang on. Nurse Doctor skins would nullify that nerf because they're in their, they're in their day job, No, ninjas are like, they moonlight as ninjas. Like, if they're doctors during the day and night, it's just a different role. Are there any other ninjas from Shen's Akali? Kenan's the other ninja. Kenan is the other ninja. He's part of the same clan. The Kinko Order. YCX on the flank again. And now he can go forwards with even more impunity. 2 levels up on Wink, by the way. He's dropped a lot of XP. Second rank of that solar flare. Ambassador's not a ninja. She is from Noxus as well. Arn, hit by a big one. It's a W in return. Wink caught out. I mean, that's not the target you really want to be hitting. They do have the Atacon, though. Flash forwards. Swazi doesn't land for that. Angel will be able to get the Realm Warp out this time. Oh, the 4th shot. Wink thought he was safe. Nope. Eyes shut. Both of them this time, not just the one. LGD, very clean snowball. 8,000 gold ahead. Well, 7,000, I guess. Whatever. Round up to 8. I know technically it's not worse, but, This is not going to 40 minutes, folks. Much shorter game. No pause in this game? Nope. I could always think of more trivia for you. Okay, so here's a conundrum for you. Lilia is kind of a centaur, right? But not with a horse, but with a deer. How many rib cages does Lilia have? Do you have a human rib cage? And then like a horse rib cage? Do you have 2? Do you have like 2 sets of organs for them? What is the anatomy? No, that's a bad way to phrase it. Ignore that brief miswording. Just think, how does this work, skeletally speaking? It's strange. It don't be working in the way that many people will be thinking it. YCX loses the celestial opposition, but happy to, again, position aggressively. Lilia coming out of base. Has a Medjai's, by the way, so is even faster than before at 10 stacks. 10% movement speed. On top of the Blooming Blows, move speed coming through as well. It's one long continuous ribcage. Ah, so Lilia is more like a centipede. Right, yeah, they have like connecting body parts like that. Anyway, ICX gets another engage. Very consistent has this player been at finding the right plays. Solar Flare to confirm the kill. You still have... Oh, that's a great center plate again. Forces out the ultimate from the Viego. And the Rise has to pull out the ultimate to save them again. Now, you don't have the Realm Warp. You don't have that Heartbreaker into the pit. And EDG with even less options to contest the Baron. CDZ, 20 seconds for him to come back up. I mean, what do? Do you have to full set? I mean, you are behind a ridiculous amount of gold. You have to find some way to steal it, right? Xiaohao walking up. Another engage comes through. Magnet Storm's not bad, but there is 0 follow-up. That's all. Arn is the only damage. He's being zoned off. Angel is, well, he's seen the full power of the sun. He goes down too. Shaya's Jin following up very well onto LGD's pick attempts. Has a full Infinity Edge, by the way. That's why he's hitting like an absolute truck. LG don't even feel like they need to go towards the Baron. Pushing towards that mid lane. Teleport in. CDZ's alive. Oh wait, can they actually finish this? Soul Flare comes through. Double slow, no stuns, but I don't think that's going to matter. No flash from the Jace. And yeah, the man of tomorrow finds his end today. Tower goes down. LGD will bring us to 3 with a very clean set of plays. Maybe a bit of a throw from ZDZ and Xiaohao in the early game. But make no mistake, LGD claimed this victory for themselves. Well, that would be, hello, how's it going? My name's Nymaera. For those of you who are less familiar with me, I know I'm slouching here and I'm making myself comfortable because I do this from my bedroom. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. Of course, this is no dig at the LPL English broadcast. You are doing a great job. The reason I say this is that if you are watching someone stream the LPL right now, whether it is LPL English, and I absolutely go watch them, they're doing a great job as well, or Hysterics, or myself, or Kitty, I Will Dominate, Yamato Cannon. Understand that no one's getting paid for this anymore. I know a load of regulars are in chat and you'll have heard this all the time. But yeah, just it's important to do the spiel that no one's getting paid to do this anymore. No one's on the lolesports page anymore. No one's getting the social power behind the big brand accounts to tweet out when their content and their broadcasts. It's much harder to follow the LPL now. It's much harder to get a following and to make something special out of the LPL. So we try and make something special on our own streams as well. If you love the LPL, make sure you're supporting your favorite LPL streamers. That's enough about that. And yeah, thanks for choosing this place to watch it if you are. And if you're not, you wouldn't be hearing this, so mute point. 3-game series. No pause this time. I need to think of some more... Wait, are there any more fun mechanics I could show you? Let me think. Maybe I'll do that some other time. Sometimes my CPU gets annoyed when I'm running OBS and League and all of my chats at the same time, so maybe I won't do that. Keep yourself hydrated, folks. And, yeah. What else can I do during the break? What else was I doing before? LPL English still posting the TikTok edits made by the OG production. There is no OG production, though, is the thing. Thanks to T1 winning Worlds, no more LPL broadcast. Yeah, Faker kind of flash W'd my job out of existence for a while. Thanks, man. Yeah. Words on stream? Is that a browser-based thing? Today I learned there's an operation to make someone taller. Yeah, there is. You can kind of like splint people's legs. Yeah, you can kind of like, yeah, break some bones and make them grow back a little longer. Oof. Aren't they in touch with the LPL English crew? No, they're not. They're only in communication as much as all co-streamers were. We're all in the same co-streamer Discord. So they're removing Ruinous and Voracious Atacon. What's Thornbound? It's not dissimilar to current Ruinous, where it gives you the flower grove. It also increases the value of your flowers by 25%. So if you get flowers, they get more valuable. But the big thing is, if you get the new Atacon whenever it comes through to the Spirit Blossom season, when you kill an enemy champion, there is a AoE damage and slow around them. It's not the biggest thing, but it means that if you kill someone, there's an AoE damage and slow, which is kind of broken as hell, you know? Yeah, it's nasty as hell. The sound of passive, well, it's instant, not like with a cooldown, but like a armor. I will get hydrated energy, I will do. Okay, what am I doing? What am I gonna do? Well, I have a coffee. Yeah, did someone say like words on stream as a... What is words on stream? I've never... Okay, no, I say died. Is it on browser? I've never played words on stream, so I don't know what it's like. It's an extension. Do I need to activate anything? In order to get better results, reduce the delay rates on it. Low days, you might have done that, okay. Okay, authorized. Okay, what is this? What do I even do with this? Waiting for the host to start, I can do that. Okay. Yeah, we'll maybe do it in the break. Compliment for Harold. What do you think? Hey, Sam, thanks for the resub. Thanks for the resub. $44 months sub from Sam. Jesus Christ, that's a long time. That's almost a year. Yeah, we're going to game 3 in our first series. Delays way by BLG a little bit, but hey, whatever. Ooh, the tight mathematical sound. Cool. Okay, right. How do I do this thing? Oh wait, no, wait, that's the thing. What is this? Ah, that's really loud. Wait, that's really loud. Why is that so loud? Sound effects on, volume down. So how do I get people to join this? Whatever, let's quit that. Okay, I'll leave that. So Harold said, "Can we got a compliment?" That's cool. That's cool. We can definitely do that at some point. What's in stream? Cool. Oh, I've cropped this the wrong way. No. Okay, we're gonna work with this. So how do you do this? Right? Do I have to enable it an extension, or do I have to do something else? How do we do this? What's the play? What's the play? What do we do? That's really loud. I can just start. Oh, you can type the advanced in chat? Cool. I didn't even know that. Cool. Okay, cool. Well, this is words on stream. You can do your thing now. I guess this is only on Twitch chat, folks. So you can only do this on Twitch. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, so I don't get to do it. It's just you. Oh, cool. That's how it works. Awesome. I get you to entertain yourselves. Incredible. Damn, that's cool as hell. Can I do it for multiple chats or just for one? I guess it's just for one. Sulfur's the big one. Damn, nice. And it's spelled the prop way as well. There's rush push. What else? Oh, does it unlock? Wait, what does the padlock do? Do slurp. Congratulations, level 1. And I do. Wait, I can do it in my own chat as well, I guess. You can only guess once between each padlock. Right. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Oh, is there another P? Because there's the P star on the 4-letter ones. Plus. I don't know. Running out of ideas. Not that I've thought about them much. Good job, everyone. You're doing great. Hey, that's not about hustle. Yay! Good job, everyone. Nice, nice. We'll do another one. Groin, yeah, that's a good one. Region, nice, that's a good one. Wait, ogre's in there, nice, cool. The letters changing really annoy me, actually. Nice. Nice a lot. Damn. Really weird dog. Ergo. Damn. Tesco Ergo some. I shop, therefore I am. Got gore. Angie, you didn't get gore? Surprised. So close to Grimoire. So close. Damn, really smurfing this round. There's another 5 one, a 6 one though. Region. Has anyone done iron yet? Yeah, we have, yeah. Just got it now. Eggnog. No. Damn. That's my guess. Eggnog. I really hate it when the letter's gonna flicks around. Ignore. Nice. Cool. It's the big one, isn't it? This is a fun game. I should do this more. This is good. Yeah, it's yeah, Ivan. That's the letter. Yeah. Almost Gennaro from LEC. Almost. Oh, close sec. Sean's doing this. It's gonna seem really obvious, right? Yay. Nice. Cool. Which ones have we missed, did it say? Cool. Alright, cool. We'll leave that for now, and we'll do something late in a bit. Cool. Alright, let's get into game numero 5. 3, rather. Yeah, good stuff, everyone. You did good. Okay, so EDG. I don't know, man. They kind of threw away a lot of what happened in that early game. Jungle matchup went to hell compared to their previous matchups, previous game rather. They made some decent kind of like map plays, but they were just too slow to the punch. They were a little slow on their cross maps. Okay, LGD. They are the team which are 3-0 in Group Ascend, right? They're 3-0. Not Ascend, Nirvana. Yeah, they're our best team in the LPL, 3-0 in a Group Ascend. Hell yeah. Yeah, they're 3-0. EDG, if they lose this, go to 2-2. If EDG lose, it opens up a world in which one of OMG or RNG can maybe escape. Same with Ultra Prime. Yeah, Ultra Prime still had to play OMG, so there's some question marks there. Yeah, I also find myself randomly humming LPL music. Hey, sorry, I was zoning out for a second there. I'm allowed to zone out for a little bit, just as a treat, you know. Alright, there's the music, time to dance. That bass drum really kicks you in the ear, doesn't it? I didn't run adverts. Ah, that's a problem. We'll have to do that later. So, Yone taken off the board. No, something like the Yone Sejuani. Jace gone now, of course, too. Rumble. Gwen available. And that'd be something which both teams might angle towards. Varus down. Callista available. What else? the Vi, Kalista, both going to be considered, I suppose, as a ban. Neferi as well. Are we going to leave both the Vi and the Neferi open? Yes, we are. It's the first pick. Jungle matchup has been very important this series. It's been a jungle diff in both the games that we've seen so far. Neferi locked in for Xiaohao. LPL have loved this pick, but LGD can lock in towards a Vi plus an Ahri with no Talia on the other side as well. You can't lock that in. Want a not so fun fact for trivia night tonight? Sure, why not, Burfun? Hit me with it. Okay. Locking towards the Ambassador first. Look, the Vi isn't going to get locked in for EDG. If they want to lock in, like, Ambassador Ahri instead, and then go towards the Vi on 3, that could have potentially saved them losing one of those picks towards EDG. Renekton, good matchup into the Ambassador. Unlikely to see that locked in, and it is. Angel's Victor have been very potent for him. Still, not easy to play Victor into Ambassador Vi, and then I would guess something like the Ahri for XQW as well. It's not easy matchup into the Victor in mid lane. It's one of Ahri's worst laning matchups individually. But as soon as it becomes a 2v2, pretty hellish for the Victor. Hey, Scorpio, good to see you. And the Ahri is locked in. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Burfun. We were talking about that earlier. Yep. I want to see if in LEC this weekend I can reach out to some of the players and teams and see if they can hover Gragas for Shushe in Champ Select. I want to see if we can get that happening. AD carry, it's banned away from Arn. No Zaya, no Draven. What is available now? Ezreal seems to be one of the biggest ones left. Good follow-up for something like a dive combo like LGD. You can throw the ults and dash forwards with them. You don't have the Jhin anymore, of course. Ezreal locked in for Arn instead. Yeah, I wonder whether you should have gone for the Ezreal yourself on 4. I wonder whether that would have the play. Maybe they were more afraid of the Alistar on the other side, but if you have the Ezreal, it's not easy to get the Braum through laning phase. The Alistar through laning phase. Really? Don't know about the Zeri. I mean, it's okay follow-up. And okay, now Sivir I actually do like. That one I do like. Comes through. Helps you run forward with the rest of your team. Helps Alistar and Ambassador have some more sticking power. Well, these are compositions. LGD on the aggressive side of things. EDG trying to play range and trying to play disengaged a little bit. I do walk away feeling like Ambassador via Ahri has a lot of offensive options, though. Braum can't stop a Vial. Can't stop an Ambassador roll. Maybe you can stop bits and bit damage going towards it, but that feels not easy to work with. The Braum will be a huge problem. I don't know if he will be. I don't know if he will be. Hey, maybe I'll be approved wrong. We shall see. Let's get into the game, shall we? And see how this first series ends off. I'm gonna have to run some adverts, folks. Apologies in advance. Just 1 minute of them. Should have done that Death to Champion select just to make sure there's no pre-roll for people on Twitch. This is only for Twitch. On YouTube won't affect you. Just wanted to make sure that people aren't getting slammed with adverts as they come into the series. Feels a little bit nasty, you know. So we'll knock them on, and we'll get through to things later. All right, let's get to it. Holy moly. That was much louder. I hadn't put the volume all the way up yet. It's yep, that person is very loud. Anything interesting to talk? That's a lot of pings. God damn, the pings do be pinging. So both of these AD carries are doing pretty much the same thing. They are trying to get their, well, they're trying to get safe, non-interactive laning phases and try and get their support more active early. Alistar has been very good with stuff like Varus, Ezreal, Jhin because of this. The Sivir, pretty happy in the same way though. We do have a bit of a desync audio. I'm gonna have to restart that real quick. 1 second. Do that really quickly. That should hopefully solve our audio issue. Just doing this just because we had a bit of an issue with the audio there, and that's very important we do that right there. This means that we get to see their early invade. We did see the start of it. I'm going forwards to, yeah, threaten those Qs. Xiaohao gets a first camp steal of the game. That's important. The Braum has a level 1. The Alistar doesn't really. But you're losing. Found a tower now. So you don't lose the XP. Do you lose the gold? Lose 2 minions. 2 melee minions. Get the rest of them. Had to use your support stacks, though. Sometimes it's a bit of an overpush to do this. But still, wave push. Normally you overpush to achieve this. No, the tower shot actually makes things a little bit difficult. Headbutt away. Q missing from Xiaoya. That could be a problem. Shield comes up. YCX and Xiaoya maybe outplaying themselves a little bit. It is the problem where you overpush a wave, and the enemy team gets to use the tower to push things back towards you. You never want your wave to hit the tower early in terms of XP. Mid lane, Charm misses. Early level 3 hit from XCW. Hang on a second, he's into trouble now. Oh, if the second Q hits, that's a problem. Has to flash it. The bleed would have been expunged, and the next one would have been applied. XQW overpushing. So both mid and bot lane from LGD overpushing and getting punished. EDG 1 draft hard. If they... I actually don't know if I agree. They don't have any engage options. And they don't have a great way to deal with Vi and Bessa Ahri diving on a target. I think their composition is way more coherent. But as long as LGD get out of this bot lane okay, which they should have been able to with the Sivir, but, you know, losing the summon is not the best thing ever. I do think that LGD are much better at clearing out the carries. And Nio has not been able to touch anything, by the way. He has 2 camps. He's down... Oh my god, he's down 3 camps already. That's ridiculous. Nio completely bounced off the map. This is the problem, right? LGD had pushing bot lane and pushing mid lane, but both of them overpushed and then turned things around again. Nio's going to lose the scuttle on the top side. Does he get access to it on the one on the bot side? I don't think so. Struggle street for LGD. Vi won't ever be able to play the game later, as long as you get CC on someone, so the Ambassador and the Vi can ult on top of them. The Sivir can like, push you forwards. I think it's fine. Like, Arn only has 1 E, 1 flash. When Angel gets himself something like a Seekers, maybe that changes. Maybe that changes for EDG. LGD have a lot of go buttons, EDG don't. Legitimately, their best engage is Renekton flank or Neferi ulting at you. And just like, you know, dashing at you. It's not easy. I think the Neferi is probably going to take over the game at this point. That's a problem. Dark Seal first back from SQW. Doesn't have that flash. Ah, he doesn't have flash. It's a bit spooky. A little bit spooky. The spooky, scaring skeletons. This is why I say I don't like Victor match. The Ahri Victor matchup on the Ahri side of it. If I play against an Ahri, I do actually play Victor. I think it's a very good matchup. Until the jungler comes mid and forces a play to get Ahri ahead of the game, Ahri can really struggle. Once you're ahead of the game, sure, you can keep playing. And but your threat is never in the 1v1. Your threat is in the 2v2. Not bad Q there from Xiaoyu. The spell shield gives the heal. One of the bigger changes to Sivir, of course, is that the spell shield gives a heal rather than mana back. It's a free cost of that mana still, but yeah. $1,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. It's ridiculous. Spread across all lanes. Cole puts in for Shire's Sivir. How much can LGD give up in terms of objectives before this becomes an issue? Dragon started. If Nio can get a dragon, that's huge for LGD. Because it means that you delayed, like, the very bad time. Hang on a second. I don't know if you want to go in for that. Oh, they really feel like it. Braum Pass is coming through. Heals pulled by both sides. Great damage onto the Ezreal. And the Q comes back. Doesn't flash for the backswing. Damage onto an AD carry is always more important than damage onto a support. When you get a few levels under your belt. It means that if you can take down that AD carry, the support doesn't really have the damage to carry the fight. Dragon not finished. So LGD not able to get that dragon. Talked about it potentially being very important. Saw this kind of matchup yesterday. It works because the Vi can be so aggressive. Yeah, it can be. But now at this point, you can't. In the LPL, Neferi's been very good at just permanently going into the enemy jungle. Getting ahead, looking for an early kill. And as soon as Neferi gets an early kill, feels like the game's over. I've seen so many games solo won by Neferi's in LPL. Rob's finished. Vida's trying to recoup some farm. Level 5 to level 6. God, he's level down. No, he just uses Q as well. Sees his red buff getting started. Braum's on the roam. Of course, Braum's so strong in that early lane as well. Nio would have to look for a Smite Steal. Doesn't have a wall to put in the brush. YCX punted out as well. Where does Nio go? Where does he go? He takes his wolves, I guess. But he's scrounging farm. The Ambassadors are losing lane. Mid lane, losing lane. Bot lane, even-ish, but they weren't able to use that to actually do anything because Braum's better on the roam. So even though it's not quote-unquote a losing lane, it's still the same problem of it because they come and make it your problem. Okay, good spell shield. Great damage with the press the attack, actually. Short trade's working out well in their favor there. LGD have got to find a way to hold on. If they hold on, game's huge. Pops the ult. Braum passive being threatened. Another Q hit that would have procced and he would have likely died. So Sivir ult blown for free. I think LGD's level 1 and level 2 planning was very poor. I think they overpushed in that bot lane. They didn't allow a push into a roam into the jungle. I think that Shia and YCX too focused on their lane, potentially. That was a big problem. No, it does have level 6 now. We'll spot out the Neferi in the brush. That's information enough. Xiao Hao. I've always held this guy in high regard. I don't think he's necessarily delivered on that in the last year or two. Sadly. He wasn't the problem when Weibo started last year. But, yeah. Tried his best to land on his feet. He was, of course, an LGD player when I was first casting in the league, 2023. Ooh, ult misses from Sassy. If he'd started a long enough fight, potential of Nio heading towards top lane and ulting in there as well. Link, thank you so much for the resub. Turtle SQW gonna get hit by that Cow Storm now. Yeah. Does he have to ult with the charm missing? No, should be fine. Catalyst gives you a little bit more bulk to survive that. So he can recall, teleport back onto the map. The problem is, he's not around to help Nymaera do anything again. Look at the jungle gap in terms of the farm. Nymaera is at least on the same level now. That's just because levels take more XP to get between at this point. Who have I got this game? I mean, I still think the competition from LGD is good if they get to a point where they can pull the trigger. I just think that Vi's going to pull the trigger and immediately die, and it won't matter. I mean, EDG don't have go buttons later. It's not the Hextech Rift, at least. It's a second dragon. I do like LGD's comp. It's just how much can they withstand to get to a point where it's activated. I think a EDG win at this point. I think EDG win at this point. It's such a huge early game diff. Ah, he's gonna spot out the Neferi again. Has the Q. Get out with the Blast Cone. Does Shao have follow? Yes, he does. There is a flash available from the Vi, but there's a W from the Neferi. What does Nio do? Q's over the wall. Flash away. Does Nio flash? Yes, he does. How the hell does he get out of this one, though? I mean, spoiler, I don't think he does. W for the extra damage, potentially, and the bleed will kill. Or rather, it won't. Nio has a Q. How much mind games can he do? Not enough. The Hounds find their quarry. Nio goes down. It has been a disaster for Nio. No help from his lanes. In a bad jungle matchup when you fall behind, Xiaohao sinks the Fangs in. Drop's gonna get started up, so it's gonna be all objectives towards EDG. Good spell shield. Good trade onto Arn somewhere in the middle of that too. There were double ults blown from Xiao and YCX while we were off screen. Well, they were off screen rather. So all 6 grubs taken. Early feats of strength for the objective markers. 3 of them down now. Where can LGD start to fire back? By the way, currently a perfect game. 13 minutes in. No kills, no objectives. No grubs. No grubs at all. No towers either. I doubt it'll stay that way. LGD do have the firepower to take people down. They pull their ults on someone dies, still. It's not like Ezreal and Victor scale badly, so it's not like it doesn't get easier. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a factor. You know, Ezreal and Victor are good late game carries. I will say it's just that EDG don't have a great way to start fights. This bit's fine, because they get to play through lane pressure, get to play through objective timers, that's fine. Braum early game is good at skirmishing. But the later it goes, LGD are the ones that can choose when and where a fight happens. Well, maybe not where, but they can choose when it happens. They pull the trigger. Cull about to be finished by Xiao. That's important. He does have Yuntel already. Can Xiao carry? There's no lock. Okay, this is a thing. This is a thing. Hang on a second. ZDZ. He's level 11. He does have rage. I don't know. He's got the ult. He's gonna double Q. Yeah, that's the Renekton. Heals through it. And that's the first ults of the game from Sassy and Nio. Not doing great deal. Well, not the first ult for Sassy. Not doing great deal. Oh, Xiaohao presses that W for the damage. Forces Sassy away from the tower. Cull completed by Xiao, the sole goal advantage on his team. How much can Xiao do? There's not that much CC for the Sivir. As in, like, it is just Renekton getting onto them. And Renekton hates playing into Sivir. What EDG will want to do eventually is just throw the Neferi at the Sivir, or hope that, you know, she's out of position. And just hope you can assassinate. Sivir can win this game alone, eventually. Sivir is so ridiculously good into this kind of team with no ability to stop her from auto-attacking. Good, still on track for a perfect game from EDG. No kills, no towers, no objectives for LGD. The whole idea of... Hang on a second, Shaya jumps on. This is exactly what we wanted to see happen. Hang on, Shaya. Press that W. Eventually into the game, that's how EDG might win the game. Jumping onto the Sivir, and she just explodes, really. Herald up and available. Ezreal, good value across, well, I was about to say that. Spell Shield tanks it up for Shaya. It's nice for him. Almost towards the Flicker Blades is Shaya. Ari recalling, has teleport, can join topside whenever they want. EDG, this is the kind... Look, they do want to be playing around objectives like this. They do need to get this Herald and to break open a turret. Because even though they do have, you know, 1,000 gold lead, that gold lead actually hasn't changed since 10 minutes ago, 6 minutes into the game. It's not changed that much. Ah, there was ult used by Angel and bot side, that's where they backed off. Herald goes down, claimed. Was there ever a perfect game in the LPL? Yeah, we've had a couple, I think so. Can't remember them, but yeah. Very hard not to have a perfect game at some point throughout all of the history. Sassy, Shahazan, top side of the map, needs to be a little careful. Since Grubs, well, I don't think there's been a perfect game since Grubs at all since Grubs came in. LGD needs to contest something, Vi perma-farming into Oblivion. I actually don't know if I agree. Look, as long as they're getting oh, this will be the end of the perfect game if they get the tower. Which they should do. Yeah, so this is not going to be the perfect game. Tower will go down. LGD at least saved from that. Oh, tower saved. All right, tower doesn't go down. I thought that'd be the case. But yeah, the point about, well, should you contest, blah, blah, blah. Look, I think 2-item Sivir, LGD want to buy as much time as possible. I know that technically their top side of the map is a very early game win condition. They don't win fights if they play right now. They just don't. This Neferi will just end the game. Very, very difficult to play around it. So we might see EDG not really able to pull the trigger that much. Wave clear from Sivir into Infinity. Try and get something on side lanes with Ambessa, Vi, Ari. That might be the game plan from LGD. I think actually good discipline of them to not just perma headbutt. Ooh, cast storm again. Nice. SQW. Yeah, not really able to do that much in the individual matchup. Has no teleport this time either. There's going to be an Ezreal to stop it. Is that going to be able to get there in time? It's going to be close. Nah, not quite. Off target. Off timing. SQW. Losing out an individual goal, but hey. Top lane tower will fall in this wave now. So no perfect game. LGD will take that on the top side of the map. Sorry, perfect game, believers. Not the case here. Tien saying, I thought Vi is good into Neferi? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Neferi presses W on the Vi ultimate, wins in the individual matchup. Even if you do it on the Q, it's good enough damage differential. What do I think is Sivir here? I think eventually Sivir can solo carry this game. There's not enough CC on the side of EDG to deal with Shaya. It's very hard to stop Sivir from auto-attacking and ricocheting through your team. I think this is a good Sivir pick. When you see the Ezreal Braum, the Civ is happy laning against that. They don't really have that much threat onto her. And they have done well in lane. Well enough, anyway. 20 seconds till the dragon now. Right, you have 2 items on your Civ. Is that enough to force a fight? There's no 2 items built by Arn yet. He's got the 360 stacks on the tier. Doesn't have that all-important spike. Ooh, good jump forward from Arn. Ooh, very good jump forward from Arn, actually. Wow, Shia, buddy, you can't be taking that kind of damage. Lazy skill shots. Hitting onto Shia. Very easy. Very, very easy poke. Shouldn't happen like that. Will this be the 7th tier 1 game with the player winning with all the kills on the winning team? I doubt it, but hey. It's happened 6 times before in tier 1. Surely it can happen again, right? Herald in mid lane. It's Dragon start. That was an Ezreal ultimate time. Not like the Ezreal ults of the past where you'd flip side lanes to make sure that they'd push in certain ways. Dragon goes to EDG, so LGD still not contesting. Still not doing that contesting thing, like at all. Right. Curious. How curious. Is this Nirvana? Yeah. Yeah, this is Nirvana. But this is, you know, I don't know. Come as you are, not. What's a really aggressive song? Breed, I guess. Anyone here have a favorite Nirvana song? I was a big Nirvana fan. I still am a big Nirvana fan. They are one of my favorite bands of all time. Nirvana and Guns N' Roses, I went through a phase of really loving both them in secondary school. I think my favorite song by them is You Know You're Right. That song they recorded, I think. Lithium's a great song. It's a great song. Sassy. On the sideline. An angel walks out of the frickin' ultimate. Now, see, they never really fought in Arcane, and they don't really fight here, I guess. They didn't contest anything, but they want to scale. It was Sivir. They want Sivir to scale. If they get towards Infinity Edge, I think she is really happy. Need to get to that point, of course, but yeah. Man Who Sold the World is kind of... It's a very good cover. Of course, it was originally a Bowie song, right? Yeah. Aneurysm. Yeah, good song. I mean, there aren't many Nirvana songs I dislike. There are ones which I'm like, yeah, very experimental. And just niche. Which isn't mine. It's just not my niche. Polly's good. Polly's good. Like About a Girl. Although, alphabetically, it was the first song that would always play in my phone library. So, I would always get surprised by About a Girl when I just plugged like the aux cord in and it randomly started playing music. It would always be Nirvana About a Girl. So my favorite band now, Linkin Park by far. Good charm on the south side. Yeah, Linkin Park are my favorite band. With Chester. I haven't really figured out what I'm doing with their new stuff yet. LGD, starting towards Atacon on the bot side of the map. CDZ will spot this going on. There's no contest. This is just going to go down. So LGD are going to get a free Atacon. Okay. They're still only 1,000 gold behind, by the way. It is soul point, 2.5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, they're looking for a fight just before Dragon spawns now. YCX is immediately going to lose that. Why did you blow your ult then? Why did you ult then? Of all times. I don't get it. Yeah, you what? Huh? Nio, potentially going forwards for an ultimate. Chooses not to. YCX, but he uses heal and ult, but had the Atacon, because it's going to die anyway. So strange from YCX. After such a good game too. Bring on the Horizon goes hard. I've seen them in a home gig in Sheffield. I went to uni in Sheffield. I know a lot of people who kind of grew up around Ollie Sykes. He was not the nicest person to be around for a very long time, folks. They're a great band. Ollie's got a reputation in Rotherham and Sheffield. But yeah, they're a really good band. I love Sempiternal and That's the Spirit. Those are very, very good albums. The post-survival human, blah blah, post-apocalyptic human survival horror was really good too. Really like that. Teardrops is just straight out of Meteora. Such a good Meteora, like, style track. 1 kill in 25 minutes. This is what we're reduced to, folks. So, hang on a second. Arn doesn't have a Brawn beside him, and there comes the Ambassador. This is the combo. You can talk about Ezreal being safe as you like. It is not safe versus that. 2 kills in 25 minutes. Doubled our kill rate. Well, Group Nirvana smells like ass cheeks. What the hell, Amber? What the fuck? Okay, Baron's gonna get started. LGD. Go towards this. They still have Sivir ultimate. You have the you still have the Atakan still coming up soon. Now goes forwards, doesn't catch Angel. Remember, he can't get the reset on his ultimate because they still have the Atakan keeping him technically alive. ZDZ, good damage. How much is Sivir doing? Not enough, I don't think. And the Atakan doesn't apply to Y6. It is just Sivir. LGD lose the fight. No one dies except Arn in that pick beforehand. So this is, I mean, the bit beforehand was great when they had all their ultimates. They didn't have it now. The Q misses. Angel turns it around. And they don't have a way onto him at that point. You're not quite at the point where Sivir will just kind of one-shot the whole team. Later into the game, Sivir will carry fights like this. You're just not at that point just yet. You don't have that Infinity Edge built up because it's still not built up right now. Dragon is now alive and, well, I guess LGD, they only lost their false lives, really. They didn't get the Baron. Dragon's now available. Angel's poking. You don't have flash from Nio, who used that in the last play. Dragon's going down. I mean, you have to go for a fight somewhere. Nio, what's the play? Do you go in for the ult? You have to go soon. Shield down from Wink. Nio, low HP. SQW flashes in, goes out. Well, jumps in, jumps out. No flash used just yet. Ambassador is now to the play. Themselves will go for the flip, and it's taken by Xiaohao. Ocean Soul for EDG and LGD. Maybe you should have contested a little more. 4 dragons to none. LGD, they have committed to a slow death. No cleanse Ezreal versus Vi. You can't cleanse versus Vi anyway, so that wouldn't have made a difference. The barrier's way more impactful. Feats of Strength completed at 27 minutes. Thank you for highlighting that in chat. It is very, very long. And EDG, they bided their time. They don't exactly have go buttons, but if you have a soul like that, force the enemy to come into you. Who needs that go button at that point? The objective dominance leads to fixing the flaws of their team composition. Hang on a second, there was a smite steal attempt. Naya went into the pit, didn't get it. Baron came through. Briefly zoning out. Solar casting will do that to you sometimes. I was ready to ride it off. Nio gets into the pit. That was why the crowd went wild. Doesn't manage to see off anything. Shout! Jesus Christ, the damage from that Q. Shout out. Do you want to go for anything more? Has the flash. Comes over the wall again. Threatening. 2.5 items. Goes forwards onto the Ahri. But there's no bastard waiting for that. Is a little bit far there, buddy. Xiaohao uses W, uses the flash and gets out. Charm flash falls onto Angel. He has a flash too, though, and they don't have the follow-up damage. They also have, remember, an Ocean Soul. Tends to be quite helpful. LGD just have not contested, have they? Shaya is just not doing the damage at this point. You need this Sivir to be carrying your fights. SQW doesn't get the damage he needs to either. Great Ezreal ult. Disengage. It's just very discoordinated. The Ahri's not jumping in at the same time. It's a mess. It's a mess. Back out onto the map. Of course, coming up later, we have Weibo versus BLG. Weibo just replaced their coach. When I say replaced, they brought no... Well, we don't know what the state of their coaching is. They brought up Despair, a famous coach of OMG 2023, amongst other things. He coached for top esports for a bit too. It leaves Nofe in a strange situation. Not exactly what's going to happen with him. BLG were rumored to replacing their jungle Wei for someone like Beitron. That deal has apparently not come to fruition. But neither camp particularly happy. That'll come up after this series, of course, after this game. Shia has Infinity Edge now. Is that the difference maker? I mean, the Ricochets are doing good work. Naya, does he go forwards again? Good damage onto the Ezreal. Can they follow up? Here comes the Sivir ultimate. Here comes the Ambessa 2. The shield might not be enough. The Ricochets are doing damage. Ezreal goes down. It's not bad damage from the side of LGD. The Sivir is doing work and ends up being, what, 3 for 2, all things said and done. Sivir hits 3 items, and LGD pull the trigger. Still, 2 left alive. They still have Ocean Stole, still have the last of that Baron buff. LGD, though, hitting the item breakpoints that they've been trying to hold on so desperately to make use of. Ricochets from Sivir. Nasty ass ability that when you get towards late game. No summoners now on Ezreal 2, of course. No barrier, no flash. Yeah, when you're 7 that, yeah, exactly, as Judge Peanut says in Twitch chat. When you're 7k down, yeah, taking a 2 for 3, you'll absolutely take that. 3 for 2, rather. Problem to fear with Ocean Soul is you can just drain tank. If Xiaoya gets Mortal Reminder, I think it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Karzal, that's exactly what I think too. I think basically what I think LGD have said is, look, we don't care about any objectives if you don't have CC and Sivir is like 4 or 5 items. It doesn't matter. Sivir, please carry this. I mean, maybe you can. You need to not give Elder. Elder does actually end the game. And EDG don't have engage. They need to use objectives. They need to use incredible advantages in both items and neutrals to make up for the fact that they don't have a go button. CDZ has teleport and flash. That can help, of course. Ezreal has Seekers, by the way, to try and stop some of that ultimate threat coming through from Vi. And I think that makes a lot of sense. He has AP ratios, of course. It does help a little bit. Just stopping that Vi ultimate can genuinely save you the game. On, clearing out waves. Side lane's forgotten for a little bit. Xiaoya with the Last Whisper has some armor shredding capability now. Not a piercing capability, not the Black Cleaver that shreds. Naya has that though. 2,000 of gold apiece in the advantage in mid and jungle. 3,000 gold for oh, not 3,000. 300 gold for Sassy in the top lane, and 3 items for him. Has the Death Stance. Not sure if he's going towards it. Hang on a second. Good Ezreal ult. Xiaoya, how much life steal has he got? Not that much. A little bit from Legends Bloodline, and that'll be it. Does have himself a Sorcerer's Pot, though, which is very important. Great damage on Xiaoya. You can't take that kind of damage, man. He has that sword with that Elixir of Wrath. It'll give him some physical vamp when he actually starts hitting champions, but only then. Is he going to be able to get to that point? Red buff will give him some regen while he's out of combat. That'll help. There's the Sivir coming through. Good range being kept by EDG. Naya goes forward. Arm pops that Seekers. That helps a lot. YCX goes in with the ultimate. How much is the Ricochet going to do? The Elder is not going to be flipped from this kind of HP. Big Ricochet damage. The ultimate from the Ambessa misses. YCX doesn't have his anymore. And the Elder might just finish him off. The Ezreal are doing a lot of damage. Xiaohao is comboed up. Again, YCX will go down. But the tools down from LGD, I think, is so more important. No big ultimates to use. Sivir. How much can they do with just Ricochets? Teleport back into the play. Ambessa coming back. Sassy, full HP. And it's a flip! It's a flip! And it's won by Xiaohao! Sivir goes down, Vi goes down, and the team follows. A 3-game series with 2 very long wins for EDG. 40 minutes in game 1. An Elder Dragon at 34 minutes for game 3. Very quick in game 2 from LGD, but they can't see that in this one. Victory to EDG. They'll drag LGD down to 3-1. EDG go up to 3-1 themselves and made things interesting in Group Nirvana. Edward Gaming getting a decent series for themselves. Nexus Falls, LGD interact for so little of the game, and they don't win in the times that they do. smile from Xiao Hao as he faces up against his old organization there. I'm sure it feels good for him to play against them. Series 1 of the day done. Remember to keep yourself hydrated. I need to go do the same, folks. Of course, next series up, Weibo versus BLG, promised to be a little bit more action-packed than this one. Promises to be that. Of course, might lie. Can always happen. Hello, welcome back. My name's Nymaera. I'm slouching because I'm lazy, and I can do that. I'm allowed to do that. I'm a shrimp in a chair. I'm gonna turn to the full like shrimp shape at some point. Oh man, long series to start the day. I'm back from my break after being ill for a little while, and yeah. Anyway, that's one of the games of all time. What are we gonna do while that's off? What are we gonna do while that's off? Yep, big stretch. Okay, we will have... I need to run some adverts now, just so you don't get any problems. I'm gonna leave you with the highlights for a bit, and then we'll play some more words on stream. Do I have anything for a snack? I'll have a think about it. Anyway, be right back. Hello, I've returned. I think I've been conditioned by Alex to drink coffee while watching LPL. Well, I need it. You don't always need it. Okay, let's go do some words with, not words with friends. Golf with friends is a fun game, by the way. Words on stream. Alright, let's go do that. Oh wait, we'll do the MVP first. That's more important. Oh yeah, roast from Pina compliment for Angie. Oh, Harold, are you still around? I need to use as well. Shao gets the MVP. Yeah, he just completely demolished the actual, yeah. Keep it down. Take a take mathematical sound. Yeah, so when Harold's around, let me know and I'll sort that out. Oh, Harold's being refunded? Okay, cool. Right, I guess Harold would have done it himself. I must have missed that one. Well, Harold's mod anyway. Hey, Zara, thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed my cast yesterday. I thought my cast were good. Alright, let's do that thing where we, wait, I can do it on YouTube as well. Huh. I can do both. Can I could technically do both. I already got that. I could actually, wait, I could put up a window for YouTube as well, but there's less people in YouTube, and I don't know how many would be chatting. Alright, there you go. Enjoy your words. Zeed. What the hell? That's a lot of explode, right? Okay, there you go. That's the big one. I got your big one. Sorry, folks.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人洛欣，在这里我们恭喜 EDG 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们有请到的是 EDG 的辅助选手 Wink， 你好。
I'll leave it done, sorry. I don't want to cover their faces.
ED 的辅助 Wink。好的，欢迎 Wink， 恭喜你们拿到了队伍来说非常关键的第3分啊！而且我们从赛前 Angel 的志在必得就可以看得出来，你们今天也是下了相当大的功夫的。想问问现在的心情怎么样，跟大家分享一下。
现在心情还是很开心的，毕竟送支卡放假了。
好，那今
天也可以看到啊，决胜局打的是非常的凶悍，但同时也是打得相当的谨慎。那可以看到，从头开始，小浩就把这个压制贯彻到底了，也是非常的小心谨慎，拿下了全部的野区资源。那想问问你们在第2局失利之后，大家在决胜局开始之前是制定了一个怎样的思路来应对呢？
第3局的话，就 BP 完的话，就大家慢慢玩就赢了，那吧。
就是慢慢，只要 BP 完了，你们就已经很有信心了，对吗？
是的。
好，可以看到第3局
Can I run 2 of these at once? One for Twitch, one for YouTube.
才拿下战斗先机，每一步都稳扎稳打的。那龙魂团那波也是奠定了后面的走向嘛？当时的情况是怎么样？可不可以给大家再重现一下？
当时水龙魂的话，我们先站住了位置，就慢慢破壳吧，然后对面会一直掉血的，等他们冲就行了。
好，等他们冲就行了。说到这里啊，包括后面远古龙也是成功的抢龙了，但是可以看得出来，对面和你们一直都在拉扯。那当时想知道一下你们比拼情况是怎么样，小浩有怎么表达吗？因为最后他也是逞下了这个远古龙。
当时上路就说他要 B 吧，然后 TP 出来，然后我们正面的人就。 说把龙拉掉，然后最后没拉掉的情况下，只能被迫拼成了。
是被迫拼成的，不是计谋中的一策吗？
是的。
是被迫，但不过你们这个机会抓的是非常的好，今天也是如愿拿下了对于你们来讲非常关键的第3分，而且根据胜负关系的话，目前应该也是涅槃组的积分第1啊，暂时。那今天有把准备的100分100全部都发挥出来吗？
今天赢了的局发挥就80%吧。
80%。那接下来你们在涅槃组的组内赛还有一场和 RNG 的对决，有没有信心能够把这样良好的状态延续下去？
拿捏。
好的，好，那现在。 我们就期待他们之后啊，现在的积分呢可能还有所变化，所以你们也要把你们的整体的状态继续下去。我们也期待你们在之后的精彩表现。那我们接下来一起来看看精彩的比赛当中 spotlight 吧。
Calls in there.
稍微血可以往前顶。哎，我想飞他，我想飞他。来，往前追，往前追，往前追。蝎子吧，别被抓。别钱，慢慢打。别钱。慢慢打，会赢。赶吧，没闪。飞起追一点。他上跑起来了，上。A 塔 ，AD 没闪。我被打了。一波。兄弟们，带我跑啊！
没事，你前面牺牲的很好。前面啊，nice。
听我说，我想打架。就打架。你们跟我下，这里有机会的。这里看我下。过来看我下。有机会看一下。
There's another C in there.
死了。动吧。没事，你们就打，不用管我，他也不在，你们先。
Oh, one left. Damn, that's crazy.
咱补完吗 ？OK。那打架吧。打架。就看辅助。卡杀。
Oh my god, Rel, League of Legends.
中了，看看。
It's very close to Shellac. It's kind of material.
中了一波吧。
没闪，我也没闪，然后没到，我就要守啊。
Leclerc. Very close. Nice, good job. Perfect. Nice. Let's go. Awesome. Good job, everyone.
牛没闪的。我也没闪。我先来。我也没闪。
All right, we go again.
拉姆。慢慢打
就行了。
慢慢打，会赢，慢慢打。行啊。
慢慢。
牛都没扑。无力。
我们吃了他们15秒。
别，他们出来看小龙。
他们15秒，我们能站位置。
出来看小龙，
冷静一点。
I just want to turn that off a little bit just because I was hiding the whatchamacallits, you know, the thing. Huh. Damn. This is harder, I guess. Okay, one of the letters is fake. One of the letters is fake because it's a higher level. Right, okay. M seems to be fake. Biotech, awesome. That's great. First time chatter as well. Hell yeah, that's a valuable first time chat. Let's go. I'll give you a service. Oh, so the E is fake, right? Okay. No, the E isn't. No, the E is in there. The M is fake. The M is fake. And now we know which ones. Wait. Huh? And we have WBG, BLG. Bitches, it is a word. It is a word. But they probably don't want to use it for, you know, reasons. I'm messing around with my scenes so much, man. Echo's good. There's Etch as well, which we already have. We've got Tech in there. There's Tech in there. Ah. Nice. Good job, round. I didn't really do much that round. Okay, cool. I'm gonna leave that. We'll go back to that in a little bit. I'm just gonna turn my. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn my camera off. I'm just gonna order something in the background. I'll leave you guys to play this. But I have to like order some food and stuff. So I'll let you guys do this, and I'll just be doing some. I just gotta order some food because I gotta get something to eat. Ooh, what do I get though? This place is really good. One of the letters is fake. This is a quick turnaround though for the series. Wait, is it? Is it actually? Maybe it's not. Nice. Tongue. What's... Oh, mid laner MVP thinks I'm gonna move the other ways. Sorry, I moved the other way. Shahu has 8. Jesus, what? I'm just gonna make it even more difficult by just like randomly just moving the screen around so it makes it hard to look at it. Ooh. Sorry, I'll stop that. Okay, we have way over BLG now. We'll finish this and we'll get to actually talking about the game. Shame there's no yurt. Yurt's a word. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll close that for now. Well, this is our matchup. Way versus BLG. Ziggurat, damn, that's a hell of a word. I don't think there's a second G, was there? Oh, maybe there was. Was there? Yarb? Yarb? I can't think of more 4 letters when they keep switching around like that on the screen. And then of course we have BLG. Things have not been good for BLG. Like, very bad. I don't think they're making MSI. I think this team is on absolute freefall right now. They're in one of the worst states I've seen them in a long time, ever. So, it looks like the rumored deal between Wei and Beitran to change junglers is off. There was a rumor of that. But Wei has looked poor. The thing is, BLG are in such a difficult spot. Because it's not just Wei looking poor, and this is the key jungle matchup. It has to be that because Wei's been looking bad, and I think Tian has been quite consequential to his team as well. BLG, Bin is on bad form. He can't play Ambassador. Bot lane is inconsistent. On has MVPs into game losing performances. Elk has similar problems. Wei has been off form. And it leaves Knight largely being an elo Hal. I'm not saying he's playing perfectly either. But Knight is still Knight. But this team is so dysfunctional, not even he can be 1v9ing it right now. Which I think says an awful lot given how good a player he is. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Where's my, there we go, cool. All right, I'm down here again, yay. Very camouflage again. Tien is so much better than these show, yes, but he's also had some duff games recently too. I think a lot of the times when they've been struggling, I think Tien has actually been core to part of the decision making. They've just changed a coach, by the way. Despair has just come in for Weibo, which might impact things pretty heavily. We've got some interviews though, and we'll listen to them. Again, good headache.
来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣，在这里我们请到了 WBG 的打野选手小天，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG Type 的打野天。
好的，欢迎小天。那我们也知道啊，现在双循环的第一轮马上就要告一段落了。那相比赛季初期，整个 WBG 的状态有些什么样的变化呢？整体？
这一轮整体上我们的状态起伏比较大吧，就是会赢一些，然后也会输一些，然后就现在这样4杠4。
嗯，那说回来啊，今天你们等会儿是要跟 BLG 交手吗？你觉得具体的焦点会在哪个位置爆发呢？
今天跟 BLG 交手的话，自己要做好野区的部分，然后感觉这部分会比较关键，一些资源团战这样。
好的，我们也谢谢小天。 同样，我们请到的还有 BLG 的辅助选手啊，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
好的，欢迎欧恩。那经过前面你们连续的客场作战，回到上海主场之后，又是接连2天的背靠背的比赛，想问问大家目前竞技状态怎么样呢？
我觉得这几场的话，其实大家的竞技状态没有以前那么好，就希望后面的比赛我们能打得越来越好，进步一下。
那在你看来 ，BLG 目前最需要调整和提升的部分是什么呢？
我觉得最需要调整的地方就是我们在玩到一些阵容的时候，就是强势的点，该强势的时候要强势，然后该防守的时候要防守，做好这些吧。
好的，我们也期待今天在比赛当中你们的表现。
Right, I've ordered a wrap and some. I've ordered from a Lebanese place near me. It's really good, actually. Really good Lebanese place. Right. Get onto the stage. In Shanghai, of course. I think it's in Shanghai. Yeah, it is. They did play BLG Top Esports in LNG's arena recently. So. Hey, Harold, I did see you commented that earlier. I think that was refunded. I will give you a compliment. Let me think. You know, I could be eating like kiba and chikwama wraps. And that's what I've ordered in. However, what I really want to be doing is eating Harold Ham Hands. Goddamn delicious burgers and pesto pasta. I did see that, Harold. I just wanted to make sure you weren't, yeah.
首先欢迎微博 Gaming Tap Tap 上单 Breathe 打野
Harold is a very good cook, by the way, folks. Just rocks up and says, "Let me cook." And he does cook very, very well. I'm a big fan of Harold's cooking. Good bloke, good cook. Both on and off the rift as well. Alright, so there's some other things too. Compliment for Angie, I didn't do that yet. And I didn't do the roasts for Peanut. How do you feel being the cause of so many anaphylactic shocks across the world? You know, I feel like you would have stopped at being... Oh, hang on, no, sorry. If you were actual Peanuts, you would actually be relevant instead of just being a Twitch user. Oh, well, I don't know. In name only, you can be Peanuts and aspire to something greater than yourself, but that's okay. It's fine. And thank God I didn't talk about the player either. You know, it could have gotten worse for you. I know I criticize you for the order of cooking, but at least you're trying, you know? Like, there's still lots to learn from that. There's a place that does Korean lunch in like South Berlin for €5? You kidding me? Damn. Go get some Reese's Cups and cry. Yeah. And then compliment for Angie. Oh, there's way too much to say. Who wins? Well, that's the question, isn't it? Because realistically, this is a BLG team that is absolutely free-falling right now. But Weibo have just changed coach on the other side. Okay, compliment for Angie. Angie, I don't think you realize how ridiculously good your English is for someone that, you know, grew up in a different culture and a different language. Like, I mean, like, I know obviously, like, English is kind of ever present everywhere, really. But, like, you are genuinely very, very good at English. Like, and also, yeah, the fact that you are so multilingual is really, really cool to me. And I think it's awesome that you have that skill. And your English is very, very good. Anyway, we'll get into our 1v1. Yes, so, yes, sadly, Shushay did pass away. Condolences to friends and family. 36 years old is heartbreaking, really. Fuck cancer. We're into our 1v1 for Weibo vs BLG. And yes, Weibo did, I'm not going to say changed coach, because I think Nofei is still at the organization, but Despair has joined Weibo, who was the old coach of OMG 2023. I believe he went over to Top Esports as well. Oh, whoa, what? On in the 1v1. Remember, On did win the Solo King Challenge back in 2024. He won the 2024 Solo King. He picks up Qiyana. He is a support player, but this guy is renowned for his 1v1 skills, which is so strange. It's Nyan Meow Raw. Mango Meow. Nyan Meow Raw. That's my alter ego. Where's Angie from? Angie's from Germany. Angie's from Germany. Spirit Scout, thank you so much for continuing the sub. It means an awful lot. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. Okay, from Russia. Okay, I'm sorry, Angie. I didn't know which one you prefer. Angie's from Russia, grew up in Germany. I'm sorry, Angie. I didn't know. Look. Okay, yes. Angie's from Russia, grew up in Germany. Yeah. My bad. How could I not really? This is my ends now? Well, your ends is here for you, man. It's here for you, bud. All right, let's get into this 1v1 for side select. So, barrier knife for on. Snowball barrier for Xiaohu. Really, look, the thing is, it's really annoying playing. Hang on a second. You really want to hold on to that a little longer. You don't win like that on. That's, I don't know. Does he recall before the minions even spawn? That's a big mistake. Misses a second Q2? Oh my dude, what are you doing? You want to go into your Q, hide out in invisibility, wait until your W is, well, yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit different. Like, you want to make sure that, like, you have a way out of a fight. Often you don't want to, like, eat over the crocodile if he gets between you and your tower. I mean, Xiaohu's in an awesome spot now. Doesn't run something, hang on, next Q could kill. Doesn't quite, only the first level. Not rage empowered. On, we were just talking him up. Solo King 2024. Jesus, man. Xiaohu. Auto attack resets with that W on the turret. Doesn't actually impact it, but it just increase does reset your timer. On the Solo King, I mean, he's got no CS right now, by the way. He didn't even get to recall for. Did he miss the cannon too? Oh no, it's just coming in now. Okay, that wasn't that wave at least. On finally gets his first CS. Aye, that's just horrific, man. And Xiaohu on the other side of it goes in, takes 2 plates. Yikes, he gets 2 plates, he comes back onto the rift. Jesus, man. This is... Look, I'm not going to say this is an easy matchup for Qiyana, but On definitely did not play it correctly. Xiaohu taking the heal here, making sure that, I guess, On can't use it. Maybe he could have saved it for later, I suppose. But I guess Xiaohu wants as little healing as possible on the rift, because... he has the innate sustain, gets a Q through the wave, dodges out on the EQ. Xiaohu, stacking at the rage, dodges out another Q. Of course, by the way, in case you're wondering, I play a lot of Qiyana on ARAM, so I learned this a lot over time. The water, hang on, uses the W. He has to use the E to get out. He has himself a little bit of invisibility, but the Dominus helps you get that extra amount of vision because you get that damage over time going on. So the Ignite drop by On, barrier drop by On. Oh, he's having a hard time of it now. Oh, On, what's he gonna do about this one? Yeah, you get your water element from the healing pads. That's where the water is on the Summoner's Rift, because there's technically no river, right, to pick that up elsewhere. Xiaohu, I mean, he's going to demolish the tower. So that's 3 plates down. 15 CS up. On looks like he's going towards Eclipse first item. I don't know, man. I don't even think Eclipse is good versus Renekton, really. I mean, you can go for Profane Hydra, but I don't think it's particularly good here either. Where do you even go? Problem with the Eclipse is, if you proc Eclipse and Renekton immediately opens up with the Empowered W, you lose the Eclipse shield. So, that sucks. On will be able to get a turret plate, get 1 back to the 3 which Xiaohu's taken. Steel cap. No, he's got freaking steel caps now. Like, what? At least caught up in CS. Can you zone him off the cannon? No, the Q will help with that. And Xiaohu will take that as well. Just remember that Xiaohu was a top laner in 2021 when he won MSI for the second time. Oof. Gets the snowball again. Another thing you need to know about Snowball, for those of you who are not ARM enjoyers, Snowball will stack Conqueror, both the initial hits of it and the reactivation. So if you hit Snowball, then hit it again, you get 4 Conqueror stacks for free. It is disgusting. With Renekton, who already stacks it up very, very quickly, it, yeah, Snowball into Empowered W, insta-stacks Conqueror. Ridiculous. Potential extra demolish going on to tower. Q heals. On can look to wave clear and shunt him back into the tower. That might be the win condition. Well, it's not going to work for the Ring of Fire, but yeah, Xiaohu just never walks up either. What year did he win his third MSI? MSI 2022. 2018, 21, 22. Xiaohu goes in for extra damage there, pops the Dominus, will stack his Rage again. On still has his ultimate. If you can wave clear and shove him under tower, things change. 4th plate goes down. On will get that recall. Dominus now down. Xiaohu, what does he do? I guess he pushes in for the next cannon wave. On does he have... What? I mean, is he going to lose the tower? I mean, there's no Dominus now, but... Pretty sure that Xiaohu could look to maybe kill the whole damn tower. I guess his Dom... No, I guess his Demolish is on a little bit of a longer cooldown. On. 10 CS down. 3 plates down. Full Eclipse for Xiaohu, full Eclipse for On, but there's a Steel Caps over onto Xiaohu as well. No one killed each other yet. So what does On do? Because you don't have Sustain. You know, you're actually at threat of like random turret kill if you can't kill that either. Snowball's not going to cancel the back, which has been threatened multiple times now. And On comes back out onto the map with a Dirk. Well, some damage. Feels a bit rough here for On. The Solo King himself, not in the best of spots. And again, look, On has actually won an LPL 1v1 tournament within the last 2 years. This guy is not a bad 1v1 player, but we have seen him a couple of times now in 1v1s not necessarily get the most value out of this game mode. Level 11 to level 10, On will to get as much XP as possible before pulling that ultimate. Does that. He's got himself the freezing aura right now and gets the roots. Eclipse for Eclipse, but On takes damage beforehand. Can clear out a little bit of those minions. Can use them for a minion taxi. Chooses not to. What does On do? Snowball lands. There's not much he can do. Ult hits and does a grand deal of nothing. Barrier comes out. Follows him through the dashes. Kiana's a slippery little assassin, but is not good enough to get away from the slice and the dice. And he just runs into the Ring of Fire. Accepts to take things his own way. Honorable death in the Ring of Fire. Xiaohu wins the 1v1. The Solo King, been a while since he's claimed that title. A little bit impotent here. Gonna have to run some adverts just after this, just so we don't get them going into the next game. BLG jersey goes hard. It's really cool. I like the fade. I like the color scheme that they have. You must have thought Xiaohu would pick Corki or Oriana? Potentially. You don't get to see the enemy champion. Playing into the Renekton feels kind of crap, doesn't it? So, Weibo will get that blue side for themselves. Interesting in the LEC, we saw more red side picks yesterday. Ooh, I've got my food arriving now too. Nice, cool. Yeah, BLG jerseys really said trans rights, yeah. I do actually have a BLG jersey. They're nice, I like them a lot. The color scheme is very unique for esports. Food, I got a wrap and some beef balls from a Lebanese place in India, which is very good. Do I like chess? I like it, but I've never really had anyone to play with. Is BH1 on BLG yet? No, apparently the deal fell through according to the leakers. That's my food. I'm gonna go get it. You're Lebanese? Oh, very cool. We're into draft and I've got food. Nice. I can get fed as I watch players get fed in League of Legends too. Isn't that wonderful? The things that we do in League of Legends. First pick, Nico for Weibo. Airher, of course, coming in as a late change to the Weibo roster, replacing the outgoing Hung, who had been playing very poorly recently. Weibo have replaced coach. Well, I say replaced. They've brought in another coach as well. Despair has come into the lineup. Sarah, thank you so much for the sub as well. Also obviously means an awful lot. Other side, for the Nico, you have given up Rumble. Kalista is still available. Varus is still available. Light can get either choice of those. Elkanon could go towards Ezreal Karma 2. Wei. Yeah, Shinzao looks pretty good here. You want a jungler that can kind of fend for themselves. I feel like Shinzao has been so goddamn good recently. Kind of does everything. Strong in the early game. Play around any area of the map. Not great engage, but can follow up well with things. So what do we... I wouldn't be going for that, not when Kalista and Varus are both available. I don't know, that's risky. The Nico is now going to have to carry the Kai'Sa through lane. If they lock this in, they do. There's still Varus, there's still Kalista. There's still Ezreal Karma. I can't help but feel like that's a mistake. I don't think Light's getting out of laning phase from this. Skarner for Tian. Pretty good front-lining threat. Has that terrain scaling, can jump through walls at you. And Knight goes towards the Taliyah. I can see he is a very good Taliyah player. Insanely good Taliyah player. I think it's one of his very best champions of all time. God, that food smells really good and I'm not going to have to eat it for like a little while. If you hear me like eating in the background, it's because, well, it's not because I'm eating. Of course, I wouldn't do that. You know, it's not something I'd do. I'm definitely not opening food right now. You ever wonder what the difference between a more official broadcast and one which is halfway house between a co-stream and a cast? This is it. I'll tell you. No, I won't tell you what it's like because I'm not eating food as we go through into this. Oh god, right. Sion ban away from Breathe. Of course, Weibo do have the startings of, well, I wouldn't call it a front to back, but they do have the Kai'Sa, which can do front to back, and then follow up with a dive onto the back line. You're not locked into playing dive comps of Kai'Sa, not all the time. And now they're banning the Karma. I mean, I don't like this Kai'Sa. I don't think it's going to get through laning phase, folks. I don't think it's... like, you can ban out the Karma for the Ezreal Karma or Varus Karma or something like that. You still have Kalista Renata. You still have Varus Rel. Or Varus... I guess Renata's still the nasty one there. I'm really worried for Weibo. I'm really worried for them. Sylas is banned away. Maybe that means that On wants to go towards the Alistar instead because they want to lock that in very early. They could go towards, like, Alistar Varus or Alistar... maybe not Alistar Kalista, but Alistar Varus would be fine. I think if Weibo ban Alistar now, that feels a little better for them. What is this? Alistar on 4 because you banned the Sylas? Is that the plan? Breathe, of course, are yet to pick his champion too. He might go towards something like Galio into the Rumble. Well, can't go for the Gwen. Ambassador's okay for him too. He's a very good Ambassador. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, ACL. It means an awful lot. Thank you. Varus locked in. Very lane dominant. Now, what's your last pick for On? I would like to see lane dominance. You can go for the Alistar, but give yourself more engage. Yeah, maybe that's better, actually, just because you don't have any engage options. But I think you can just dunk on lane, can't you? So, Galio into the Rumble. That makes some sense. You need a second carry, though. You only have Kai'Sa for damage. You need a second carry. I don't like Azir into this kind of comp. If it's Galio mid, I mean, it's not the best lane versus the Talia, and you lose top lane matchup that way with the Ambassador, even though... well, Breathe is very good at Ambassador. The reason they lock this in is because the Ambassador is very, very good for Breathe. They're locking the Nautilus last pick for On, choosing not to go to something more lane... more ranged, like double ranged bot lane, because someone like a Renata. Nautilus Varus starts fights incredibly well though, and they were lacking an engage option. I think this is the halfway house between something like a Renata for lane dominance, and then the Alistar for more tank and engage. Nautilus is very good in lane with the Varus, and can be an engager too. BLG, I like their composition more. They can lock people onto the Equalizer. Weibo, you are relying on Breathe to overperform. You are relying on Breathe to overperform by an awful lot. Well, time to see if BLG can right themselves from the wrong. I'm gonna definitely not eat food in the background. Oh, that's really good non-existent food I'm eating right now. Game 1, BLG Weibo. Both teams slumping, both teams making changes, or looking to. But neither one righting the ship just yet. Let's get into it. Laganjia Dio. It's the TSM. I don't like Varus versus the dive. The thing is, I don't know whether they reach a poke Varus. You don't have the Vi to like flash point click him. I think Skarner's gonna struggle to get through the Shinzao. Nico will get hooked or whatever. I think it's quite hard to actually reach the Varus. Like, not, yeah, I think there are definitely some comps where you look at the Varus and say, well, they're just going to die. This isn't a comp where I think that it's easy to reach the Varus. Yeah, Chinese casters in the background, echoing through the crowd mics. Wish I could understand them, but I can't. So, laning phase, bot lane, very important. The Nico is meant to get the Kai'Sa through laning phase. The hook misses on... Shiva. Can't land that one. The earlier the hook lands from the Nautilus, the better. Because if you have to eat multiple Nico Q cooldowns and... The earlier the hook lands, the better. Does get the passive order this time, though. Level 2 just about to get hit with that last minion. That's why Air was still positioning aggressively. That's what I've been reduced to after those hooks missed. I actually lost most letters of the alphabet while I was waiting for them to return. Villagers sounding us. Anyone got any emeralds? No, you're trading well in the mid lane. Of course, Knights Talia, really good. Xiaohu's Galio, also one of his most legendary picks too. Worlds 2017, of course, he was on the team that lost to Faker's Galio, but his Galio around the same time was very good. Level 3 hit. Still decent HP from On. Has used his pots though. Tian coming bot side. As his way. LPL bot lane's notorious for not necessarily playing with the minimaps on and falling down to jungle camps. Oh, you two ammunition viewers? Is that where you know each other from? Cool. Wait, will get himself, is gonna get himself the boss side Scuttle Crab. Okay, that's important. Doesn't have to use the, did he have to use the smite there? I'm not sure actually. Recalling on vision. Doesn't have access to the top side of the map. Knight pushing in mid lane, breathing top side. This is the worry about locking the Galio into mid lane instead of top lane. And then locking the Ambassador. You don't have lanes which can actually contest early. And you're hoping that the bot lane we're going to do that. They don't get that, so it's a double Scuttle now going in for Way. BLG, good early levels. Good early levels. Nico shouldn't be allowed to use Celestial Opposition. No, in fact, the other day in one of, I think it was, I'm trying to remember which game it was, but yes, there was a game the other day where Nico had to sell Celestial Opposition and get the Zazax instead. That is true. Nico is not allowed to build that item for now because of a bug. I'm not sure what it is, but yes. Recall not stopped. Ambassador's cooldowns early. Very long, so you take like one short trade. You have to wait a little bit. 10 seconds per cooldown really early game. Overheating, just pushing it again. Full vision control on top side really. Well, I mean, the vision control means less against a Skarner who can drive through walls because you have to ward out so many different places, but still. CS even in top side. In fact, actually, Breathe gets a slight freeze here. Bin might have messed up his lane state a little bit. Oh, flash heal going forwards. Where's the root coming through? Q lands. Waves hit 2, hook lands 2. On gets the CC. Does Way want to fly in? I don't think so. So, Ignite Blind from On, heal burn from Urha. I think on the whole, has had a good debut up here in the LPL so far. He's been better than Hung. He's been more sustained, more consistent for Weibo. Way a much more confident start for him in this game than he's had a lot of them recently. BLG seem to have a better early plan, a better draft for themselves. I've been a big fan of BLG's drafting. Big Way's drafting has been one of the biggest criticisms of his game. Almost a flick back from Knight there, not able to. Clone spotted out from there. With that, Wind becomes lightning. Dragon available, Grub's on the top side. 2 camp advantage from Wei, who's feeling pretty happy about things with those Scuttle Crabs being those camps. 10 should be going towards Grubs, but do you want to see if we can find an angle in mid lane first? Well, Dragon takes a long time to kill. This is the thing, Dragon takes a long time to kill. And as you can see, Wei's pulled off of it, goes towards the Scuttle Crab instead. No, he gets it anyway. Okay, the burn comes through. I was wondering whether that W the wrong direction had put him in a bad spot. Knight goes through. Has flash, uses it. Ult for flash, not a bad trade there for BLG. Huh? Jen will now go towards the Grubs. Worth noting though, while this is happening, Wei can still keep clearing through his camps. He can get himself towards level 6. Oh, they both have level 6. Well, he has level 6 already. Gets red buff maybe for this fight. If he gets red buff, Wei is in a big point of power. Tian will get it, and he'll start clearing himself now. But still, just a little bit to be aware of in that jungle matchup. We did see earlier today what happens when a Skarner falls behind sometimes. You can be very, very squishy when you're meant to be that front line. Stable early game from BLG. Which is better than they've had in a lot of games. A lot of the time, problem isn't about BLG fighting from ahead. It's about getting to that point in the first place. Good wrap around. Not be that much damage after. Second half beam doesn't hit, but still, decent damage onto Breathe. Slight, well, there's basically no gold lead now actually for BLG, worth noting. Bot lane 10 CS down for BLG. On's mishooked in early lanes, maybe the cause of some of that. The crowd warned him. So players are on a so the players are playing slightly ahead of us, so they won't get warned like that because the crowd's on a very slight delay. They're on a slight delay, like a couple of seconds. So it often doesn't impact things like that. Can do sometimes, but not all the time. Hang on a second. I'll get hit by that W. I guess Light without the Q upgrade can't do much about that. Once you get Q upgrade, then Kai'Sa can ping a W like that and occasionally get some crazy plays. On, use the Aftershock on the clone. That does happen, by the way. You can proc Aftershock on clones. Dragon now started up. They'll spot the ward. Wait, but no, this is going on. Don't spot that other ward, though. Of course, Knight doesn't have that. Well, he does have the sweeper himself, but I think he would have. Well, not going to lead to that much, luckily, for them. Equalizer coming through. Breed doing well in the individual matchup, actually. He's doing very well. Breed's own Besser, probably his best champion right now. He's been playing incredibly effectively on this pick in general. Finn's Rumble is a pick which he's grown to be good at. Champion which he was less good at on something like 2023 Worlds. He grew to be better at it, and it became one of his better champions. Damn, non-existent food is very good sometimes. Like the holographic meatloaf which Plankton eats in SpongeBob. Breaking news! I can't remember what the announcer fish says sounds besides that, but that's all I got. I remember on one of my very old phones I had an MP3 downloaded of the fun song from SpongeBob, and I would play that on repeat. Ah, the times we had when technology was not as good. See, the joke about the holographic meatloaf is that Plankton, they photosynthesize anyway, so eating light is actually their food source. That's the joke. Grub spawning in a minute. Mid lane, we've got that push and pull between bot laners. Way off vision. Reed still has flash. Might be able to fish for some cooldowns here and there. A little bit of HP, that'll be it. A lot of the time we do see people jumping onto individual members just to chunk HP before a fight. They'll even use an ultimate too, just to make sure that the ambassador can't join the fight. Right there, no big option. Breathes recall, gets himself a full Shojin. That's huge. Full Shojin is big. Shiv coming through from light. Ah. I wonder whether we see poke Kai'Sa coming through on vision. Spots it out. He was wondering why people were backing off from him. Hey, this is meant to be the place you're meant to be coming through. Why are you not here? Ah, ward. Get vision control all along here. Done a very good job of getting vision control. Airho will use that clone to scout ahead. Tian, just down a ward. Spots coming through. Teleport in from the Galio. They have the Galio ult. Remember, Shojin on breathe. He has that one item and they don't get everything. And here comes the Ambassador. Galio on top of it. And here comes the Skarner. Where is the Impale? Could be crucial. They're in the choke point now. And they haven't gotten themselves the best kills. That will certainly help, though. Take down Shinzo. Take down Rumble. The damage is still there from the Varus and the Talia. And they start to clean up, though. And that's going to be a bit of an issue. Knight flashes away from the Ambassador and tries to get some damage. Round Light tries to kill Lilk on the other side. Knight still firing. Doesn't have a flash to continue that kill. And the arrow doesn't either. Ends up being 2 for 1. All things said and done in favor of Weibo. Make that 3. As Light gets the snipe. Breathe starts it off. It says it is his Ambassador. His Ambassador is so important towards this team. His Ambassador is his best champion. It shows exactly why it's got such a reputation there. Guess we'll see a replay of that at some point. Breathe coming in with the Shojin. Didn't go for that Eclipse first. We've seen some of the theories skipping Eclipse recently too. Going towards the Shojin to Black Cleaver instead. Feels like Eclipse is just a little bit understated for what it is nowadays. I mean, Breathe just gets into the fight. That's all he needs to do. Just gets into the fight. Galliwalt goes off the choke one as well. Means that the Rumble Equalizer doesn't get that much value. And then that flash forward to catch Elk on the other side stops a bit of damage coming through. I thought Knight would be able to turn this. But if you look at the amount of damage that happens to Elk because he gets hit by that taunt, it kind of turns things. I think if Elk doesn't get hit by that taunt, I do think that Knight and Elk can close things off. Great W coming through. Now BLG have a problem. That is a 2-0-1 Kai'Sa. One that should have lost lane, potentially, to the Varus and the Nautilus. You expected that to be a much higher kill threat lane. And now they're not. They're online. They're going to go towards a longer range Kai'Sa build at some point, 3rd item onwards. And I wonder whether Elk and On have not held up their end of the bargain when it comes to this draft. You just have to wonder. Knight in that last fight did a lot of work, by the way. I want to again just highlight that. I genuinely think BLG, as it comes to it, Knight is the guy who's elo held, on the whole. Too overextended with BLG. Not quite in position to respond at the right time. Dragon spawning now. 4 grubs to 2. X flash over. Find out air here. We'll find that out. It comes through, and the Shinzo gets value as well. And Pop Blossom goes on cooldown, but doesn't even knock anyone up. Kai'Sa has ultimate. Do they go forwards again? Tian goes forwards. Elk goes over the wall. Galliwalt's pulled as well. But in comes Knight. Everyone coming to the play, and it's a massive impale. Oh, Tian, you beauty. 3-man impale versus BLG. Wei will try and turn it around, but it is oh so late. BLG not judging their fights well and getting torn apart. What has happened to BLG? This team is in free fall. 7 kills to 2. Weibo, change of coach. And they look like they're back on form potentially. First win, first game of the day, not often BLG's favorite, but definitely one which they would like to be winning here. It's a great initial pick. They get the Nico ult for free. The Crescent Guard used to seal that kill, which is now very, very important here. What happens after this? Elk, ums and ahs, doesn't get that much value in. And it's a great flash forward. I've no idea how Elk gets caught in that too. I really think Elk should have thrown the ult forwards at some point. Chooses not to. Maybe just thinking about disengaging, but I think the ult would have done that too. Elk, I think, a little too conservative with that skill. Fantastic from Tian, though. Fantastic. Bin now next on the menu. Another wall stun. Tian on the Skarner, showing what this champion is absolutely goddamn broken. Skarner will comes through. But it's just so... I mean, the combo... Now that's better. The combo comes through. This is where the Varasol should have been used before. Kills off Tien. Importantly so. While this is happening, though, Xiaohu gets to use his colossal slam onto that tower, that passive, breathe on topside too. They have 4 grubs. Both of them getting value on these outer turrets. BLG falling behind the pace of the game. 2,000 gold behind. More than that now, actually. 2.5. 30 seconds. Not 30 seconds. Herald is now up. 3 minutes and 30 seconds till the Dragon's back up again. Dragon apiece. You gotta start wondering a little bit, don't you? How the hell are BLG gonna deal with the Ambassador and the Kai'Sa with this much extra gold? 5 kill Kai'Sa. 5 kills. The Rumble's not doing that much work right now. Knight needs a little bit of a platform from his team. It's too easy for everyone to follow up onto him. The Talia, when you're in an even game, fantastic at playing that kind of mid-range, dodge out of the engage, space things apart. When you're behind it, looks a lot different. On. Spots out the Nico. Cancel that clone. BLG 4 and 4, way about the same. This is a mid-table clash now, folks. 2 of our world's representatives the last 2 years. Falling on hard times. Herald started up. Wait, but do have that flash Nico ult. Light can also keep checking with his W as well. Has the rage, like 2 items on that Kai'Sa already. Insane. Teleport coming in from the Galio. Breathe. What'll he do? Skarner again only gets that onto the Nautilus this time. He was locked in place too. Galio ult gets onto the Shin Zone. Elk is caught again. He doesn't flash the Ambassador ult and dies. Elk with a huge mistake. BLG with a huge mistake. Taking a fight where they couldn't close the angles. But the bot lane of BLG sent packing again. Talia ult used to get back towards mid lane, try and wave clear out a little bit. It won't stop the first turret dying, I don't think. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Knight comes back in time to wave clear this. If he wasn't there, they would have lost their mid lane turret. BLG choosing poor fights. I don't think they realize the terrain and the positioning of the enemy team when they're going towards these plays. I don't think they understand it. And right there, Weibo had that secondary angle available to them. Played it so well. Top lane turret's now gone down. Bot lane not taken on this wave, but under threat. Low HP. 604 is light. So, Varasol here is fine. But like, what's the communication? You know that Ambassador's behind you. Steps back. And that... You flash the ult, L! You must flash the ult! That is unforgivable. That is unforgivable, Elk, that you do not flash there. Cleanses and dies anyway. Elk must flash that. He doesn't, he panics, he dies. Elk and On. I have a lot of faith in them for LPL caliber of play, but they do sometimes just have the most strange inconsistencies. Not good laning to hit here in this first game. Bad missed positions from the both of them at points too. If he goes upwards there, he can go into the rest of his team. Breathe doesn't catch him with the ult. It's not an instant combination with Xiaohu. He can use his Ghost Blade, he can use his Cleanse. He'll get out, flashes this time. Well, at least he had that. Elk caught out of position again. No need to be pushed up that far. They didn't have vision across the place. Unsafe positioning from Elk in general. Positioning. Flashy. Hang on a second. They're going forwards again. Going on towards maybe the Nico this time. Breathe. Get the Varasol on top of air. Oh my god, it's a lot of damage. Away, my dude. You have no support. Where is the equalizer? Oh, it's in between the middle of the team and achieves oh so little. It equals 0. A double taunt from Xiaohu. Knight, the only member left alive, wondering what has happened to my team. Knight has flash and he might need to use it. Yes, he does. BLG have been hooked up to the electric chair, and Billy normally means electric shock. This one's a bit too high voltage, and it's attached to their own cranium. Hextech Dragon taken by Weibo. BLG looking like a shadow of their former selves, or as Weibo finding themselves a bit more pace. I don't get what Elk was doing in those last series of plays. I don't get what Wei was doing there either, looking for a cheap kill onto the Nico. Can't finish it off. Snatch and grab. See a small opening. and try and run towards it, but not with the support of his team. The coordination of BLG is not what we have known from them. On, Hex Flash is over, but there's no combo from Knight. Tries to get Tian out of that play. Rumble teleports in late, and then Wei goes in too early too. On and Wei, both of them having a bad game here. It's a bad equalizer. Doesn't get himself any kind of follow-up there into his play either. The Varus and the Talia, not within range of that. Positioning there from Elkanon. Suspect, again. It's Xiao who gets that double taunt. No flash on Varus there, so disengage. On will spot out that clone. And you just have to wonder what has happened to BLG to lead to this level of historic downfall. From the most dominant regional team in LPL recent history to whatever this gameplay is they're showing them, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. You can call out Shun and Wei and the jungle change from last Worlds. Of course, remember that Wei came in to fix the problems that Shun had. They were already showing some cracks there. Yes, Shun came back in. They made a World Finals. But this team has had a lot of questions to answer. Wei will be caught out by Tian now. Gets into a taunt. The vision control. Oh, so nasty from Weibo. And Wei goes down. Again! Flash ult from Tian. Will not catch out Elk. Equalizer into the choke point. Nautilus comes through. That's the hook on top of it. The Galio keeps him safe. And once again, Elk is caught. This Varus is not known safety. Bin has flash. That's why he body blocks that one. Someone had to take that Galio, that Skarner knock into the wall. Just so happened to be Bin. Weibo are making fun of BLG. This is not close. Tian doing the Lord's work here. So many good Skarner ults going forwards. I think he's been absolutely pivotal. Of course, Light gets the lion's share of the gold. I think Tian has been my player of the game. Fantastic ults. Choosing angles through the wall. The vision control from Weibo. Gets them a series of picks before the Atacon comes down. And BLG don't have cross maps. They're not cross-mapping well today, which has been another one of their hallmarks of style. At least, you know, if they fail a fight, Bin or Knight will be pushing somewhere else on the map. It'll be fine. They'll get a value from a tower. They'll come back and they'll beat you in the next one. Hasn't been the case for the last series. Last few series. Bin down 2,000 gold. Knight down 2,000 gold. Elk down 2.7 thousand gold. Weibo on the other side. We thought, well, you know, they really were being held back by Hung, a support that was on historic poor levels of form. Erha comes in, we thought, well, it's an LDL player, is it going to be any good? Yeah, turns out it has been. Erha has gone from strength to strength. Not without his flaws, but no one is. And I think for a debut into the LPL, he has been absolutely sublime. For the unexpected emergency substitution, it effectively has been. Beats the strength claim from Weibo, by the way. And, yeah. Extra gold for them. Will not go amiss, will it? Won't go amiss at all. I don't think BLG have a way back into this game now. I think the members they have to kill are too tanky. Light, I mean, maybe if they kill Light, but a minute left on the Atacon. Will overlap with the start of the Dragon. If they die in the setup to it, well, that's going to get even worse, isn't it, on the Hextech Rift? On, he's going to be very easy to kill now. The problem with On at this point is you have used up your mistakes in this game as Nautilus. You're behind the game, and now you're not tanky. Might need to be a little bit careful. Has flash, doesn't want to blow for free. Will spot out the Skarner, flashes immediately. Good flash. He didn't flash there, he dies. He needed to do that. It's the problem with the vision control. This is what we're saying. BLG, they've used their mistakes. Wei has flash. That's not a battle into there. Where's the equalizer? Here it comes. Not bad into the choke point. Breathe. Doesn't get onto it this time. The Varusol doing good work. Tian goes down into the Atacon, but the Nautilus is already dead. Knight gonna get jumped onto. Wei. Not bad damage on the other side of it. Light still alive though. BLG giving a good fight for the state in the game, but they still lose 2. And the withdrawal on the other side will come back onto the map much quicker. Not bad from BLG. They found a choke point, got a Varusol, and an equalizer into it. That was good. Hard to fight back against the vision control. This is maybe the moment where BLG can look to do something, right? Weibo just invested a lot of time in top side of the map. Used a lot of ultimates too. Won't have them available for this Dragon spawn, and yes, you won't have your ultimates either. I think ultimates to no ultimates. Still hard though, isn't it? Skarner's so valuable with that wall stun. TN will start it up. They'll give up the dragon. The game's not done yet, I suppose. 9,000 gold feels about as good as done. Galio has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Oh, as if it wouldn't get any worse. Breed's Ambassador is good as always, forcing flashes with every ult. Kills with the ones which don't. What has happened to BLG, man? I think the solo lanes have been okay this game. I think they've been fine. That's often been the state of BLG. Even when they reach World Finals, my opinion of them was Knight and Bin are generationally world class. The other players on the team, they are good, but they're not World Finals level players. Gonna get caught out. I think nowadays, Bin has not been on the best form. This game, I don't think it's great. I don't think it's apparent for this game, but I think for this split, I think Bin's fallen off too. Bot lane has, again, been inconsistent. And it's left Knight alone to really figure out what to happen, what to do. They're not on the same page as the team. Their drafting has been off. Weibo on the other side, they've always been the consistently inconsistent team. Losing and winning it against all comers. Baron started up. Are we going for a flip? Might well be it. Tien has that ultimate potentially to do something a little bit silly. Equalizer into the pick and also make things pretty interesting too. Wei doesn't have flash, but he can E over. Xiaohu will look towards a taunt. Someone needs to block for him. Breed goes in as well. There goes the Galio Tian over the wall. Elk is safe right now. So is Knight, but the Rumble goes down. Light is burning. And now actually, that's the Kai'Sa out of the play. That's one kill back. The hook back in. Both damaging members of BLG do have some potential. Knight gets a shove back, but I just don't think they have the gold. After all said and done, they play the fight well, but it is much too late. Knight goes back in. It's a Hail Mary. He will get the 1,000 gold shut down. But that's all you can do. It is all you can do. A 4,000 damage team fight from the Skarner. And Weibo will put themselves into more of an advantage, even though there was a scare. I don't even think that was a bad fight from BLG. Again, they've had a couple of good fights. The last couple, Elk and Knight, have been untouched. I think Knight has done such a good job of keeping himself relevant in such a hard game to remain so. This time it's Bin that kind of eats the bad end of this. 0 and 5. That, I mean, the equalizers haven't been perfect. We'll see what happens again in this one. On, goes towards a flash ult, gets cancelled out by the Ambassador ultimate. Equalizer's not bad, actually. This time it's fine, gets a lot of damage onto Light, and the Kai'Sa, most of the threat is immediately gone. Look how much value Knight and Elk managed to get from double angles onto here. The Impale escape back from. Elk survives through to get another skill shot through. Knight uses the ult for extra gap close. Gets double Zhonya's out. Like, you are 9,000 gold behind. The fact that BLG can make a question of it shows the pedigree that they do have, but they never get to fight on even footing nowadays. It feels like they've just misjudged their team comps, their games, and teams like Weibo, even though they are struggling, seem to have a better idea of how they want to play the game. Why did they even replace Shun? A lot of drama between... Hang on a second. Hook was potentially going to air her, the squishiest member of the team. Tien going forwards again. Doesn't get the wall stun this time. Not flick back. Yeah, but why was Shun removed? There was a lot of drama between poaching allegations where he was potentially going to Weibo, actually. And BLG out of... I think they felt loyalty was broken. They ended up kicking and burning that bridge. Some questions about whether it really was Shun's fault. Or whether it was the manager who was part of the poaching allegations as well. But that's how the story goes. I'm not telling you what's right or wrong there. I'm telling you what the rumors have said there. One of those ones which might be hard to know over time. Okay, 4 items for Kai'Sa. Oh, that's scary. 4 item Kai'Sa. There is a Void Staff on Knight. Knight is at a good power point. I mean, you sit people onto those rocks for long enough, maybe you can make a difference. It's hard to say, but we'll see. Hey, monsters, good to see you. Wait, 2 items, has that Black Cleaver. Trying to do some damage in the front line. On, spotted out. Baron's still available, of course. Wasn't taken in that last play. Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. 10,000 gold, the advantage to Weibo. Being said, not the easiest ways onto the backline, as we've said. If the initial engage goes wrong, you can't get through that spell shield of Elk. And the double flash is now available for both carries. BLG. I mean, it's BLG. You have to give them some respect. 10,000 gold down, though. Very hard to come back from that. Oof, W poke onto Knight. Takes so much damage off him, actually. He has teleport, has ult. Will recall. Dragon spawning now. Knight will recall, get himself back onto the map somewhere. Has that 3rd tier ult to really go long distance across the map. I was a little bit scared there. There was a taunt potentially coming through or a root. Help back in from Knight. I mean, Weibo, what's the plan? How do you reach the carries? Let's watch Light. Light gets a good fight. The fight is just immediately over. And that's one check looks like BLG need to make sure does not go right. Hook goes forwards, but it's onto a tank. Goes onto the Zhonya Su. On. Can he get an ult through onto anyone? No, not just yet. Breathe. Was wondering whether he could pull that ult. On. Still has flash. Still has ult. He will die for this ult, but he needs to get something air her. Not able to get a big ult onto the backline. Light gets way down. Hextech Soul for Weibo. Elk flashing forwards and doesn't get kills, but he's flashing onto a Nico. Knight left alone on the backside. Both carries making mistakes. And Weibo pouncing mercilessly. Light has been so disgusting. Hextech Soul will slow very shortly after this. The root comes through and Elk looking more like a fawn. Teleport into the mid lane. Weibo will take game 1 of this series surely after that fight. Breathe. Great game from him on the Ambassador as well. 7-0 and 14. However, you can't help but notice there is a 16-1 and 12 Kai'Sa in the game. BLG did not punish it in lane, did not stop it in team fights. And the light is blinding. BLG fall at the hands of Weibo in game 1. We'll have to reconsider for game 2. An embarrassment for BLG. The split has been Weibo on the other side of it. 4-4. A team which has known inconsistency in the past. Very happy with that win. Brought in brought in Despair to their coaching staff to buff up their coaching staff team. Of course, already had No Fade. Not exactly sure who's head coach now. Weibo, walk away with 1-0. I have non-existent food to non-existently eat. I'm going to do that off camera. I'll leave you with the highlights. If you're enjoying the show, please drop a follow. Drop us a prime if you can. If you're watching on YouTube, drop likes, subscribe to the channel. Whatever you feel like you're comfortable doing. It means a lot. You can join the Discord as well. I'm going to leave you some of the highlights. And yes, I'll get hydrated too. Hello. Let's go play some words on stream. Let's go do that. We can do that. Alright. I'll leave it. Let's have my camera. That's leave it. I'll leave you with. Okay, right. Let's go. Time for your iPad, baby time. Bluff.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
Ooh, double. Oh, one of the letters is fake.
纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富的细节，典藏级影像。
Very good though. It's got potato in it and everything.
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Buffalo, nice. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Gunnar. Thank you.
我的女王，来我身边，就是我是女王的恩典。
Not the great thing to put over the break screen. I need to go make another coffee. I think the D is the fake word. The D is the fake word, by the way. Fake letter. Fake letter. Okay, I put on a drink. We'll do one more round. We'll do one more round. It was good, Hawk. I needed it. Well, I mean, I was ill for a bit of it, so it was genius. Genius. Yep. Gens, is that a thing? Oh. Oh, you already got guys, damn. One of the letters is fake. Z, I guess? I think the Z is fake. Suing. Nice. Good job, everyone. Nice. Super good. Is they using? Did we already get that? There we go. Nice. Oof. There's another G start word. I just don't know what it is. Already got guns. Zeugnis. Is that a German word? Hmm. The Z is a fake letter, so it's a fake letter. It's just, what do we get? What is that last one? Hmm. What is that last one? Genu. Huh. Nice. Great job, everyone. Awesome. Let's go. Okay. Do you want to do one more? I'll let you do one more. And I gotta go get my coffee anyway. I'll let you do one more. What the hell? There's a hidden letter? What the hell? Excuse me? Oh, there are only 5. Wait, there are only 5 letter words now? What the heck? Well, that's what happens when it levels up, I guess. What the hell? There's a hidden letter and a fake letter. What? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb. Nah, it's not Monsoon. British people and crosswords. I do mini crosswords quite a lot. But funnily enough, I've only seen like American streamers play this. I watch a guy called Zoo, who's one of the best Halo 2 speedrunners. He plays a lot of this, like a lot of this. G is fake. G is fake, right? Okay. Can BLG reverse sweep today? Well, they don't tend to do very well in the first game of the day, but still, it's a lot to catch up on, like a lot. G, ooh, oh, that's the fake one, yeah. And we got a V, ooh, cool. Nice. Awesome stuff. That's really good. I mean, we don't clear the level, I don't think, but it's really good. Still got half of them. Honestly, that's really good for that. All good. All good. Nice up. All good. Right, cool. I gotta go get my coffee from the other room. And we'll get back to it. The BLG, the B in BLG looks like a thumbs down. I think it is meant to be a thumb, right? I just thought it was a thumbs up. Or maybe not. Am I the only one who likes the idea of Knight back to top esports? I mean, right now, sure. Because they're the better team. I mean, he'd instantly improve that team for sure. Because he's like a game-changing piece. He is the best player in his role in the LPL. I think that he is the only player in the LPL that can contest for best in the world in his role. And I don't even think he's like that close to the top of the table right now in terms of his role. But I think that, like, you can still see the stuff he's doing even in crap games. Even if when he is inting and stuff, like, he's the only person I think would be, like, up there right now. I don't think Bin's up there for top lane. Yeah. Anyway, we shall see. Into game, well, into draft game 2. I'm going to go quickly get my coffee. Exactly, I'm going to go get hydrated, Toast Crumbs. Leave you with the first bit of the draft, and I'll come back to react to the rest. Coffee's not hydrating? Oops. I do actually have a glass of water in front of me. I'll have that as well. What happened to Brother Bin? That's a great question, isn't it? It's a great question because we're not sure either. Breathe. Now having to face up against Bin's Gwen. First pick. One of the more famous Bin Gwen players across the world because he won MSI 2022. Playing this pick when he was an RNG. Bin and Breathe, of course, switched teams after that. Breathe went to RNG. Bin went elsewhere. Pantheon locked in for TM. Not sure I love that. It's a look. It's a comfort pick for Xiaohu, and he does play it well. He did have a pretty shocking game on it the other day where he got very, very fed and then failed to carry on it due to a number of individual mistakes. Ezreal Karma locked in for BLG, so no engage for BLG. I mean, BLG have 0 engage. I mean, guys, you gotta log. I mean, you're gonna get Maokai Sejuani banned from you now. There's no Vi already. And the Jace gets locked in. So, Aurora into the mid lane. Kind of assumed that it would be for Xiaohu anyway. The Jace up towards that Gwen matchup. Absolutely fine. Breathe, a very good player of this champion. Just realized I didn't run adverts as well. Oopsies. I'm going to have to run some ads after the draft. Sorry, folks. I just don't know how BLG are going to start fights. I don't know. I mean, maybe Knight has to go Ahri, which is why they ban away the Orianna. I mean, what else do you have that can start fights? Sejuani's gone. I mean, she needs to go Maokai for Wei? He's not necessarily been that kind of player for a while. MF Sivir banned away from Lights. I guess they're champions with good follow-up range. Jhin is okay for Light, I think now. You can go towards a Jhin here. Jhin Alistair could be okay. Oh no, maybe not, it's the Karma. Sivir, one of the better answers into Ezreal Karma as well. I think Jhin is the best laning champion left, so that'll be locked in. I got some questions for what he can lock in. Rakan, maybe, can survive that lane. I think Rakan last pick can work well. I think you need to go for... Yes, I think you need to go Ahri here. Knight's Ahri, absolutely insane. It fixes a broken draft. Wei needs to go for an engaged champion 2 now. They have 2 bits of CC on... I mean, you need CC from somewhere. Yep, Jarvan's engaged. Wei's been a big player of this in the past. Can trap the Jhin and the Jace both in there. Technically, the Pantheon 2. Not a bad pick here. Doesn't scale well in terms of tankiness, but is a good engaged champ. Jarvan Ahri used to be a good pick back in the days of Season 3, Season 4. Because at least the Ahri could follow the Jarvan on his journey across 2 screens. Last pick for Erher. Now, I would suggest the Rakan. Rel comes in instead, it's fine. Good engage option for them. Of course, they were also lacking a little bit of that themselves. Rakan would have been similar, but I feel like the Rakan would have had better laning phase. Rel does break the shields of Karma, though, worth noting. Knight can't play Orianna. He can do. He needs to engage more, though. Orianna is not engaged. You need both of them to be able to engage. You can't just have the Jarvan being able to engage. There are 2 bits of hard CC on your team now. You have Jarvan and you have the Ahri. It's better than the one. I thought Wei was traded. Nope, that was the rumor. Hasn't come through to fruition just yet. I gotta run some adverts, folks, on Twitch. You won't see it elsewhere. If you don't like adverts, consider dropping a Twitch Prime. Or just sitting by. I'm sure you won't miss anything too important, folks. It'll be a couple of minutes. Just forgot to put them on the break. It's my bad. Try not to do that normally. Let's get into the game then, shall we? Yeah. Well, at least the sound didn't break as it went through this time. Oh my god, there's a kid doing the Charles of BLG. That's adorable. IGJ. Oh my god, did everyone else hit like the BLG? Like, oh my god, it's adorable. Oh my god. Nice. So, BLG, relying on Knight's Ari, one of the best, well, he is the best Ari, in my eyes, in the world. This guy's absolutely insane on the champion. Only reason I don't call him best Ari of all time, hang on a second, engage him through. On. It is impossible to miss a level 1 Karma ult Q, and yet he does that. That might cost them the ability to blow Tien's flash. That's a bad Q from On. Alright, light. Oh, hang on, level 2 gank. Wait, takes the first camp. Maybe getting double flashes here. Gets one. He'll get out with just the crash down. The old Jarvan level 2 gank, rearing its head. Now, the problem is, Tien, got level 2, can walk over to the other side of the map, is a better duelist right now than the Jarvan is. And walk towards that red buff. Maybe Wade just goes towards his Krugs and says, alright, there's a chance I get contested on red. Let's pull Tien down towards a different camp. It's a camp steal for camp steal. Tien will be back even with the blue buff to Raptor trade. As long as everything else goes even. So, finishes that off. Doesn't have his combo right now. We'll get the bad news once he finishes red buff about the Raptors. So Tien's going to do a very irregular path. He's going to finish off his level 3 without having a single buff, actually. Himself Wolves, enemy Raptors, Grom. Way, walking over to the other side of the map. Notice that the Raptors were gone. Well, now notice that Gromp is gone too. He now knows the full pathing. He'll know exactly what happened. Hang on a second. What does he think he can do here? No, nothing. All right, was just seeing if there's a recall maybe coming in from Tien. Wade were maybe a little bit afraid of getting Jarvan ganked, and as well they should be. Wade stuck around. No flash on Light. Does have the barrier. Remember, only that one piece of CC. Knockup comes through. Ezreal jumps in. Double crash down. And a root on the turret. Elk goes onto the aggro. Air has nothing left. So, all things said and done, On makes the crucial decision to die instead of letting Wei and Elk do that on the turret. Light dies. He'll lose some XP. Kill goes over to Jarvan. But Jarvan is now losing camps on the top side of the map. So, Jarvan is losing XP. Karma's going to recall. Has recalled, rather. Will come back alive, respawn. We'll go into topside jungle. Tien can't last, it can't stay any longer, knowing that On could be around here. Has full complement of abilities. So Tien is now a camp ahead. Technically, more than that now, because it's another camp steal away. Gets the smite hit through. Smack, that's a flash force. Tien still has the flash himself. Bin, no CC. This is the problem with the Gwen. You don't have any CC to set up for your team. Imagine if that was a Renekton instead. It'd be a dead Tien. Can't do anything about it. Elk stopped from recalling the other side, and now because On has gone from bot side to top side to help out Wei, it's Elk that's suffering. Despite the fact that it was Light dying in that bot side dive, he's now ahead in gold. Light got the kill. Elk didn't. Elk now going to be down a bit of experience as well as he loses a wave here. A lot of experience even. Contrasted to where he should be. Weibo feels like again they have a better angle on, a better idea on where they want to be on the map. Knight was just trying to judge an Aurora W there, I think. Probably still in the best place to place that Q. Ooh, great charm. Bunny versus Fox, typically a matchup with the Fox wins in real life. Tian. A little bit down in gold because that kill over towards Wei, but a little bit of XP up. Won't be able to get the double scuttle though. Good Q there from On. Gets a slow. Just trying to body block a little bit. Well play from him. Knight going towards the rower build. I think Knight has to go for the rower build this game. I actually do agree with this. He needs to be more brazenly able to engage. If he goes towards the Rod of Ages, he has the HP to dive in and look for a more aggressive charm. Grub started up. Early game back to even. Mid lane 10 CS down for Knight, actually. Don't know how he lost that much CS. It's because he's moving around the map and he's dropped a wave to bot lane so they can pick it up. The reason why Elk is now ahead in farm is because he picked up the farm which was meant to go to Knight. Two grubs taken. Smite available for the third. 3 grubs for BLG. Dragon not taken yet by either side. Knight pushing in. Xiaohu. That's not where he wants to be, but Q misses. What's going to come up? Wei could follow him through this if he wanted, but maybe not the best idea. On not the best accuracy with his Qs early on, despite the fact that Karma is very hard to miss those mantra Qs, the soul flares. In a flame soul flare. What's the other stuff? Defiance is the... Defiance and Renewal. And then, Inspire is the... one of the things, and I can't remember the other one for the E on Karma. Shield onto Elk stops the trade from Xiaohe being powerful on the way back. So, BLG. Even for now. Even for now. Knight doing fine into the Jace matchup here. Typically, Ahri was actually a Jace counter back in Season 7 MSI. For those of you who remember that, one of the few times where Ahri was meta before the 2022 resurgence. I think a lot of people, after seeing years of Ahri, think that Ahri was always meta. She was meta in Season 3 and 4, and then basically fell off a cliff until 2022. She was there around a little bit in 2017. Tiny bit in 2015 as well. Not that much. Around 2015 MSI was a little bit. Around the Ahri rework. Alk doing well in a situation up in top side as well. Lane assignments for BLG getting some value. Dragon not taken yet by either team. 3 grubs for BLG, the only objective taken so far. Xiaohu does have ult. There's no mana for Alk. Well, lacking mana. So, out of the early game without... I mean, I guess it's without everything that BLG wanted. I think they should have been further ahead, given everything. Xiaohu maybe overstaying in topside. And he's stopped that recall again. On will be on the run this time. Gets that W. Flashes to follow. Now, that's the kind of play you want to see out of him. Force the flash out of Xiaohu. Sadly, can't follow for the kill. Finn. Now a little overextended on bot side. He's full HP. Does have Ghost. He does have Needlework. Jin's coming down. Down that river. See how much value he can get. Where's the W? Where is that W? Storm comes in. Oh, Bin. Oh, Bin. Caught out well out of position. Needlework does a lot of value. I don't think it's going to matter all the same, though. And Air ends up securing the kill. So it goes a little over long. Uses the ghost, uses the ult. Tian gonna stop the recall from Elk of all things. Xiaohu survives on the top side of the map as well, from whatever the heck just happened there. Tian ulted, flashed. Elk burns that cleanse. Oh yeah, Grasp Gwen helping us survive through that, of course. And cookies. Cookies are one hell of a drug, folks. One hell of a drug. That's what they call all the best drugs nowadays, cookies. You're done with meth, Molly, and Charlie, and all of the other things which mean exactly the same. They don't mean the same thing. Yeah. But it's all about cookies now. You got any? Yeah. Got any cookies? So this is what happened on the top side. Ah, Pantheon came forward. Oh, because the minions just left the turret. He was just in tower range. So I guess that cleanse out of Elk. Sadly can't get the flash as well. Very nearly took him down. If there was another turret shot, maybe could have gone towards that. Wait, we're not going towards a contest on the grubs. That means that at least 5 are going their way, you'd have to imagine, with the smite coming through. Tian no flash to go for a smite steal for that one. It is 5. Uses the smite, so Tian will be safely able to get that 6, no contest. Ah, just trying to see. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is wait a little longer on your smite and use it like that. Exactly. Easy, secure. No smite on the other side to make things interesting. Like, uses that Ghost Blade. The common build on Jhin nowadays, using that Ghost Blade to get the extra movement speed. Goes for the Magnet Storm, and this time it's gonna be Bin caught out again. Bin! Just not in the right place, and suddenly now Jhin starts to open up 2 kills very quickly down. E forced out. And while they lose Grubs, Weibo pick up some good kills, and this Gwen is not getting the value that she'd quite like. Ari wasn't at the play. BLG just didn't expect an aggressive play to come through there, I don't think. And now down to 0 and 2. It's a little bit of damage down. Rod of Ages being built up for the Aurora, it's worth noting. So what happens here? They spot Airho going over here, but it's too late by this point, right? Bin's in the wrong place. Don't really think he should have been there anyway. He didn't have ult, didn't have Ghost. You're not looking for a fight there as the Gwen. You're not bringing that much value. Odd series today from Bin. I think Bin's time as top of the LPL top lane pool and top of the world in terms of top laners, up there with Key and Zeus. I think that's over now. Teleport coming through. Pantheon ult coming through. Elk doesn't have that cleanse, was blown earlier by Tian, and it means he can't escape the CC combo. There's a 4th shot. Don't even need to use it. Tian takes the kill instead. Elk overextended. Teleport from Xiaohu a little much, but he'll just return back to his own mid lane, and he'll be fine. And it's a sad state of affairs for BLG. 1 to 5 in kills. 1.5k down at 13 minutes. 400 gold up for Knight's Ari, who was trying to get some value in side lanes beforehand, but as often it has happened, Knight has been tasked with one thing, and his team has failed to hold up their end of the bargain on the other. Bin just uses W, uses the needlework, will look towards a bit of a kill, does get himself a good needlework there. Ignite is dropped onto him. Remember, he has that grasp for extra healing. He saves himself this time, importantly so. Ezreal ult's not going to get the kill. Goes wide. Breathe with his own cookies this time. Surviving nice. Plenty of health there. Good Q return. Still has his ultimate. Actually, next time the cooldowns come up, Knight actually might look for a bit of a return back through here. Best I think you can do is force the ult out on the other side. Can he get himself a follow with the ult? No. He will force Xiaohu out of lane. Knight trading ult for ult. Both going for the Rod of Ages build. Knight a little bit ahead in terms of that experience. Did he have the level 11 for that play? I don't think he had it at the start of it, actually. But big XP advantage means at least that'll give him some value. Wait, starting down that dragon. First dragon of the game. Very late picked up. But it goes over towards BLG. Never seen Elk and Bin get solo killed in a split since the inception of BLG. Obviously, BLG went back before Bin and Elk were both on here. But yes, in 2023 spring, before Tabe joined to kind of tighten up the roster, BLG did have a lot of games like that, where they were very inconsistent, very snap engage, very much about globals and 1-3-1s. And both Elk and Bin were quite suspect on that roster at points. Tabe came in at the end of 2023 spring regular season, turned them into an absolute force of nature. They beat Weibo on the way towards their top. In fact, the BLG story of this era starts with Weibo beating them in 23 spring playoffs when Weibo built a super team with Kasa. That team was the Shy, Kasa, Xiaohu. Yeah, that was Light as well. So they're the one non-international title holder on the roster, and then Crisp as well. That was their roster back then. They were expected, top 3 team. Ended up bowing out before the double elimination bracket. BLG went towards MSI, reached MSI finals. That's where they started. On, caught out. He's on vision there. Great Magnet Storms across the game from the young support player. On, does still have flash. Has that renewal. Doesn't get to use it, though. Gets shot in the head. Domed by Light. Way will go down too. Why are they taking fights like this? On, caught out. Knight coming around. Does have his ult again. Now can he start cleaning up? Tien's in the brush. Knight, can he get seen off? Jin ult comes through. Second third comes through. Cleanse as well. L doesn't have enough now. Knight tries to go and peel for his AD carry. Not going to be enough. Tien has a Q and kills. Knight has flash, has one last ult charge. Will at least get out safety from that. Might need to save his ult for something else. Sops right on that side. Oh, Knight tries to clean up. He uses his teleport, abandons the side lane. BLG, they're getting randomly caught on wards. On the architect of their downfall for that series of events. Pushing too far, not on a safe enough support to escape that. And Weibo Pounce so much better. They're picking up the pieces so much better. Tien, great Pantheon play. Forcing summoners, chasing down for extra cooldowns, judging the long trade. But BLG's mistakes across the map are now forcing Ahri's lead to then be mitigated. Was 400, 500 gold ahead, now behind 200 gold because of the mistakes of On and the rest of the team. It's another pickoff. His teammates are just not close. You can't be there if your teammates are not close enough. Even Wei, with the incredible engage range of the Jarvan, not nearly close enough. And he dies before he even gets to use Cataclysm. They call into a play where they don't even use the Cataclysm. He is down here now. Breathe has flash. He can flash out of it, and indeed he does. They have no other CC. They're in CC. That's a good charm, though. Great charm from Ahri. Knight getting something from nothing. Yeah, they need to get so high value out of their Jarvan and out of the Ahri. The Jarvan's not getting it. 1,500 gold behind almost. Ahri trying to get something. The closest thing to a gold lead that BLG have. Knight's Ahri, legendary at the pick. Q into the bush. They'll spot him out. Air Herald on the flank. Herald was taken. Wait. Went over the wall. Standard giving everyone attack speed. 5 growth will make it easy to take the turret. They'll definitely take that gold. And they'll take it into their pockets. Tries to close things up a little bit more. BLG trying to thread the needle a little bit there. Figuring out some way to do some smoke and mirrors. These slim openings to open up the map. Blue buff goes down. Been almost spelled out Tien here. He has needlework if he wants to go for a heavy trade. Goes for one part of it. And he uses his ultimate to get out of the next part of it. No CC from Bin to cancel that. Grand Starfall used to bravely run away. They'll never win worlds like this. And that's kind of the thing which that's always been the question about BLG. It's like you reached a Game 5 World Finals. One team fight away from hoisting the Summoners Cup. That was with, a bot lane and a jungle, which I don't think were World Championship caliber. That was a very rare thing to see with 2 solo laners, which are so incredibly good that they can carry them to that level. I think Bin's fallen off now, but I think that Elkon and, of course, Wei instead of Shun now are not necessarily at the level they were at either. Knight on top side has his ult again. Breathe doesn't have the flash. There is a Cataclysm coming up in a couple of seconds. Does he want to use it? Yeah, I think he does. Ult forwards. Let's get some stacks towards that Ahri. Give it over towards the Wei Jarvan instead. Kill on the top side. Tower taken. BLG, this is a little bit more like here. Opening up the map. Weibo, they're the ones which are now not catching out BLG. They have more kills, of course, but Weibo happily, well, not so happily, spreading out across the map now. Feels like they're more in danger. Mid lane turret gonna get taken by Weibo. Pew. Did she actually just say pew? Is that a thing what she says? Damn. Dragon now available. Dragon stacking's been very slow this game. Normally you'd expect another dragon to be taken in this time. And this would be the third, not the second. Weibo will go towards it anyway. 2 items towards Tian, who is still very, very strong. 2 items on the way for Wei, but still a little off it. Gold advantage still towards Weibo. BLG, you probably don't deserve to win with how you played this early game and the way how hard this draft is, but that is the nature of BLG. Sometimes they just win with complete criminal drafts because they're a much better team. T1 were known to do that in the past too. Gold lead now up to Gwen on the top side. He managed to take that out of turret, of course. Ari almost up to the max Rod of Ages. Xiaohu the same. Both of them will be a level ahead of the game. Been trying to see if we can get good trades against the Aurora. Aurora can be a good matchup against the Gwen, actually. If she uses the W a little bit late, you lose a good bunch of your HP. I suppose it's only the Rod of Ages build. It's not the highest burst build, all things said and done. Xiaohu trying to clear out some vision. On. Oh, flashes forward. All comes through, but the root does first, and the charm comes after. They have next to no CC, but they use all their limited amount to get that kill. On, flashing forwards. Well played in the last couple of pick attempts from the Karma. Missed a lot of early Qs, but getting some extra value this time. Very hard to do so on the Karma. Xiaohu is well out of position, though. Should have ulted a little earlier. Chooses not to. Bin avoids the Magnet Storm this time. Still gets punted back. Here comes the Pantheon. And they will start to rain hell down on Bin. They'll go towards this top lane turret. Can they take the whole thing? Jace is a very good tower killer. Half the turret immediately gone. They'll give the solo goad over to Jace. Why not? Hypercharger again. Weibo find an advantage just as BLG find a pick on the other side. Ult again. Wire's on here. Goes down, and just as he makes a great play, goes down, and Elk is so lucky to make it out alive. Ult back out. This is going to leave open an inhibitor turret. Just after a great play from On. Makes a disastrous to One by dying in the topside jungle. You are not tanky. You had just used Flash. Light will take a turret, and Weibo explode the map. BLG, what have you done? You just had to play a little bit safe, protect your turrets. Teleport now in. Knight has to go make a play as the cooldowns are down and the HP bars are low. This is desperation, but this is what you're led to. Ult forwards, Light has himself Flash, has barrier. Knight wants to try and predict it, can't do it. There comes the Cataclysm. Knight outplaying for now, but will it be enough? Here comes Tien, trying to get a turn around, and will look for it. Is there a reset? Yes, there is. Close enough, and the Q will claim it. Does he have enough now to deal with Jarvan? Wei misses the combo. Bin's up here now anyway. BLG, the right choice to pull that teleport and to look for a slap back while cooldowns were down and HP bars were low. BLG gets something back. But Elk overstays again. Goes a little too far. Go towards the honey fruit. Do they have the healing? No, they don't. The killer bunny rabbit sinks in the sharp, pointy teeth. And Xiaohu will make a murderer of himself. Weibo, how many turrets did they take? 2. You took the mid inner, the top inner, 3 rather, and then the mid inhibitor turret, top inhibitor turret as well. Get a kill onto On, get another 2 onto Elk and Knight as well afterwards. BLG completely outclassed by Weibo and map play this game so far. I think Light showed great patience versus Knight's Ari that in the last play. Knight was trying to judge a flash away. Light knew that he had Tian around the corner. Knight very rarely loses those mind games, actually. It's the right play to make, by the way, when you're jumping onto an AD carry like that and you think you have excess damage, which you should do with Leandri's burn. You hold your charm as long as possible. Actually wonder if he could have shown even more patience, but it's just what the mindset BLG have got themselves into now. Has himself the 2 items, of course. The Leandri's the rower. Only the 1 Dark Seal stack, but hey, got that assist after he died. We'll take that. $30 seconds till Dragon. Be second for either team. Tenacity shield that. Oh, not gonna be able to stop this one. Bin running away from the play. Doesn't have Ghost, does have ult. Once again, Bin caught out in the side lane this game. Teleport coming through. Magnet Storm once again. Stun inside the mist. Breed comes down. Here comes On. Has a bit of healing, but can't save Bin. Bin's Gwen Seen a lot better days. The Jhin ult to try and split the team fight. The charm comes through, trying to get good damage through, and it will. Knight gets a reset. How much value can he get on his world-famous Ahri? I don't think it's enough. Shield comes through as Jarvan goes down. Elk has some damage in the replay. Looks like the team fight rather has been disengaged. Knight cleans up a little bit. Elk, double buffs. He might have something here too. 2 low health bars here around the corner, and here comes the fight. Good try pick onto On. Good damage onto Knight as well. He doesn't have flash this time, and Elk can't save it. Weibo play the smoke and mirrors and come out of the shadows to kill off BLG. There's a cleanse on Elk. I just don't know if it's enough. Yes, maybe it will be. Hops out of that W. And he'll start to get himself a bit of a reset. Another Mega Blast Cone. He'll hit a couple of Qs onto minions. He'll make himself out alive. But Weibo are toying with BLG. What has happened to the BLG that we love? Well, Weibo, the ones which was the thing which has happened to them in this series. Wonderful play from BLG, calling the bluff. So much more calm, so much more collected. Understanding that they have the excess HP bars. Now Dragon will get started. 5,000 gold lead. Weibo just choosing fight so much better. Who is shot calling for BLG? Who is shot calling for them? Because they're making mistakes. A whole lot of them. Gotta say, Bin, caught out on side lane so much, is a huge reason why BLG have to play like this. They find themselves in 4v5s unexpectedly. And have to claw themselves back. And sadly, despite how well On has been flashing forward for some of these routes, despite how good Knight's Ahri is, it's not saving everything, and I don't know whether it's saving Elk either. Has the cleanse, the root hits, but the Mega Blast Cone will get some value. If that was a regular Blast Cone, that Jhin ult might have done something. Not there. Light left her by the rest of her shots in the air. A little frustratedly. Now, no globals. Bin can play into the side lane, now knowing there is no globals for him to be aware of. And be respectful of. And push up a little deeper, get a little more value. Wards on Dragon, on Baron rather. BLG have such a hard composition to play. They're squishy. They do have a lot of damage in some places, but they haven't reached those items just yet. Tien, out on the map again. Has a level lead, a full level lead over Wei. Tien stealing away some camps, potentially. Couple of Qs. Perhaps the clamp falls down. Throw it into Elk. That is important. The Shojin gives him the ability to hit 2 Qs and his E is effectively back up. Oh, Bin. Ah, Bin. Empowered W. Yeah, W coming through from Bin. Decent damage. Goes into the E. A reminder, Tien didn't have to use an ultimate for that one. Gets the ultimate back up again. This is better, though, from BLG because Bin survives. Survives, they don't get to push in that wave after, and they'll take themselves in mid lane out of turret. Bin finally getting some value for his side lane presence. Stacks from Tien, of course, proc there as well. Not the longest cooldown, but it can sometimes be valuable. He's had an awesome game. This rel has been exceptional, by the way. This rel has been exceptional. So many Magnet Storms, so many picks onto Bin as he's overextended, roaming around the map. It is hard to play in a split map 1-3-1 as a new support coming in. Air's playing it well. I think this guy has been really good. Still had Seekers still. Look, if he uses Seekers there, he dies anyway, because he just stands in place, no one's coming to help him, and he dies anyway. That doesn't actually change anything there. And you really want to save that for a game-winning team fight as well. Well, I mean, not no matter here, but yeah. Can BLG win? Karma, Ezreal, Gwen late? Karma's not great late game. I mean, the thing is, BLG don't have CC for late game. I trust in Knight's Ahri. I don't love the I really don't like the Seekers here, actually. It can be quite good to jump into a Pantheon and then get stasis onto his W, but I don't love it. I think that Knight should have gone more damage. I think he should have gone more damage. Trusting himself to carry. That's the thing about Knight. Knight is so good on this champion. So good in general. The rest of his teammates have been struggling. You get the damage yourself so you can carry. I would love to see a death cap here instead. See if you can one-shot. Get that charm on someone. Turn a fight for yourself. Shahu jumping forwards. Flash from Tien. Not able to get in range. So close to getting on top of Elk. Knight can jump over the walls. Manages to buy some cooldowns from Airher. Cut Tien. Caught out as well. He has no flash, remember. And Bin comes in with the needlework. Maybe Tien's made the mistake now. He goes down. But on the other side, Gwen goes down too. Bin gets exploded. Who's going to body block for this now? Knight using his extra HP to try and save his teammates. Bin with a huge mistake. One of the worst series from Bin. And one of the worst splits from Bin I have seen in years. Weibo, so much more clutch, punishing so much more. You can see how BLG are floundering. Knight doesn't know what to do. Who does he have to body block for? Why should he be having to body block for them at this point? But that's what they've been reduced to. Weibo, 10 seconds till the dragon now. Trade 1 for 1, even though they lose Tien. They'll get themselves the dragon nonetheless. I have no idea how Bin died like that for free. That's the fight where you go stasis. That's the fight where you do it. Gets massively turned around, or maybe misunderstanding the damage coming through from very bursty side of Weibo when they put everything on the same target. If you have a fourth shot, Jace, Pantheon, Aurora with the shotgun combo as well. Yeah, a lot of damage. Elk close towards his fourth item. Not going towards something like the Cyrildas, going towards a Bloodthirster instead. Gonna make some sense to get some of the poke from Weibo. Girl, how are they losing to Weibo? Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. Welcome back, you beautiful, horrible team. Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. Double ult from Wei. That's not bad, but then of course he gets stuck in the play, so he has to flash out. What happens to Bin here? Throws out the needlework, gets stunned. Oh my god, the damage. I mean, there was a window where he could have Zhonya's, but it was a very slim one. I don't think it would have saved him actually either. Well, I don't know, probably not. No W afterwards. There's a GA for Wei now. That'll help for the next fight. 3 item Gwen. Full Zhonya's, of course, for Bin. I don't know. Weibo have the gold lead. Extra shield power and extra tenacity. The tenacity is really nasty for the Ahri, actually, where often to get your electrocute combo and your, backswing of your Q, you do need to make sure they, don't have as much tenacity. Is there any Merc Treads as well? No. Okay. Yeah, that's good then. Well, I suppose that's good for BLG for them. So if there was a Merc Treads and that, bit of a problem, isn't there? Yeah. I believe Karma can carry. I'm less certain of that one. Karma not the best late game support ever. Baron available. Are we calling Weibo in towards that objective pit? Using that Fog of War. They have this vision control here. Needs to be careful. Here comes the combo. Crashes down out of it. Bin going for the needlework? You're using the needlework for all... Okay, well, that's why. Ults on towards light, but there's no follow-up. All the damage is going towards Airher. You put all your damage into the Rel, which meant you couldn't follow up on light. You do get that flash, that's important. But I feel like they should have walked away with a kill there. Instead, they walk away with a summoner. Nothing better than an English person saying the worst thing in years. I can do it more. I can do it more Jeremy Clarkson-like. The worst player in the world. That's too far. We did steal the fraud wall from him, though. And the cool wall. Well, yeah. I don't get the needlework going on to Airhead, though. I don't get it. Very split, very split calls. Fantastic game from him still. Look, I mean, he took a risky position there, but the fact that he escaped that initial combination, huge. That sidestep on the initial flag and drag, huge. Why go all in on Spork? Because it means that the Magnet Storm's not there for a big fight. Oh, bloody hell, the damage! Flashes out of the needlework. Breathe, lucky to be alive. And now Bin, oh Bin, it's happened again. Has the Recales, gets out safely, maybe that'll be enough. Here comes Wei, flashing forwards. Light has no summoners, and here comes the Ori, here come the resets. Knight gets one, he gets two, and he'll be able to finish off another as well. Finally, BLG come to life. A score of kills coming in for them as Bin teleports mid lane. They want to turn this into a game win. 40 seconds on Breathe, Light, and Xiaohu. How have BLG done it after BLG have entered inside lanes, been picked off with a composition made of nuts and bolts? They have cobbled together a spaceship to fly towards the Nexus. Somehow BLG turn it around, and it is just Tien. 10 seconds on Air. I don't think he can do it. It's not a bad E, but I don't think he'll have enough. The wave is cleared. Maybe I'm wrong. Tao goes down. The backdoor bonus comes off. CC from Airhead, not going to be enough. The Nexus will fall, and we will have our 6-game day. How did BLG get away with it? Criminals, the lot of them. But they bring us to 3 games. It came from just a little bit of that needlework coming through. Bin, who had largely inted his arse off that game, somehow comes away with a ridiculous needlework turnaround. And we are reminded that Gwen is quite the late game scaling champion, aren't we? Ori got to reset at the back end of it. 3-person Leandri stacking towards the back of it. 400 total victories in the LPL as well for BLG. Congratulations to what is becoming such a storied organization, a legendary one within the global League of Legends scene. Well, that's quite the way to end a game. What am I going to do? Guess we'll wait for some highlights to come through. How did they get away with that? Oh, man. It's getting warm in here, actually. I'm gonna take my hoodie off. That was very unexpected. Happy late birthday. It wasn't my birthday, Dialga. It wasn't my late birthday. My birthday's in June. I've got 2 months for it. Almost to the day, actually. June 28th. It was Sam's birthday on Sunday, not mine. When is Complaints Truck coming back? When we find time for it. We're recording another EuroLeague tomorrow. We just haven't had time to do 2 shows, basically. How old is Sam now? He's 30. 40? You what? No, he's 30. What do you mean 40? Wait until he gets older. You. No, Sam's 30, and I'm 28. I'm 28. That's the one. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I'm still in my 20s. Why did I say that as if like, oh, I'm younger than I thought? Yeah, I'm in my 20s, yeah. Yeah, Sam's 75 now. You know, he's going to retire, he's going to get a pension. It's going to be great. Yeah, can turn camera off. I need to go rehydrate a little bit. Junge! Yeah, Complaints Trunk will come back when we find time for it, basically. What is the gold graph? What is that gold graph? Huh? What? Excuse me? Oh my god, what is even the gold swing there? Ridiculous. Hey, basically done. Let's see. I'm a year younger than you, young people. Yeah, I'm a babby. What is that gold difference? Oh Jesus, what? That's like a 6,000 gold swing and like... What? That's just... That's ridiculous. That's just so funny, man. That's just so funny. All right, let me. I guess we'll wait for the MVP as well. We can do this as well. All right. You wanna do some more words on stream? Oh, we got the MVP. We'll do that first. Oh, my father, the king! I have no idea how Wei got the MVP for this one. Wei, I don't know. I mean, Wei was fine. Wei, okay, whatever. Wei had some good stuff. I don't know about that one, folks. Alright, let's go play some words on stream. I'm gonna go back to this. I need to run some adverts as well, so I'll do that now. Where we go? Oh yes, because you have to level up again. Cass is just telling BLG that Wei's not the problem. I don't know. I think he's not been fantastic still, folks. I'm gonna go get myself a drink. I'll leave you to it. Oh, it's warm in here.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加以旧换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。京东。Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce, to be honest with you. Plus I'm chill, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm looking fly like a 747 in the sky, 'cause it's prime time. Gonna sip wine with a fine dime. Supersonic, hypnotic, we love it when it's a party. Live it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right. I know that's right. Yeah, I'm costly. You wanna hang? Then we better go shopping. I could change my mind in a heartbeat. Over and out, understand? Do you copy? Copy, don't copy, not me. I'm the cutest little thing like a jockey. From Miami to New York to the Rockies. Yeah, the DJ gonna play what I'm offering. Long as the bass keeps knocking. Supersonic, hypnotic. We love it when it's a party. Live it, love it, alrighty. Just you wait and see. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right. I know that's right. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Take one look. And boom, you hooked. That's right, that's right, that's right. I know that's right.
Losing track of time. Chasing down the sky.
Hello, I'm back. Hang on, sorry. Let me go put up another thing. Sorry, I was just AFK for a bit. Give you another one. Gotta get them hoes. Yeah, I already put that one through. Oh, God. Nice. Howdy, howdy, everyone. What else we got? Yep, shoot. Oh, we already got that. Yeah. Why is it that all intermission, LPL intermission songs are nice and other reasons? Because they don't have copyright to worry about. So they can use whatever. LPL, like in Chinese law for copyright, basically non-existent. So yeah, you can just use whatever thing. You don't have to use licensing and stuff basically a lot of the time. Because they just, yeah, it doesn't apply in China. What else we got? Don't even get to know what the missing words were. Damn. We'll do one more. Wait, do we have time? Nah, I'll try one more time. Where's Initialise? He's at home right now. It was his birthday over the weekend. He flew back to see parents and family. And he was ill a little bit while he was back, so he was just recovering back home. And then coming back here. The biggest bird. Damn, that's a lot of nice ones. Oh, man, nice. Stig. Man, I'm starting to lose focus. We're getting into game 3, of course. Gonna get towards draft soon too. Well, whatever. This is almost over. We can finish this and we can get into Damn it. Go down here. Trying to not cover the important bits of the screen. Gits. Nice. It's a very English word, that. Gits. Nice. Alright, and we'll leave it there for now, and we'll go back to it when we next get the chance. Make sure that's back on, and I can work this over. Cool. One last game for today, folks. Gone the full distance. What a way to come back towards LPL streaming, eh? Hope you sat there enjoying yourselves. Missed the game, we'll do it. Well, we can do maybe like one round after the stream ends. I don't know. I'm feeling quite tired. Might need a break. Your English practice? Yeah. There are some, yeah. One last time today then. Let's see what these teams have for us. Weibo on blue side, BLG on red. Yone, so no Yone Sejuani. Scion banned. So some of his tank frontliners out. Nicolista. Well, the AD carry questions are going to be interesting. I think Misfortune gets a lot of value, especially with the Scion gone too. I actually wonder whether Weibo could even look for a first pick to Misfortune, you know. I think Zaya's okay too. Oh yeah, so Yasuke, it's words on stream, Yasuke. It's words on stream. We did it in the break. So no Neferi. I forgot that Neferi made us raid all the way through draft as well. So it's a game we play it in breaks. It's fun. It's basically, you know, Scrabble, I guess, with words. And everyone in chat can contribute. So let's have a think about first picks. Oh, Lilia. Yeah, that's pretty big too. Then you can go towards a Misfortune later to go towards the Lilia more Misfortune. I think it's the best remaining jungler in terms of the early game stuff. You still have Sejuani. There's Sejuani Silas. I think that's very powerful. You can lock in a Renekton as well. I don't think Weibo wants to lock in Silas for mid lane, so you can probably save that till 3. I reckon I actually think he's maybe even Sejuani Renekton with something like a Silas later. Yeah, Renekton seems really good here. Sejuani you can lock on 3 as well, because jungler's already locked in. I think how many magic damage picks are there? So you have you have Silas, you have Victor, you have Hui. You got some options. Hui is a Nocturne player. I don't think he's been playing that well at it recently. Zyra can be a bit hard to deal with the team. Are you sure you want to do that into Lilia? Okay, Nocturne locked in. BLG, I guess trusting in their practice, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Now, Weibo, you have AP jungle, looking for AD mid laner if you can. Yone's down, so you can't pick that. Go Corki mid lane for Xiaohu. Ah, take away the Orianna from the Nocturne. Yep, that's an option too. Also very good into the Renekton. Renekton walking over the ball kind of shuts down his angles. Now what does Wei do? Because you don't I mean, you can go Akali for Knight, I guess. But then you have to go Akali into Lilia too, which doesn't always feel that great. And what does Breathe do? What does Breathe do? Aatrox. Misfortune is good. Misfortune is kind of what we were talking about earlier. You can kind of peel for the MF with the shockwave as well now. You have triple immobile carries right now. I think Akali's really good for Knight here. Really? It's not Akali at all. It's a Kassadin for Knight. Someone find Kaiser. It's bring your dad to work day. She was played in game 1. Knight Kassadin. Now, when was the last time he played that champion? It has been a while, folks. In fact, I'm going to go look it up. When was the last time he played that? Show me Knight's match history. What a pick to lock in here. Does well versus the Orianna in lane. Of course, even her auto attacks do some magic damage on them. 3 immobile carries. You can silence the Misfortune ultimate. You always look for a flank. You need to find a way to get towards your late game, of course. Of course you do. It's very hard to manage through all that. Kassadin, when was the last time you played that Knight? Last time was LPL Spring 2023. And before that, last time he played it was in LPL Summer 2020. He has played 1 game of Kassadin in 5 years. This will be his 2nd. Jinx now in for Elk. That's something which we used to know a lot more from him. He has always been one of our best hypercarry players within the LPL. Folks, we've gone deep into Fearless, and you are getting some real vintage out of here. Knight, 1 game in 2023. The last time before that, in 2020, Elk played this so much in 2023 around that MSI finals run. His Jinx and the Jinx Lulu that they played was absolutely exceptional. Breathe goes towards the K'Sante, actually. Tries to buy something of a bit of space for his backline. Why Misfortune? Because it works with the Lily Asleep. It's lane dominance. And there's not many AD carries left. You don't have that much engage here for Weibo. But then again, you are against triple melee from BLG who want to dive into you, so maybe you don't need all of it. You lock in the Alistar. Good into Kassadin. Kassadin hates playing into Alistar. One of his least favorite picks. I mean, Blue-tailed, I actually very much agree with you. But that's definitely a different conversation, I suppose. On can go towards that Poppy, one of his best picks. Can punt people out of the fight. I think if you go for the Poppy, I just don't see how Weibo can ever stand and fight. They have 3 immobile carries. Their front line can get punted away. Yes, the K'Sante can press W on the Poppy ult. Nocturne can fly into the backline. Kassadin can flank. Someone gets isolated and Jinx gets a reset. I think BLG, this might be their best draft of the series. In fact, it is. This is a very good draft for them. I think Weibo have struggled with quite a lot here. Is MF better than Xayah here? I mean, yes, to a certain extent. The MF can actually join you with the aggressive plays. It's more lane dominant than the Xayah, and you don't know what's left out for Elkin on that, so. I mean, yeah, I think Xayah obviously had some angles, but it's... Yeah, blind picking the MF is much more powerful in some ways. I was even wondering whether that MF would come in a little earlier, because it's so lane dominant. Not sure I love the rest of the composition around the MF. Not all of it. They try and put a bulwark, a front line between the MF and the back line. And the enemy top, front line rather. One last game today, Weibo versus BLG. Both teams 4-4. This is to go to a positive series record. Weibo brought in a new coach, BLG. Seen very much better days, from being the most dominant team in the LPL to just middle of the pack. See how much they can get done here. It's been a while since we've seen this pick from Knight. Vintage, as we were saying. One game in 2023. The last time before that, 2020. Bringing out the old guns. BLG, dipping into the champion pool a little. Let's get it on. You know the music. It's time to dance. Where are our gyos? I love that someone in the crowd had Tien's artwork basically just recreated on a sign. It was the brand MVP vote. Basically someone said, draw your MVP vote. So he drew like, I think he drew a Lee Sin, I think he drew a brand, and it was so bad, like MS Paint drawing. They actually did still put it on a t-shirt and sell it as merch though. So you can actually get Tien's own hand-drawn merch somewhere. Very, very funny. Worth noting as well, you know, talking about Knight on the cast of him, Elcon Jinx is a real classic. Shahu, you gotta be careful here. Luckily the Q misses. Nice starting with the E. Phase Rush now gonna wash off that slow anyway. Ward is gonna go down. I think if it hit that Q, with the extra move speed on it, if there was a slow coming through from the Force Pulse as well, might even been able to force the Flash, despite them having typically poor level 1s. Elcon Hyper Carries is a different beast compared to Elcon other stuff. I know a lot of people like his Ezreal. I know a lot of people like one of his other picks. I always thought Elk was a better player when he's playing Hyper Carries. His Aphelios, his Jinx, something special. He's always been very, very good at those. MSI 2023, think around that era, his Jinx, something incredible to behold. So we'll see whether he can relive those glory days here on the Jinx now. Always fun to see him on that champion. Knight good at peeling. Bin as well, very good at kind of making sure his AD carries stay alive. Knight not getting the best. Well, he's going to collect this wave of tower now, and he'll be fine. Not getting that W level 2. Sometimes you do go for that. Makes it a little hard to farm out this now. He'll lose something under that tower. Losing a lot of cooldowns, though. Normally you want that W for the extra base attack damage. Basically on every auto. A lot of damage even on that first rank Q now. Ow. Guess level 3. Has Doran Shield as well. We'll be teleporting back very, very quickly on. Down 5 CS from the other levels. Still will get enough to get himself a tier, I think. 13 CS? That's on the border for it. I'm not sure about that, actually. Does he get it? Nah, no, he won't. Not with the refill pot. So he doesn't get the tier first back. Still, gets himself a couple of levels. Fully recharges in terms of his HP and mana. Back to lane. Better to teleport early rather than late, though. Caston and Conqueror? Yes. Caston tends to go towards that Conqueror. You do sometimes go for the fleet footwork, but it's been nerfed so much over time. Breathe, great trade against... Bin, great trade against Breathe. Cassante is not really a great champion anymore. Bin, very happy with how things are going now. Has the empowered ability available again. So just as it felt very fun to play in mid lane, fun to play in top lane too. There's a reason we don't see much Cassante nowadays in not in standard lanes. Ow! Great trade coming in from Tien. Wayne not going across mid lane. Wayne needs to be a little bit careful here, actually. No one's... Hang on. So bot lane is roaming, potentially. Tien. Raptors respawning. Do you want to fight this? I mean, On could come over. I think you can. If he stacks up Q, it's a little bit different. Smite steal from Wade. Does he want to go towards it? No. Wade Tien goes towards it instead. Needs to be careful of the wall stun. Ignite goes down. Goes over the wall. On doesn't go for the wall stun. I think there was an angle. Chose not to go towards it. But still, something coming out of that jungle situation, which was unexpected. Wei finally buys a little bit of pressure for Knight in mid lane. This is why we don't see the casting, of course. His early lane is so ass. That being said, only 5 CS down, all things said and done. 6, but, you know, same difference. Her on the roam. Knight not level 6 yet. Need to be very careful getting frozen out as a Cassidy. See what Xiaohu's doing here? Making sure that the wave is away from the Cassidy. The wave will push back towards him. He'll get the tier now. Again, need to get that recall at some point. Cassidy never wants to be too far from his tower without ult. He just can't be there. If you actually manage to like freeze the wave away from the Cassidy, it's a big problem. Huge problem. So you trade hard, shove him in early. Make sure he doesn't have teleport, can't reset. Can't just hard shove, reset, and teleport back in. Not that he can hard shove very well as a Cassidy. But the real job of playing against a Cassidy is make sure they can't safely farm. Knight's actually gone towards bot side. Gets him out of the Orianna matchup. I mean, not that he wants to play against a Misfortune either. I don't know about this one, folks. Where's going to push back in towards him, I suppose. The Knight can't do anything. It's not level 6 yet. Lost a lot of XP. I really think the thing which hurt him the most was Tien coming across mid lane and Wayne not covering. That was the timer where the Lilia comes across that map, that part of the map, because it's the Raptor respawn, right? And now what's happening now is Elk and On have to go towards bot side anyway to make sure that this Cassidy is safe. The wave's not pushing in on the time in which they thought it would be, because they showed mid lane and they knew that Knight would then go towards bot lane instead. How much of this wave can you pick up? If he gets level 6 off it, it's fine. Okay. Most of it. Where's his level 6? How many waves? How many minions, rather? Gets level 6 off the end of that wave. Okay, now that's okay. That's fine now. He gets level 6. He can now walk up, force pulse, ult backwards. A little easier now. Dragon taken by Weber. Growth by BLG. Swell seed. Bowls right the way through that gap. 7-10 split between the walls. Gets the mana back onto it. I wonder whether Knight should have gone for that fleet footwork. But I suppose the Conqueror means you can actually chase down people like the Alistair and the Sensei so much easier. With the extra stacks coming through. Extra damage. Also be able to stack that Conqueror on in team fights. Tien missing the bowling ball this time. Alright. Ultimate comes through from the Nocturne first to the game. This can cancel out by the Alistair, getting great pulverized through that. Lighthouse, the ultimate. Here comes the ult from the Lilia. But the Rift Walk saves a lot of that. The Jinx throws the ultimate too, but here comes Xiaohu. Split fight, not really sure about this one. Double shockwave as Knight flashes into it. Knight wants to kill Light before he can get the bullet time, but goes too far. Jinx out of the play. And BLG lose the early fight. Xiaohu outplays his Knight. A rare mistake from him. Getting caught out by the bullet time. Not by the shockwave just like that. Xiaohu roams down quicker. And BLG, another early game, which they've misplayed. Started with them not backing up Knight on this Cassidy and leaving him in a 1v2 in mid lane. Then rotating around to lose him even more farm. And then taking an extra fight, which he wasn't ready for yet. Why are you playing around this game with this Cassidy like this? Questions upon questions. Weibo, very well collapsed though. Even though they didn't need the bullet time in that, even though they didn't use the bullet time in that fight, they didn't need it. Not a great engage coming through from Wei. I don't understand that one myself. Knight ults out, so he's out of range of the bullet time. Ult comes down, does very well. It does at least a little bit of damage towards Light here. What happened? What happens here? On. Goes for the E. Knight, just not a good flash, is it? I can sense the tilt from here. It's a bad flash. Big moment here. Big moment here for Weibo. Gets him a lot of gold in this early game, 1,000 gold ahead. Most of that's on mid lane. Now I will say, Xiaohu, one of the worst players in the LPL, playing from a lead in the mid lane position. He had a huge, like 20 stack Medjais or something like that the other day, Aurora game, and he lost all of them very, very quickly. 2 or 3 mistakes in a row. Was ready to carry, couldn't do so. Two kill Lilia. 2 kill Lilia. Tien is very happy, isn't he? So he's playing into quadruple melee as a Lilia. Needs to be careful of wall stuns. Needs to be careful of the pop ult punting him out of a fight, but On's not had the best game so far either. It's been fine, but not the best game. Second dress coming through. Oof. Make it rain bullet time to both. Gets half HP from L. Unassisted bullet time. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Like, not even got himself that bloodthirster just yet. We'll recall now. Got himself a safe trade. Get himself out of that lane and we'll reset. Knight went from 6 CS down to being 20 CS. It's because BLG kept rotating Elk to get the farm instead of Knight. Just before that level 6 mark, that player on the bot side lost him a lot of farm. Xiaohu picked it up instead. Elk picked some up. Light doesn't have flash, but doesn't walk up far enough for it to be a problem. Plate goes down. Realistically, the farm which Knight is down is stuff which Elk has been picked up. And I just think in the early game, you need the Kassadin to get to that level 6 a little quicker. Xiaohu checking through a couple of bushes with the ball. Will be spotted on the control ward. We'll know he's spotted, of course. What's the plan from BLG? You're not ready to fight yet. Swellseed lands onto Knight, takes a bit of damage. Shockwave misses. And you don't have the bullet time, remember. That being said, the double up does plenty of damage anyway. Oh, has that ult. Traps to put vision into the brush if nothing else. 3 ups to 3. As Waver picked up the top side just before that. Oh, double swirl seed. Why are they stacked like that? Nocturnal comes through. On, burning down. And will die. The Leandry's in the passive. Killing on. Nothing to save him there. Tien takes the kill. BLG, they just don't know how to play the early game, do they? The early games, their first 10 to 15 minutes have been poor. There's no two ways about it. Poor early games. Light, helping take down this dragon. That's 2 dragons to the side of Weibo. 3 kills on the Lilia. Lilia, one of the better champions against Kassadin in a lot of ways. Because he jumps at you. You can always pretty much hit him with a Q. Half into space out everything. That's a great swell seed. But also, why are they recalling there? There's no reason to. It's greedy. Swell seed hits. I think they're lucky to get away with 1 dead. Poppy ult saves him from the Alistair combo afterwards. Do you remember where Xiaohu's career started? Where's he from? His teams? He was always on RNG. Started there in 2016. And was something very, very special. Went to MSI 2016. Solo killed Faker with the first Lucian mid game of the era. He really taught the world how to play Lucian mid. He was on Uzi's team. And helped Uzi get an MSI win in 2018. Won a great many titles. Known as the Emperor of Spring is Xiaohu. He's won 3 MSI titles, the most of any player ever. A uniquely successful player in the World League of Legends for the spring season. He was on RNG up until 2023, joined Weibo when Weibo launched a super team. BLG were the team to take down that super team in spring 23 spring playoffs. And of course, Weibo knocked BLG out of Worlds in semi-finals to get towards that finals. Caught out. Does that flash? Bit of trouble now. Blows the ignite. Uses that. I suppose he has Nimbus Cloak for all of that. Oh, gets out with a flash. Nocturne's coming down it. What is? Wait, what are you doing here? Wasting the ultimate. That's a huge overinvestment. Wei, a player with so many eyes and a microscope on him. It's found to be a little bit viral there. In the wrong way. A gasp in the crowd thinking, that's not a good moment. If they can tell it, we can too, can't we? Hexplate does mean that his ultimate is a lower cooldown, but you'd really like that one for something a bit more useful, wouldn't you? Good thing, Kassadin is now free farming bot side. Is 30 CS down. Needs to get something out of this, 1.2k behind. I was very surprised at this Kassadin pick. BLG have not had the early game to enable such picks. And we can see that being a problem now. There's no... Hang on a second. Wave flashing forwards for the Fear. Comes across. Flash a little bit late. Shockwave gets some kind of value, but there's a spell shield on top of it. Swelsey comes through. Nice teleported back as well. Red buff goes to Xiaohu. Bins pulled himself through with the ultimate. And BLG, you had just bought yourself the Kassadin a free wave to farm. Why are you fighting like that when the Kassadin needs farm in the bot lane? Weibo, make the right decision. Tien says, right, you want to be leaving this Kassadin in a bot lane. He's not going to teleport. He does anyway. Tien lives due to some mechanical plays. But the big thing is, Knight is not farming. He is a full level behind Xiaohu. Yes, he does have the Rod of Ages. We'll catch it up a little bit. But BLG, on showing that they do not understand how to play around this Kassadin pick. Very strange decision making. Very strange decision making indeed. Care played it well last week. He has been more of a Kassadin picker, weirdly. Played a lot back in 2023 as well. One of my very first games that I cast in the LPL was Care getting a pentakill, quadra-kill rather, on the Kassadin. I've cast a lot of good LPL games, folks. It's been a real blessing to be part of the fabric of the LPL history now. I think a lot of people who watch LPL have heard my voice at some point. I guess most people who watch, you know, I'll Dominate or Cadril instead, but if people actually watch the main broadcast and the co-streamers actually had the volume up, maybe they heard me as well. Hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes the co-streamers turn off the mainstream. Of course, we don't have that main broadcast now, which is sad, all things said and done. Xiaohu. Altering up this turret, getting some good damage. Phase Rush activated. Soaks the tower shot with the E. Always prefer the main broadcast? Well, I enjoyed it too, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it as well. So my most fun casting LGL. Casting Sengoku versus Burning Core, the worst game I've ever cast in my life. It was incredible, entertaining. We played Hangman, it was wonderful. Probably. Also, the last finals that we did as well was very, very sweet. Kind of like saying goodbye to 3 years of work that we did on that. Was it 3? 2.5. It was a lot. So guys, thank you, Insane. I appreciate it. Thank you, Meow. Very kind of you. I miss casting with Munchables. I miss hanging out with Lyric. I miss cast. Well, I get to cast with Hysteric still. We were reminiscing, Dagda, Hysterics, and I about some LPL stuff the other day. Some of the stuff that happened in the LPL broadcast was crazy, folks. Like, there's some stuff which will probably never see the light of day, which... well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's, a lot of strange stuff happened around that. Right, Knight has that Rod of Ages, has himself Lost Chapters, he has a bit of cooldown reduction now. Yuntal for Elk. Dragon started up. Sold point for Weibo if they get it, but there's no contest coming from BLG. 3k down. Weibo, I mean, Tien's had a hell of a series. No, there isn't Blue Tail. I do mention this every so often. It's not a dig anthem, of course not. LPL English, which is also live on Twitch right now. Hang on a second, what's happening here? Ooh, not coming through. That is an unpaid broadcast ran by fans, and they're doing a great job, and it's wonderful. But it's also not the official broadcast. People are not getting paid to do the LPL, and that's the thing which I take issue with. There should be a paid, professional, official broadcast. LPL English is doing a great job, but they deserve to be paid for what they're doing, and sadly they're not. So it's not an official broadcast, and that's why only there aren't many of the original people involved in LPL involved in that stream, because it's not a job anymore, it's a hobby, right? Didn't I cast LEC yesterday? Yes, I did. I'm also involved with LEC. But I'm also sad that I don't get to cast LPL, like, professionally anymore, you know? It was a very special thing, being part of that, and being given the authority to talk about a region so historic with so many players like this. Soul point for Weibo. BLG on the brink. 3k down. It's not a happy place for them. Gold slightly decreased. Hang on a second. That's a Orianna with flash. There's an Alistar behind them. Poppy throws the ult. Shockwave's going. Wei can die here. Wei can die. Is he going to use the flash? I mean, he comes through with the Mikhails, but Wei, his ultimates have been trashed so far. They've not achieved anything which they wanted to do. Tien has flash. Elk's probably going to die here too. Swellseed misses. Light's going to come forwards. He had the bullet time on top of him. Teleport coming through. They can't kill a turret in time, so Elk lucky to live. Tien maybe could have flashed forward. Elk choosing the right retreat path. Knight getting more farm in a side lane. Any wave you can catch, obviously very, very huge for, I say, they need as many waves in this casting as possible. Is he going to be ready to fight in 3 minutes time for the Soul Dragon? We shall see. 1,000 gold lead for the Renekton will help, I suppose, a little bit, but Renekton is getting very much towards the end of his power spike now. $1.5k gold lead in the jungle, that's hard to play against. You have a Mikhail's and the Poppy, that'll help a little bit in terms of Lily asleep. I don't see how BLG wins this. Weibo mess up and they allow Renekton and Castellan onto the backline. A reset comes through and Jinx Cat cleans up the rest of the fight. You do have level 12 Castellan. He does have himself Seraphs. The 2 item spike is good. Like, as it stands right now, Knight... that's a pretty big bullet time. Half HP down. Tao's going to go down with it. I think. Yeah, there we go. Knight is on vision. Needs to be a little careful there. Doesn't ult himself out. Does now. Safe. Xiaohu takes down a top lane turret. Now that's important. Get some gold onto him. 1 turret to 3. Aragon was so disgusted by game 2, he closed the stream and went to sleep. I mean, has he never seen Weibo play League of Legends before? I feel like if you're watching Weibo, you have to understand, like, there's at least a threat of this happening. There's, like, at least a threat. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. Occasionally wonderful. Occasionally something very, very special in the negative direction. Like, look, game 2, there's no way BLG should have won it. There's only Weibo could lose that game and only BLG could win it. Like, there are some things which are just not okay within League of Legends. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. BLG waiting until Knight can get, well, if Knight can get himself the Rod of Ages stack as well, which he does now, he ticks over to level 14. Gets him that extra level. Level up on Xiaohu now. We'll, of course, be able to get a little bit more. Wait, doesn't get himself Guardian Angel. If he'd got that for this fight, it would have been absolutely crucial. Atcon is available. You're discounting the other coin flip team. IG, true. IG are also a team which do wonderful and awful things. JDG up there too. But Weibo have been doing it longer than IG in this current era of LPL. Tien starts the dragon. Knight killing the tower. You're not giving Mountain Soul for this, surely. Teleporting in now. Takes the turret. And tries to play the best of both worlds. Going down to 2/3 HP. Here comes the Popul. Here comes the Nocturnal as well. On. It cancels the shirt. Cancels the channel. Dragon. Still on half HP. This would be soul for Weibo. Wei has no ult now. Needs a flash. Needs a good smite key. Still bullet time available. BLG fighting down a single angle. That's a problem. Air can hold the front line. Here comes Poppy. And away goes the Lilia. Is it enough? Is it enough? The dragon's stolen by Knight! The Cassidy steals the Soul Dragon, but at what cost? 2 down already. Maybe a third. Knight will try and hopscotch and gets out for now. Can he escape the full time? The Make It Rain will come through. Has a little bit of cooldown reduction. The bowling ball will miss. Knight has gotten away with larceny and murder. Steals the dragon, gets out alive. Knight, how does he do it? I have no idea how he did it. Now, Atcon will go down. That'll last Weibo into the Barrow spawn. Of course, while this happens too, BLG did lose kills in that fight. They lost the fight. But BLG get themselves a Mountain Dragon and will stop the Soul coming through. Important wins for BLG. And it keeps the timer ticking. This is a single action direction team fight. How the hell On gets that ult through the fight is ridiculous to me. Absolutely ridiculous. Bullet time starts shredding the dragon down. Knight eyes on the prize, gets that and gets out. How the heck does that happen? It's not even a smite that does it. Wei dies too quickly. The alley-oop here is absolutely exceptional too. Oh, Knight. How did he manage it? If BLG win this series off of a ridiculous comeback, 6k swing in a minute in game 2 into a Kassadin Baron steal. A Dragon steal, rather. I don't know. I will be speechless, folks. I will be speechless. Tien going towards top side. Baron available. They have the GAs available from the voracious Atakan. Up for another minute and a half. Can they use it to do anything, though? Skullcrab gets some vision on top side. Kassadin, level 15. That's one level closer towards that level 16 mark. As the Seekers. And now goes Seekers onto the Bullet Time. Onto the Lilting Lullaby as well. And of course, the Shockwave. 3 big ultimates you can deny, potentially, with that. This game has been, sure something. Now, getting towards level 16 is actually quite difficult, folks. It's a lot of XP. Still probably will take him about 5 minutes to get to him, honestly. Well, not 5 minutes. It'll take him a couple of minutes to get to it. Trying to keep some presence around topside. If they have no vision, it becomes a bit of a problem. That's actually Baron getting started up. Wait, has GA, could fly into the pit. I don't know if you can steal another objective like this. Knight has to walk over to see what happens. I think they see it now. Puts a ward over. Air has spotted as well. Elk hasn't really got himself a reset this game either. Tornado's Jinx being in power important. Not really getting much done here. The Renekton similarly not really achieving much so far in this game. Shockwave flashed away from. Flash down, but important cooldown missing now for Weibo. Bin getting jumped on again. Tien, does he walk forward even further? He has himself Seekers too. He can go even further. He has the flash. He goes onto the bot lane of BLG. How much can BLG do to disengage? Another cooldown used. Tien using that flash, using that ultimate, no shockwave. I think Weibo came away from that with a lot less than they expected. Elk has 2.5 items. Doesn't have an infinity edge, but does have a lot of ability to damage that Cassandra if he starts railing on him. If the Lord Dominate's regards, I do say that. I mean, he doesn't have any lifesteal, so it does feel a little bit scary to do that too. And Knight is halfway to level 16. Another play. I could have maybe ended the game for Weibo. Instead, leaves the timer ticking ever onwards. I cannot believe we're in a position where BLG might be able to clutch out another late game, but that is, that's BLG for you. Again, 2/3 now. That's why we're hovering over him so much. Can he get the waves he needs without Weibo focusing on him? A little bit hard to believe. Doesn't have safe vision. Look how he's playing around this fog of war. He knows that Tribrush, they could all be walking through Tribrush. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. He doesn't have that safety net right now. That's the wave ping-pong into him. Safe for now. Dragon now spawning in a minute. Can he get that level 16? He's one wave off. He needs one camp. One more wave. Dragon in 30 seconds. He'll get level 16 off the top wave if Breathe lets him. We'll see whether he does. We'll see whether he does. Is that level 16 enough to actually win? That's another question too, isn't it? He'll get it now. Level 16 Kassadin. The time is now. What have you got for us, knights? Where's your lance and mighty steed? The crowd see the level 16. They hear it too. And he's ready to roll. He'll recall. Comes back in. Has some gold to spend. Has himself a nearly large rod. BLG turn up to fight for another soul dragon. How much can Knight do? Has his flash back up. Dragon started. BLG forced out of the river. Getting burst down. Do they have vision on it? No, they don't. I don't know. They might be letting this go over. There it goes. All right. You can use that Nocturne ult. There you go. Knight coming in. Going in. Where is the smite? It's going down to an Orianna gets it this time. Both mid laners claiming what they can. Knight taken out of the pit, but the fight is going to BLG. Resets for the Jinx, but is it enough? Elk is trying his best. The flash is out of the pit. They're almost enough to save the fight. I don't know if it is. Another reset comes through. Tien has himself the ultimate, and there's no cleanse. This time Xiao who flashes forward. Where is Knight? He has that level 16, but does he have the mana? I don't think he does. And BLG, despite getting the resets and the level 16 on the Kassadin, it is not enough. BLG lose the soul and they lose the fight. Knight will return to base. He'll get himself a Zhonya's maybe off that fight. No, he can't afford it. And Baron's now up on the table. Elk, you would have thought with that reset, maybe it would have been enough. No, not this time. Tian ruling the day on that Lilia. 5-0-3. Xiaohu flashing over the wall. This mid jungle from Weibo putting in so much work. And sadly on the other side, Wei has been catastrophically poor in this game on the Nocturne, achieving so little. The Baron will go to Weibo. And BLG left wondering if their time bomb had any powder or any explosive left in the charge. Knight got himself into the play. Great popular again. Onash getting a lot of value there. Breathe carries Knight out, but a good stopwatch and a... I don't know. Probably shouldn't have jumped onto the Kazanti there either. Just wanted to get into the play. Oh, Elk. Felt like Elk could have done a lot here. Bin's outlived his usefulness too as the Renekton. I think Breathe has had largely a much better series than Bin in this one so far. Both carries caught by Swell C2. That's almost unacceptable in this kind of fight. Okay, as we get into our next fights. Elk, a lot of damage there. Knight not actually able to do that much. Breathe really made it his task to make sure that Knight couldn't get all of the value down. A 17,000 gold lead to Weibo, a Mountain Soul, but they are against late game Kassadin, late game Jinx, who, well, does have 3 items, but doesn't have himself that much in terms of the Infinity Edge value, which is a bit of a problem. Knight on top side will spot out Tian. This is a fed Lilia. Has flash too. 4,000 gold lead down in the jungle. Ridiculous. Guardian Angel down for Wei 2. You're not protecting this turret. This one's gone. No cross map either. Way on the flank. I don't know, man. I just don't think this... I don't think the Nocturne ult is going to do much. Nocturne is basically a vision denial bot at this point. Have they gone too far, though? Renekton on a long flank. Knight on one side. Airho going to try and close the door. Bullet time. Hard to pull off from this kind of angle. Here comes the Orianna. And there goes the front line. Here comes the Renekton. This might be the fight that they've been looking for, but it's the Nocturne that goes down first, and the shockwave is brilliant! The bullet time also gets value, and the resets just never come! BLG have been wiped by Weibo, and Weibo will put BLG down to a negative record of 4-5. Weibo Gaming consistently inconsistent, on top, 5-4 in Group Ascend. Jungle difference to the max. Look at that smile on your screen, Tian. 2019 World Finals MVP. Doing the Lord's work here. BLG, they are in dire straits and they ain't getting money for nothing. BLG, what has happened to them? Weibo looked a lot cleaner today. Added Despair as a coach. We were wondering whether that would change things internally. Maybe it has. I think you have to look at BLG and just think, well, who is stepping up to carry? Well, who is stepping up on this team that are struggling members? I think Bin had an awful series. I think that Wei had a poor series. I think the bot lane as well really struggled. Knight alone really feels like he's consistently putting in the work. BLG, their draft support, they're not on the same page. Who is stepping up for this team? Who is stepping up for them? I think there's the coaching staff, which has a lot of things to answer for. Well, folks, it's been a 6-game day. My name's Nymaera. Thank you so much for joining me. If you have been watching the LPL, thank you for choosing here to watch it. I am very impressed with how Weibo managed to improve themselves. I think Air has been looking very, very good. I think that this is a team which is starting to find its feet a little bit more. Now, are they a top team? No, not yet. But they're definitely getting themselves into that conversation again. Whereas BLG, I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Okay, I'm going to go rest my voice, folks. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you're on YouTube, I'll see you a little bit later. And if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to. Thanks.